Welcome, we're so happy you tuned in tonight. Before we get started, I'd love to know, where are you watching from? Drop it in the comments. Now, let's get comfortable and drift into deep, peaceful sleep together. Before the maps were drawn and the borders carved, before the names we know today were written into treaties and textbooks, there was a continent vast and varied, shaped not by lines on paper, but by the pulse of rivers, the turning of seasons, and the slow caravan of human ambition across landscapes older than memory itself. Africa, in the ages before Europeans arrived with their compasses and their certainties, was not a void waiting to be discovered. It was a web of kingdoms, a lattice of power and trade, of stone and bronze, of voices carried on talking drums and knowledge kept in memory boards touched by firelight. These were not primitive outposts on the edge of history. They were the crossroads of the world. To understand where these kingdoms rose, one must first understand the land itself. Africa is not one thing. It is Sahel grasslands, where the horizon stretches forever under a sky the colour of bleached bone. It is the Nile Valley, narrow and green, a ribbon of life through desert vastness. It is the great rift highlands, where the air is thin and the earth sometimes trembles with ancient fire. It is equatorial forest so dense the canopy swallows sunlight, where rivers are the only roads and silence is never truly silent. It is the Indian Ocean coast where monsoon winds write the calendar, bringing ships in one season and carrying them away in the next. Each landscape had its logic, its rhythm, its possibilities. Kingdoms rose where trade routes crossed fertile ground, where iron ore lay near the surface, where harbours opened to the sea, where pasture corridors allowed herds to move with the rains. Power gathered at these junctions, and from them, thrones were built. South of Egypt, where the Nile bends and the desert presses close, the Nubian kingdoms held sway for millennia. At Kerma, and later at Napata and Meroe, rulers commanded both river trade and the desert tracks that wound through stone and sand. They built pyramids, not as grand as those to the north, but numerous, stepping up hillsides in neat rows, each one a royal tomb, each one a memory preserved in stone. The people of Kush mastered iron early, their forges at Meroe producing tools and weapons that gave them advantage and influence. They worshipped Amun, the ram-headed god they inherited from Egypt but made their own, building temples where his statues watched with patient eyes. These were not Egypt's vassals. At times, Nubian kings ruled Egypt itself, their pharaohs of the 25th dynasty wearing the double crown and commanding the Nile from Napata. But even when they ruled independently, they thrived, mixing the theology of the river with traditions drawn from deeper Africa, creating a culture neither wholly Egyptian nor wholly other, but something distinct and enduring. Then came the faith of the cross, carried upriver by missionaries who spoke of a God who died and rose, of a kingdom not of this world. In the lands that became Nobatia, Mercuria, and Alodia, cathedrals rose beside the Nile, their walls painted with saints in flowing robes, their faces dark and serene. At Old Dongola and Pharos, churches stood where temples had stood before, and fortresses guarded the cataracts where the river broke into rapids, and trade had to portage overland. For centuries, Christian Nubia held a quiet but firm presence, negotiating treaties with Muslim Egypt that kept borders peaceful and pilgrims safe. They were not isolated. They traded, they corresponded, they maintained relations with Byzantium and the Christian kingdoms of Ethiopia, far to the south. But as centuries passed and desert routes shifted, as pressures mounted from north and east, the churches fell silent one by one. The murals remained, buried in sand, waiting for archaeologists to brush away the dust and reveal faces that had watched in silence for 1,000 years. To the southeast, high on the Ethiopian plateau where the air is cool and the land falls away in cliffs and gorges, the kingdom of Aksum rose as a power of stone, script and sea. They erected stelae, towering obelisks carved from single blocks of granite, some of them over 100 feet tall, their faces etched with windows and doors as if they were buildings reaching toward the sky. They developed the Zea script, one of the world's few indigenous alphabets, and used it to mint coins stamped with royal names and Christian symbols, a declaration of sovereignty in metal and ink. Aksum's merchants commanded the Red Sea ports, linking the interior's gold and frankincense to markets in Rome, Persia and India. When Aksum's power waned, the highlands did not fall silent. The Zawi dynasty rose, and in the town of Lalibela they carved churches directly from living rock, not building upward but excavating downward, creating monolithic structures that seemed to emerge from the earth itself. The highlands maintained written chronicles when many other regions transmitted knowledge by drum and road, by song and memory board, preserving a sense of continuity that would later anchor Ethiopian identity through centuries of upheaval. There are whispers in ancient texts of a place called Punt, the land of aromatics and sail. Pharaohs sent expeditions there, recording in temple reliefs the myrrh trees brought back, the incense, the rare animals, the exotic goods that made the journey worthwhile. Scholars still debate where exactly Punt lay, somewhere along the Horn of Africa or perhaps across the narrow strait in Arabia. But whether it was a single polity or a network of coastal entrepôts, it connected Africa to the Indian Ocean world millennia before European ships rounded the Cape. The monsoon winds were the key, predictable currents of air that blew ships eastward in one season and westward in another, a natural clock that sailors learned to read, waiting for the right moment to depart, trusting the wind to carry them home. In the forests and grasslands of what is now Nigeria, cultures rose that left behind art so accomplished it challenges every assumption about the supposed primitiveness of pre-colonial Africa. The Nok culture, flourishing over 2,000 years ago, fired terracotta sculptures of human heads with elaborate hairstyles, expressive faces, and a technical mastery that speaks to organised workshops and artistic traditions passed from master to apprentice. They worked iron early, smelting and forging tools and weapons while much of Europe still relied on bronze. Centuries later, at Ife, artists cast copper alloy heads of such naturalistic beauty that when they were first shown in Europe, many refused to believe Africans had made them. The faces are calm, regal, marked with delicate scarification, crowned with beaded caps. They were not made for export or display. They were ritual objects kept in shrines, used in ceremonies that bound the living to the ancestors, the king to the land, the people to the cosmos. The absence of written records does not mean the absence of complexity. It means the complexity was encoded differently, in objects and rituals, in knowledge held by guilds and passed through initiation. To the north of Ife, the Oyo Empire commanded the savannah with cavalry and tributary towns. Horses thrived in the drier grasslands, and Oyo's mounted warriors could move quickly, projecting power across distances that infantry could not match. Trade caravans fed the capital, bringing kola nuts from the south, salt from the Sahara, textiles and metalwork from workshops where artisans worked under royal patronage. The city itself was a place of courtyards and drums, of markets where languages mingled, of rituals that reinforced the king's divine authority and the social order that sustained the state. To the south, in the forests where horses could not survive the tsetse, the kingdom of Benin engineered defences of a different kind. They dug moats and raised earthen walls around their settlements, networks of fortifications so extensive that their combined length exceeded the Great Wall of China. Inside the walls, Benin's bronze casters perfected plaques that recorded battles, diplomatic missions, ceremonies, and daily life in metal relief. These were not decorations. They were archives, history made tangible, mounted on palace pillars where they could be read like books by those who knew the visual language, passing down the story of the kingdom from generation to generation. Further north, in the Sahel where desert and grassland meet, the Hausa city-states rose as centres of commerce and learning. At Kano, Katsina, Zaria and others, mud brick walls encircled markets busy with the exchange of cloth, leather, dyes, grain and livestock. Scholars copied manuscripts in Arabic, preserving texts on law, theology, medicine and history. The cities were rivals, but they shared a common culture, a common language, and a common understanding that prosperity came from trade. Caravans linked the Sahara to the forest zones, carrying goods across ecological boundaries, moving salt southward and gold northward, their routes punctuated by wells and caravanserais where traders could rest and resupply. Taxes and guilds maintained order, ensuring weights were honest, contracts honoured, and disputes resolved. It was an urban rhythm adapted to the rhythms of the Sahel, where rain was scarce but trade flowed like water. Long before the modern nation took its name, the Empire of Ghana rose in the western Sahel, though the people called it Wagadou. The Soninka rulers mediated trans-Saharan exchange, taxing caravans that moved gold from the southern forests, salt from desert mines and kola nuts from the equatorial zone. The king held audiences under a great tree, the Tree of Justice, where petitioners could present their cases and merchants could negotiate terms. Stone towns like Kumbisale grew large and cosmopolitan, with separate quarters for Muslims and traditional believers, interpreters who could navigate multiple languages and customs, and a court that balanced the needs of farmers, pastoralists and traders. It was a bilingual culture, adapting Arabic for commerce and scholarship while maintaining Soninka for ritual and identity. When Ghana's power waned, others rose to take its place, but the model it established, the idea that a Sahelian state could grow wealthy by mediating trade rather than producing goods, endured. East of the Niger Bend, around the shores of Lake Chad, the kingdoms of Kanem and later Bornu commanded oases, fisheries, and caravan gates, where Sahel met Sahara. Rulers at Njimi and later Ngazargamu commanded horsemen who secured tribute from surrounding peoples, enforcing a hierarchy that fed wealth upward to the capital. Islamic learning anchored the courts, with scholars advising kings, copying texts, and maintaining correspondence with other Muslim rulers across the Sahara and beyond. The dynasties were long-lived, adapting to shifts in trade routes and climate, managing resources with a pragmatism that kept the state functioning through droughts and invasions. They were not flashy empires. They were steady, bureaucratic, persistent, the kind of power that endures not through conquest but through administration. The empires of Mali and Songhai loom large in popular imagination, anchored by famous names like Mansa Musa, whose pilgrimage to Mecca showered so much gold on Cairo that it destabilized the regional economy, and cities like Timbuktu and Gao, whose manuscripts and madrasas made them centres of Islamic learning. But beneath the headlines were layers that history often forgets. Mali and Songhai were not just capitals and kings. They were provinces governed by appointed officials, ferries operated by hereditary boatmen who knew every sandbar and current of the Niger, markets where women held authority over certain trades, controlling the flow of grain and cloth while men dealt in livestock and metals. They were provincial mosques built of banko mud, their walls buttressed against rain, their interiors cool and dim, where local scholars compiled legal opinions adapted to regional customs. They were flood calendars marking when to plant and when to move herds, knowledge encoded in proverbs and passed through apprenticeship. Empires are not just courts and armies. They are the countless small mechanisms that allow large populations to coordinate action, to feed themselves, to resolve disputes, to remember who they are. On the Zimbabwe plateau, where the land rises in a series of stepped highlands, walls rose without mortar, each stone carefully shaped and fitted to its neighbour in graceful curves that follow the contours of the hills. At Mapungubwe and later at Great Zimbabwe, these stone enclosures defined royal precincts, separating the sacred from the profane, the elite from the common. The conical tower at Great Zimbabwe still stands, its purpose debated but its craftsmanship undeniable. Soapstone birds, carved with care and placed atop pillars, watched over the complex, their meaning now lost but their presence still commanding. Gold moved east from these highlands to the coast at Sofala, where it entered the Indian Ocean trade. Cattle wealth and ritual kingship structured society. The king responsible for rain and fertility, his health tied to the land's productivity. When trade routes shifted and gold sources moved, the stone courts emptied. The people dispersed to other centres, leaving the walls to silence and the slow work of erosion, but also leaving a monument that resisted easy explanation, that demanded recognition of African achievement on African terms. Along the East African coast, from Mogadishu in the north to Kilwa and Zanzibar in the south, coral stone towns opened to the sea like flowers turning toward the sun. They built with coral blocks quarried from offshore reefs, carving doorways with intricate patterns, raising mosques with mihrabs that pointed toward Mecca, minting coins stamped with royal names in Arabic script. These were Swahili cities, and Swahili itself was a language born of trade, blending Bantu grammar with Arabic vocabulary, creating a medium of exchange that allowed merchants from Africa, Persia, Arabia, and later India to negotiate, to marry, to create new communities that were neither purely African nor purely anything else. The monsoon winds were the clock by which they lived. In one season, dhows arrived from the north and east, their holds filled with textiles, beads, porcelain. In another season, they departed carrying gold, ivory, mangrove poles, and enslaved people. The Swahili were middlemen, translators, diplomats, their prosperity built on connection rather than isolation, their culture a testament to what happens when people meet and make something new. Along the Congo River, the Kingdom of Congo organised provinces under the Mani-Congo, the King of Kings. Roads paved with raffia cloth connected villages to regional centres and regional centres to the capital. The people used enkisi, power figures carved from wood and studded with nails and blades, each one a vessel for spiritual force, activated through ritual and invocation. Shell currency, Nzimbu cowries, facilitated trade, their value regulated by the court. When Portuguese sailors arrived in the late 15th century, the Mani-Congo saw potential for alliance. He sent emissaries to Lisbon, adopted Christianity, built churches, and wrote letters to European kings as an equal. But the relationship curdled. Portuguese wanted enslaved people, and the Atlantic slave trade wrenched Congo society apart, turning neighbours against neighbours, fueling wars that served European markets rather than African needs. The kingdom adapted, survived, fragmented, but it never forgot what it had been. The letters remain, evidence of statehood that European narratives too often denied. In the south-central forests and savannas, the Luba and Lunda peoples crafted federations bound not by conquest alone, but by ritual, marriage, and shared symbols of authority. Luba sacred kingship emphasized the king as mediator between the living and the ancestors, his legitimacy derived from spiritual rather than purely military power. The Lunda expanded through strategic marriages, sending royal women to marry into neighbouring chiefs, creating kinship networks that tied distant communities to the centre. Governance was not centralised in the European sense. It was distributed, with rotating offices and councils that balanced regional autonomy with collective identity. Knowledge was encoded in Lukasa memory boards, handheld wooden tablets studded with beads and shells, each one a mnemonic device that trained keepers could read like texts, reciting dynastic histories, legal precedents, and ritual procedures by tracing the patterns with their fingers. It was history that could be held, touched, passed from teacher to student in firelight and shadow. Where the Zambesi River floods wide across its plain, the Lozi people built their settlements on stilts and islands, adapting to the annual rhythm of water's rise and fall. Each year, the Kwambaka ceremony marked the king's move from the floodplain capital to higher ground. The royal barge, paddled by singers whose voices synchronized the strokes, carried the king across the swollen river while crowds watched from the banks. It was spectacle, yes, but also administration, a public acknowledgement that power in this place was tied to water's moods, that kingship meant reading the river and moving the court accordingly. When the floods receded, the king returned, and life resumed on the fertile soil left behind. It was a calendar written not in months but in stages of flood, a political geography mapped to hydrology. Between the Ethiopian highlands and the Red Sea coast, sultanates rose and fell in a landscape of trade and tension. At Hala, archaeologists have uncovered craft quarters where artisans worked silver and produced glass beads, evidence of specialised production and long-distance trade. The sultanates of Ifat and Adal fielded cavalry and infantry in wars against the Christian highlands, struggles that were as much about control of trade routes as theology. Coastal emporia linked coffee, ivory and textiles to Red Sea shipping lanes, enriching merchant families who built stone houses with courtyards and gardens. Forts and field walls trace the outlines of centuries of local power, polities that existed in a contested space between highland empires and maritime networks, carving out autonomy through alliances, trade and, when necessary, war. In the equatorial forests of the Congo basin, where roads by land are few and difficult, rivers became the highways of power. Canoe fleets connected ancestral chiefs, iron smelters working in hidden clearings, and raffia weaving centres where textiles were produced with the precision of tapestry. Political units gathered around ritual groves and palaver trees, sacred spaces where disputes were heard, and decisions made through long councils governed by elaborate protocols of speech and silence. Art in wood and fibre encoded rank, kinship and myth, in forms that could be carried, displayed and passed down. Masks activated by dance transformed wearers into ancestors or spirits, making the invisible visible, reinforcing social bonds through performance. Without wheeled vehicles or beasts of burden suitable to the forest, these societies developed other ways to move goods and ideas, adapting to the environment rather than forcing the environment to adapt to them. Across all these regions, power travelled by methods that left little for archaeologists to find. Talking drums carried messages across miles, their tones replicating the pitch patterns of speech, allowing trained drummers to send complex information faster than a runner could move. Griots, hereditary oral historians, sustained genealogies and epic narratives, their memories trained from childhood to hold thousands of lines, their performances both entertainment and archive. Market days functioned as bulletin boards, places where news spread, where edicts were announced, where people learned what was happening beyond their own villages. Cowries, gold dust, iron bars, and other forms of currency settled accounts without the need for writing, their values understood across linguistic boundaries. Where paper archives are thin, music, objects, and roots hold the record. The absence of writing does not mean the absence of history. It means history was kept differently, in forms more vulnerable to loss but no less real. Kingdoms fade for many reasons, and the forgotten kingdoms of Africa faded for reasons both internal and external. Monsoon patterns shifted, rerouting Indian Ocean trade. Sahara tracks moved as oases dried or wells collapsed, starving towns that depended on caravan traffic. Goldfields played out or new sources were discovered elsewhere, redirecting flows of wealth. Epidemics thinned populations, breaking the chains of knowledge transmission as elders died before passing on what they knew. The arrival of firearms tipped military balances, giving advantage to those who could trade for guns and disadvantage to those who could not. The Atlantic slave trade pulled power coastward, enriching states with access to European ships while impoverishing interior regions that lost population and stability. Some states adapted, reorganizing as confederations or shifting their economic base. Others dissolved into successor chiefdoms, their centralized authority fragmenting back into the smaller units from which it had originally coalesced. Ruins remained, silent but insistent. Oral histories preserved fragments, genealogies, and migration stories that carried the outlines of what had been. Travellers, Arab and later European, wrote accounts that, however biased or incomplete, recorded names and events that would otherwise be lost. What was forgotten, and why it was forgotten, tells us as much about the recorders as the recorded. Colonial narratives seeking to justify conquest and exploitation minimised pre-colonial complexity, casting Africa as a dark continent without history, without achievement, waiting for the light of European civilization. Written archives privileged outsiders, Arab merchants and European explorers whose accounts emphasised the exotic and the primitive, filtering African realities through their own assumptions and agendas. But stones cannot be denied. The walls of Great Zimbabwe, the bronzes of Benin, the stelae of Aksum, these physical objects insisted on a different story, one of engineering, artistry and political organisation that rivalled anything in Europe or Asia. Beads and shells traced trade networks spanning continents. Loanwords in languages revealed ancient contacts and exchanges. Genetic studies showed the movement of peoples, the mixing of populations, the deep interconnectedness of human history. Remembering these kingdoms is not an act of charity or political correctness. It is an act of accuracy. It widens world history, placing Africa not at the margins, where colonial maps and narratives relegated it, but at the crossroads, where archaeology and evidence insist it belongs. New tools are bringing new light to old questions. LiDAR scans penetrate forest canopy to reveal hidden walls and terraces, settlements that lay invisible from the ground. Radiocarbon dating pins events to centuries and sometimes decades, allowing historians to synchronize African chronologies with global timelines. Isotope analysis of bones and teeth traces the movement of cattle, the diets of elites, the sources of metals, reconstructing economic networks from chemical signatures. Ancient DNA from skeletons and crops reveals migrations, domestications, and relationships that oral traditions hinted at but could not prove. Residue analysis identifies what was cooked in pots, stored in jars, burned in shrines, reconstructing rituals and daily life from molecular traces. Museums are revisiting provenance, asking hard questions about how objects were acquired, initiating conversations about repatriation and shared stewardship. Communities are guiding archaeological digs, contributing local knowledge about place names, traditions and landscape features that professional archaeologists might miss. Languages are being mapped onto geography, tracing the spread of Bantu, Nilotic and Afro-Asiatic speakers, correlating linguistic evidence with material culture. Each find, each datum, restores a paragraph to a long missing chapter, building a clearer picture not of a primitive past but of a sophisticated, interconnected, dynamic history that deserves to be known. From Sahel caravan wells to coral harbours, from granite hilltops to forest rivers, these forgotten kingdoms stitched Africa to itself and to the wider world. They were not isolated villages waiting for contact. They were empires of rhythm, anchored in place but moving with wind and water, adapting to monsoons and floods, to the slow pulse of seasons and the sudden shifts of fortune. Picture caravans at dawn, camels loaded with salt and cloth, moving toward the sound of drums that marked the next well. Picture lanterns in stone courts at dusk, where scribes copied manuscripts and merchants negotiated terms in multiple languages. Picture dhows waiting on the tide, their crews watching the sky for signs of the monsoon's turn, knowing that when the wind shifted they would sail, carrying the wealth of Africa to markets that stretched from China to the Mediterranean and back again. These kingdoms rose and fell, as all kingdoms do, but they were real, they mattered. And now, slowly, persistently, against the weight of centuries of erasure and forgetting, they are being remembered. Under the hush of rain, let their names be spoken again. Let their walls be measured, their coins catalogued, their stories told. They were here, they built, they traded, they ruled, and the land remembers even when the books do not. From Sahel caravan wells to coral harbours, from granite hilltops to forest rivers, these forgotten kingdoms stitched Africa to itself and to the wider world. They were not isolated villages waiting for contact. They were empires of rhythm, anchored in place but moving with wind and water, adapting to monsoons and floods, to the slow pulse of seasons and the sudden shifts of fortune. Picture caravans at dawn, camels loaded with salt and cloth, moving toward the sound of drums that mark the next well. Picture lanterns in stone courts at dusk, where scribes copied manuscripts and merchants negotiated terms in multiple languages. Picture dhows waiting on the tide, their crews watching the sky for signs of the monsoon's turn, knowing that when the wind shifted they would sail, carrying the wealth of Africa to markets that stretched from China to the Mediterranean and back again. These kingdoms rose and fell as all kingdoms do, but they were real, they mattered. And now, slowly, persistently, against the weight of centuries of erasure and forgetting, they are being remembered. Under the hush of rain, let their names be spoken again. Let their walls be measured, their coins catalogued, their stories told. They were here. They built, they traded, they ruled, and the land remembers even when the books do not. The rhythms of these kingdoms were not written in the ways Europe would recognise, but they were written nonetheless. In the wearing of footpaths between village and market, paths that deepened over centuries until they became roads, arteries connecting the body of commerce. In the scheduling of festivals that coincided with harvest, with flood, with the arrival of trading seasons, creating a social calendar that bound communities across distances. In the rotation of offices, the careful distribution of authority that prevented any single lineage from accumulating too much power, ensuring stability through balance rather than through the heavy hand of centralised control. In the marriage alliances that sent daughters to neighbouring courts and received wives in return, weaving genealogies that made conflict costlier and cooperation more natural. These were technologies of governance as sophisticated as any legal code, adapted to environments where paper rotted in humidity, where documents could not survive the journey across desert or through forest, where memory and ritual had to carry the weight that elsewhere was borne by archive and inscription. Consider the metallurgists who worked in secret groves, their furnaces fed with charcoal they had spent weeks preparing, their ore selected from hillsides they knew by inherited knowledge, their techniques guarded as carefully as any modern patent. The smelting of iron was not merely technical, it was ritual, bound up with prohibitions and prayers, with offerings made to spirits of earth and fire, with timing determined by phases of moon or seasons of rain. The bloom of iron that emerged from the furnace after days of careful tending was more than metal. It was transformation, the coaxing of strength from stone, the mastery of elements that elsewhere marked the boundary between prehistory and history. African ironworking began early, in some regions as early as anywhere else on Earth. and it spread not through conquest but through apprenticeship, through the slow diffusion of knowledge along trade routes and marriage networks, each smith learning from a master and adapting techniques to local ores and local needs. Consider the farmers who knew their soils with an intimacy that European agronomists would not achieve until the age of chemistry. They read colour and texture, knowing which red earth would yield yams and which would not, which grey sand near rivers could support rice and which would flood too deeply. They practised crop rotation without naming it as such, planting nitrogen-fixing legumes between seasons of grain, letting fields rest under controlled burns that renewed fertility. They bred seeds over generations, selecting for drought resistance, for pest resistance, for flavour and yield, creating varieties adapted to microclimates that could shift dramatically within a day's walk. They built terraces on hillsides to slow erosion and capture rainfall, engineering water management systems that required no metal tools, only stone and patience and an understanding of how water moves across landscape. These were not primitive practices. They were refined sciences, tested and improved over centuries, encoding knowledge in the doing rather than in the writing. Consider the weavers whose cloth became currency, whose patterns encoded identity and status, whose guilds controlled quality so strictly that a bolt of fabric from one city could be trusted across 1,000 miles. Raffia cotton, bark cloth and wool, each material worked according to its nature, each pattern meaningful to those who knew the visual language. A chief's cloth might incorporate motifs that referenced ancestral exploits. A marriage cloth might weave together symbols from two lineages. A mourning cloth might use colours and textures that spoke of grief without need for words. These textiles travelled far, carried by merchants who understood their value not merely as covering, but as communication, as portable art, as social text. When Europeans arrived and offered cheap manufactured cloth, they disrupted not just an economy but a language, replacing nuance with uniformity, turning garments from statements into mere coverings. Consider the healers who knew which bark would lower fever, which leaf would stop bleeding, which root would calm a troubled mind. They worked without microscopes or chemical analysis, relying instead on observation refined over generations, on careful experimentation whose failures were forgotten, and whose successes were preserved in pharmacopoeias carried entirely in memory. They understood that illness had social dimensions as well as physical, that a person standing in the community, their spiritual state, their relationships with the living and the dead, all bore upon their health. Treatment was holistic before that word existed, combining plant medicine with ritual, with counsel, with the restoration of balance in the patient's life. When colonial medicine arrived and dismissed these practices as superstition, it missed much of what made them effective, measuring only what it could see and ignoring what it could not. The kingdoms are gone now, at least in their original forms. The capitals are ruins or buried under modern cities. The trade routes are paved roads following new logic. The royal lines are broken or absorbed into nation-states whose borders were drawn in Berlin by men who had never seen the rivers they were dividing, who knew nothing of the ecological boundaries that had shaped political ones, who cared only for the neat parcelling of territory among competing empires. But the forgetting was never complete. In rural areas, chiefs still hold authority, not because governments grant it, but because communities recognise it, maintaining continuity with older systems of legitimacy. Griots still perform, though now they might be called musicians or storytellers, their art adapted to new contexts but still carrying the weight of genealogy and history. Craftspeople still work in old ways, not out of backwardness but out of preference, because the old ways work, because they connect maker to material in ways that industrial production cannot replicate. Languages still carry loanwords from Arabic, from Portuguese, from other African languages, each borrowing a trace of ancient contact, ancient exchange. DNA still holds the record of migrations and mixings, readable now by scientists but present all along in the faces of grandchildren, in family resemblances that span continents. The work of remembering continues in universities and museums, in excavations and archives, in the patient labour of scholars who piece together fragments, who learn languages that have few speakers, who sit with elders while there is still time recording what they know. It continues in the return of objects, the slow process by which museums acknowledge that acquisition was often theft, that bronzes and sculptures were war booty, that their presence in European capitals was the result not of trade but of violence. it continues in the teaching of African history as something other than prologue to colonialism, as a story worth knowing for its own sake, as evidence that human creativity and ambition and organisation were never the property of one continent or one people. It continues in the pride of descendants who are learning that their ancestors were not victims waiting for rescue, but builders of complex societies, traders in global networks, artists of extraordinary skill. Under the hush of rain, the old kingdoms sleep but do not disappear. They are present in the shape of the land, in the ruins that resist erosion, in the trade winds that blow as they always have, in the rivers that flood and recede on schedules older than any human chronicle. They are present in the stories still told, even if their context has been lost, in the names of places that no longer exist, in the proverbs that encode legal principles, in the songs that mourners still sing. They wait, these kingdoms, patient as stone, for the world to remember that history is wider than Europe ever imagined, that civilization arose in many places, took many forms, solved the problem of human organisation in many ways. They wait for the books to be rewritten, for the maps to be redrawn with ancient borders sketched in beside modern ones, for children to learn that Africa was never empty, never silent, never simple. The rain falls as it has always fallen, and beneath it the land holds its secrets and its memories, offering them to those who take the time to listen, to dig, to ask the right questions. The forgotten kingdoms are being found again, one stone at a time, one manuscript at a time, one story at a time. And with each discovery, the world grows larger and the past grows richer, and the human story becomes more complete. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. You wake before dawn in a world still shaped by the simplest question: how do we get from here to there? Not with grand ambition at first, just with tired feet and the need to reach the next village before nightfall. You follow animal trails because the deer have already found the driest path along the ridge, the route that doesn't flood when the rains come. Your ancestors walked these same lines, wearing them deeper with each generation, until what was once a faint trace through grass became a groove in the earth itself. The path remembers. It remembers the hunter who took this way to the river, the trader who carried salt from the coast, the shepherd who drove his flock to summer pasture. Each journey adds weight to the memory, and slowly, without anyone deciding it should be so, the path becomes the road. Not paved, not planned, just agreed upon by 1,000 feet that chose the same easy line through difficult country. You can see it still, if you know where to look. The old ways follow contours that make sense to legs and lungs, avoiding steep climbs, seeking solid ground, respecting the places where water gathers. These weren't engineered. They were felt step by step, season by season, until the landscape itself seemed to suggest where travellers should go. Then come the Romans, and everything changes. They arrive with something you've never seen before, the idea that a road should be straight, that it should ignore the comfortable meander of ancient trails and instead cut across country like a declaration. You watch them work, these engineers with their measuring tools and their absolute certainty, and you begin to understand that a road can be more than a path. It can be a statement of power. They dig first, down through topsoil to stable ground, sometimes 3 feet deep or more. Then come the layers, each with its purpose, its place in the architecture of travel. Large stones form the foundation, fitted together like a puzzle with gaps filled by smaller rocks. Above that, a layer of crushed stone mixed with lime mortar, tamped down until it rings under the workers' tools. Then gravel, compacted and shaped, and finally the surface. Flat stones fitted so precisely that water has nowhere to pool, crowned slightly at the centre so rain runs to drainage ditches on either side. You stand beside one of these roads, marvelling at how straight it is, how it seems to mock the landscape's suggestions. Hills that would have turned a traditional path are simply climbed straight up and down. Valleys are crossed at their narrowest point regardless of gradient. The message is clear. Rome goes where it wishes, and the earth will accommodate. But these roads aren't built for your comfort. They're built for legions, for the rapid movement of soldiers and supplies, for the messages that must reach distant governors without delay. Every 1,000 paces, a stone marker records the distance from Rome itself, as if the capital were the centre of the world, which to these engineers it certainly is. You learn to use them anyway, because however stern their purpose, they offer something invaluable: reliability. When rain turns traditional paths to soup, the the Roman road remains solid, its drainage carrying away the weather that would trap you in mud. Along these roads, something remarkable happens. Towns begin to appear at regular intervals, each a day's journey from the last. Inns offer beds, stables shelter horses, blacksmiths repair wagon wheels. The cursus publicus, the imperial postal system, maintains stations where official messengers can change horses and continue without pause. What was once a landscape of isolated settlements becomes something new, a connected territory where news travels faster than walking pace, where a letter from Londinium can reach Rome in weeks rather than months. You watch the economy transform. A potter in one valley can now sell to customers 3 valleys away, because the road makes the journey routine rather than adventure. Grain flows from productive farmland to hungry cities. Soldiers march to distant frontiers and return with stories, goods, and new ideas. The road becomes more than infrastructure. It becomes the nervous system of empire, carrying not just cargo but culture, law, and the very concept of a world larger than the visible horizon. But roads alone cannot remake a map. They stop at rivers, at gorges, at any gap the earth presents. And so humanity learns to build bridges, to extend the promise of the road across spaces that say no. Early attempts are cautious, simple, barely more than trees felled across streams. They work until the first flood sweeps them away, and then you build them again, learning with each failure that water will always be stronger than wood unless you can teach the wood to yield. The breakthrough is the arch, that miracle of geometry that turns weight into strength. You watch stonemasons shape each voussoir, the wedge-shaped blocks that will lock together in a curve over the river. They build a wooden framework first, a temporary support that holds the stones until the keystone drops into place, and suddenly, magically, the arch holds itself. The weight pressing down on each stone is translated into horizontal thrust, channeled through the curve into massive piers that grip the riverbed. It seems impossible the first time you see it, this span of stone with nothing but air beneath, carrying loaded carts as if the river weren't there at all. The Romans perfect this art, building bridges that will stand for centuries, their arches weathering floods that wash away everything else. They learn to give the piers sharp upstream edges, cut waters that split the current and shed ice, that turn the river's force aside rather than meeting it head-on. They learn to go deep with the foundations, to anchor in bedrock, or to sink caissons below the scour depth, where floods eat away the riverbed. Each bridge is a negotiation with water, a conversation conducted in stone that must anticipate every season, every flood, every winter's ice. The successful ones become landmarks, gathering points where roads converge and traders meet. A town with a reliable bridge becomes a town with a future, because travellers need not wait for low water or risk the ford. Markets can promise their day every week, regardless of weather. The Roman roads and bridges eventually crumble, not all at once, but slowly as maintenance becomes memory and memory fades into legend. You walk the same routes centuries later, finding the old stones buried under grass, the foundations of bridges supporting nothing but wild roses. The Dark Ages, they'll call this time, when the great works fell into disrepair and travel became dangerous again. But the routes themselves persist because geography hasn't changed. The best line through the hills is still the best line, whether paved with Roman stone or worn by medieval feet. Slowly, trade revives. Towns grow wealthy enough to think beyond survival, and they remember what was lost. Bridge building becomes a civic duty, a charitable act blessed by the church. Wealthy merchants fund crossings and endow trusts to maintain them, taking tolls to pay for repairs. You see chapels built into bridge piers, shrines where travellers can pray for safe passage, and sometimes these bridges are named for saints, as if the holy might protect stone better than engineering alone. In places where stone is scarce or expensive, wooden bridges rise again, but this time with better understanding. Trusses distribute weight through triangulated frameworks of timber. Covered bridges protect the critical joints from rain, extending the life of the structure by decades. The bridge becomes architecture, a statement of craft and community pride, its timbers shaped and fitted with the same care a cathedral builder gives to nave and spire. By the Renaissance, something shifts in how you think about roads. Instruments arrive that can measure what eyes can only estimate. Chains and levels, theodolites and surveying tools transform road building from craft to science. You can now determine exact gradients, plot straight lines across miles of countryside, cut and fill with precision to maintain a steady grade. The gentle camber, that slight crown that sheds water to the road's edge, becomes standard rather than accident. Two names echo through this era of improvement. Telford and Macadam, though their contributions come slightly later, in the threshold of the industrial age. They understand something crucial, that a road's strength comes not from any single massive layer, but from the correct sequence of broken stone, each layer supporting the next, the whole compacted by traffic into a surface that is smooth, durable, and relatively fast to construct. The Macadam Road, as it becomes known, uses no mortar, no carefully fitted stones, just crushed rock graded from large to small, bound together by the weight of wheels passing over it. Coaching inns multiply along these improved roads, their schedules timed to the reliability of the surface. The mail coach becomes a clock you can set your life by, arriving and departing with precision that would have been unthinkable on medieval tracks. Distance begins to be measured not just in miles but in hours, and time becomes as important as geography. The world is shrinking not because it's smaller but because you can cross it faster. And then iron arrives, and with it a revolution in what a bridge can do. Wrought iron, and later steel, offers strength that stone cannot match, in members far lighter than masonry. You can now build bridges as frameworks of triangulated trusses, each member either in tension or compression, the whole structure a careful balance of forces that lets it span distances stone could never cross. Rivers that once required a dozen arches can be leapt in one or two graceful bounds. The breakthrough that captures imaginations is the suspension bridge, that seemingly impossible structure where cables hung between towers support the roadway like a harp string. The first time you see one, it looks too delicate to be real, too light to carry any weight. But the mathematics work, the cables in perfect tension, the deck hanging from hangers that space the load evenly. When the wind blows, you can see it sway slightly, and that movement is not weakness but wisdom, the structure bending rather than breaking, accommodating forces instead of resisting them rigidly. These early suspension bridges teach hard lessons about aerodynamics. The Tacoma Narrows Bridge, though it comes much later, will become famous for twisting itself apart in moderate wind, its deck oscillating in ever larger waves until the structure can no longer hold together. You'll see the footage, grainy and terrible, and understand that moving air is as much an enemy as flood or earthquake. The lesson reshapes bridge design, adding stiffening trusses beneath the deck, modifying cross-sections to let wind pass without building up destructive resonance. Concrete changes everything again. Plain concrete is strong in compression but brittle in tension, useless for spanning. But reinforce it with steel rebar, and suddenly you have a material that combines the best properties of both, that can be cast into almost any shape, that improves with age as the chemical bonds strengthen. Pre-stressing and post-tensioning, where steel cables are tensioned before or after the concrete cures, let you build longer, thinner, more elegant structures than pure concrete could manage. Box girders and segmental construction mean you can build bridges across valleys without filling the space below with scaffolding. Each segment is cast or lifted into place and post-tension to the previous section, the structure extending itself into space like a growing branch. Expansion joints and bearings at the supports allow for the thermal expansion and contraction that would otherwise crack rigid connections. Drainage systems, carefully detailed, ensure that water, the eternal enemy of structure, is guided away from vulnerable joints and surfaces. The highway era arrives with a roar of engines and the smell of asphalt. Roads are no longer built one at a time, but as systems, networks designed holistically with consistent standards. Design speeds determine everything else: lane widths, shoulder widths, sight distances, the minimum radii of curves. A highway designed for 100 km per hour requires gentler curves, longer sight lines, wider margins for error than one meant for 50. Interchanges become a new art form, a three-dimensional choreography of traffic flows. The cloverleaf, with its graceful loops that let traffic merge without crossing paths, becomes iconic but also greedy for land. More compact designs follow: the turbine interchange, the stack where levels of roadway rise like a concrete sculpture. Each ramp is calculated for speed and comfort, for the forces your car will experience as it banks through the curve, for the sight distance you'll need to merge safely into the stream of through traffic. The Autobahn in Germany, the interstate system in America, these become more than roads. They become landscapes of their own, with their own logic and language. Signage is standardized. green for directions, blue for services, white for regulations. Fonts are chosen for legibility at speed, reflectivity calculated so signs glow in your headlights. Guardrails designed to catch and redirect vehicles rather than stopping them dead line the edges. Shoulders offer space to pull over, rumble strips warn wandering wheels. Along these highways, a new architecture appears. The service plaza, the rest area, the way station for trucks. These become organs of the road system necessary for its function. Fuel stations cluster at interchanges. Restaurants time their opening to the flow of travellers. Motels offer standardised comfort. You can drive across entire continents and never be surprised by what you find at each stop. Everything predictable, reliable, comfortingly same. Freight becomes the hidden story of these roads. The pavement thickness, the bridge load ratings, the width of lanes, all are determined by trucks. Axle load limits set the engineering parameters, violate them, and the pavement will crack prematurely, the bridges will fatigue faster than designed. Just-in-time delivery, that revolution in logistics that removes warehouses from the supply chain, depends absolutely on highway reliability. Distribution centres bloom at strategic junctions, and from them, smaller trucks and vans conduct the last-mile ballet that brings goods to your door. A broken bridge isn't just an inconvenience now. It ripples through the economy, disrupting supply chains, emptying shelves hundreds of miles away. Every load delayed is a cost multiplied across the system. The trucks you see flowing past carry not just cargo, but the assumptions of modern life. That goods will arrive on schedule, that distance is a detail, that the road will always be there, open and smooth. Cities reshape themselves around the highway. Bypasses pull through traffic away from old town centres, blessing some businesses and strangling others. Beltways redistribute growth, creating new commercial nodes at each interchange while older downtowns wonder where their customers went. Access ramps become gates to prosperity, and neighbourhoods without them find themselves isolated from the economic current that flows past, just out of reach. The mid-century urban renewal era will leave scars that take generations to heal. Expressways are driven through established neighbourhoods, often targeting the poorest communities with the least political power. Homes are demolished, communities are split, and the promised economic benefits flow elsewhere. Decades later, some cities will reconsider, will bury or remove segments of urban freeway, will replace asphalt with boulevards and parks. But the damage done is not easily undone. Safety becomes a design philosophy rather than an afterthought. Engineers study crash data and learn to build roads that forgive mistakes. Clear zones beside the pavement mean that a car leaving the road has space to slow down before hitting anything solid. Signposts are designed to break away rather than impaling vehicles. Median barriers are shaped to redirect cars rather than launching them. Retroreflective materials ensure that signs and lane markings are visible in rain and darkness. Drainage, always critical, becomes a science. Water on the pavement means hydroplaning, loss of control, crashes. Every surface is graded to shed water quickly. Inlets are placed with precision to capture flow before it accumulates. Ditches, swales, and underground systems carry stormwater away. In winter, anti-icing chemicals and ploughing strategies keep the roadway clear, though the salt damages vehicles and leaches into groundwater, a cost traded for mobility. Rivers remain the great adversaries of bridges. Scour, the erosion of sediment around bridge piers during floods, undermines foundations and can collapse a span in hours. Engineers armour footings with riprap, monitor streams during high water, design piers with shapes that reduce turbulent scour. Flood studies become more sophisticated, considering not just historical high water, but the changing patterns that climate brings. Pavements crack under freeze-thaw cycles, the water that seeps into tiny gaps expanding as it freezes, wedging the material apart. Mixed designs evolve to resist this. Joints are sealed, and subgrades are engineered to drain quickly. Maintenance becomes a constant conversation with the weather, a battle that can be managed but never won. Famous failures teach the lessons that theory cannot. Tacoma Narrows shows the danger of ignoring aerodynamics. The Silver Bridge collapse in West Virginia reveals the brittleness of certain steel details and the need for redundancy. The Morandi Bridge in Genoa demonstrates that even modern structures require diligent inspection and maintenance, that concrete can corrode from within, hidden until failure is sudden and catastrophic. From each disaster come new standards, new inspection regimes, new technologies. Non-destructive testing lets engineers see inside concrete and steel, finding flaws before they become failures. Sensors embedded in structures report strain, temperature, tilt, providing continuous monitoring that replaces periodic inspections. Bridges begin to carry data as well as trucks, sending their health reports to central systems that analyse and predict. As you build more roads, you realise they fragment the landscape for creatures who knew these paths long before humans walked them. Wildlife overpasses, vegetated bridges that let deer and elk cross highways without meeting traffic begin to appear. Fish-friendly culverts replace pipes that blocked salmon runs. Dark sky lighting reduces the biological disruption of artificial day. Noise walls, planting buffers, these small mitigations acknowledge that roads serve human purposes but need not destroy every other use of the land. Funding highways is its own long story. Fuel taxes, once mapped neatly to use, the more you drive, the more you pay, and the revenue goes directly to road maintenance and construction. But as vehicles become more efficient and electric, that connection thins. Tolls return, collected now by gantries that read transponders without slowing traffic. Congestion pricing charges more for driving at peak times, shaping demand as well as funding supply. Public-private partnerships bring private capital to build roads that states cannot afford, though the long-term costs and loss of control are debated endlessly. Equity questions arise that earlier eras ignored. Who pays for roads? Who benefits? Who lives beside the noise and breathes the exhaust? When a new highway slices through a neighbourhood, whose property values rise and whose fall? When toll roads offer speed to those who can pay, what happens to those who cannot? These are not technical questions with engineering answers, but they shape what gets built and where. Not all roads are for cars. Bus rapid transit borrows highway thinking for city streets, giving buses dedicated lanes, signal priority and station platforms that speed boarding. Protected bike lanes transform painted lines into physical separation, making cycling safe enough for children and the elderly. Complete streets policies require that sidewalks, crossings and pedestrian timing receive as much attention as vehicle capacity. A good road, in this newer understanding, serves every traveller. The driver, the cyclist, the walker, the bus rider, each with their own speed and needs. Digital layers now sit atop physical infrastructure. Intelligent transportation systems watch traffic flows with cameras and sensors, adjusting signal timing, deploying messages to electronic signs, managing ramp metering to smooth flow. Pavements carry embedded fibre optics, strain gauges, temperature sensors. Bridges transmit their health data continuously. GNSS provides lane-level positioning accurate to centimetres. Vehicle-to-infrastructure communication lets cars and trucks receive warnings about conditions ahead. Ice on bridge deck, stopped vehicle around curve, construction zone in 2 kilometres. Autonomous vehicles, when they come, will rely on this digital road as much as the physical one. Precise maps that record every lane, every sign, every curb. Real-time updates about closures, hazards, traffic. The promise is that cars could travel closer together, react faster, never drive drowsy or distracted. But the transition period, with human and automated vehicles sharing the same space, will be complex and probably long. The road that worked for a century of human drivers must now accommodate a new intelligence, one that sees differently, that makes different mistakes. Resilience becomes a design principle as climate patterns shift and infrastructure ages. Networks survive failures by having alternate routes, so that when one bridge closes for repair or is damaged by earthquake, traffic can detour. Modular bridge designs let segments be replaced quickly, sometimes sliding new spans into place overnight while traffic is diverted. Seismic bearings and isolation systems let structures move during earthquakes, then return to position, surviving events that would have collapsed a rigidly designed predecessor. Climate adaptation means designing for futures that differ from the past. Higher floods require raising bridge decks or accepting longer closures. Hotter summers mean pavements that resist rutting, that reflect more heat. More intense storms need larger culverts, deeper detention basins. Design margins, once comfortable, become necessary. The 50-year flood now comes every 20 years, and the codes struggle to keep up. You stand beside a highway at dusk watching the flow. Red tail lights stream away, white headlights approach, each vehicle a capsule of intention, of someone going from one place to another. The road beneath them is invisible in its success, felt only when it fails, noticed only when absent. But it represents decisions accumulated over centuries: where to go, how to get there, who pays, who benefits, what is sacrificed for speed. Every alignment blesses some paths and curses others. Every bridge invites a relationship that could not exist before it. The farmer who can now reach a better market, the student who can attend a distant school, the family that can visit on weekends rather than once a year. Emergency services arrive faster. Letters become latency measured in milliseconds rather than weeks. The things you take for granted, the groceries on shelves, the ability to travel, the expectation that distance is merely distance and not an impassable barrier, all rest on this network of pavement and steel. The quiet power of roads and bridges is not in motion itself, but in the connections they make routine. Markets widen from local to regional to global. Ideas travel and collide and hybridize. People who would never have met become neighbours, colleagues, lovers. The map is not the territory, but roads edit the territory into something new, something that would be unrecognisable to your ancestors, who first walked the deer trails along the ridge. A road is a decision repeated mile after mile. Go here, not there. Connect these places, ignore those. A bridge is a promise kept across a space that says no. We will cross despite the river, despite the canyon, despite the cost and difficulty. From Roman pavements to steel cables, from stone arches to concrete boxes, from gravel paths to glowing gantries that read license plates at highway speed, these are tools used to edit geography itself. Under the hush of rain tonight, imagine the map without the lines and spans. Imagine the world before the road decided where to go. Every village an island, every river a border, every hill a reason to turn back. The Romans saw straight where habit saw curves, and that difference remade a continent. The bridge builder imagined span where others saw barrier, and that vision stitched economies together. You trace a finger across a map and see lines, routes, highways numbered and named. But those lines are stories of where people wanted to go badly enough to move earth, to span water, to maintain pavement generation after generation. They are promises made by one era to the next. We will keep these routes open, we will repair what weather damages, we will not let the forest reclaim what we built. Not all promises are kept. Roads decay, bridges collapse, maintenance is deferred, and eventually some routes are abandoned. Nature is patient. Given time, it will erase every trace. The forest will grow through the pavement cracks, the river will undermine the piers, the sand will drift over the highway, until no one remembers it was there. But for now, for this moment in the long span of human time, the roads hold. You can drive across continents barely thinking about the miracle of it. The accumulated knowledge that keeps the pavement smooth, the bridges standing, the route marked clearly enough that you need not think, merely follow. Every mile is someone's careful work. The surveyor who marked the grade, the engineer who calculated the loads, the contractor who laid the stone, the maintenance crew who patches and ploughs and keeps the whole system functioning. Perhaps that is what you should remember as you drift towards sleep tonight, with rain soft against the window and the world outside held together by stone and steel and asphalt. The roads and bridges are not merely infrastructure. They are arguments made in physical form, statements about what matters, about who we are and where we want to go. They are the lines we drew across the world to say, here and not there, this connection matters, this distance will not stop us. And they work quietly, year after year, bearing weight and weather, making every journey possible that you no longer think to call impossible. The space between here and there has collapsed into time, into the hours it takes rather than the miles it spans. A bridge is just stone or steel over water, but it is also a door that opens onto a larger world, a promise that the far side can be reached. So let the rain continue, let the night deepen, let your breathing slow. The roads are out there, wet and dark and empty for the moment, but ready. Ready for tomorrow's traffic, for the trucks and cars and buses that will flow along them, for the people travelling toward 1,000 different destinations, all using the same ancient answer to the same simple question. How do we get from here to there? We build a road, we span the gap, we remember the route and improve it, generation by generation, until what began as a deer trail becomes a highway, What started as fallen logs across a stream becomes a suspension bridge swaying slightly in the wind, beautiful and improbable and absolutely necessary. That is what we do. That is what roads and bridges really mean. They are how we turn distance into something we can cross, how we transform. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. We're going to talk about something so ordinary you probably used it today without thinking. Something sitting in a shaker on your table right now. Salt. Just salt. White crystals that seem unremarkable until you realise they built empires, funded wars, sparked revolutions, and quite literally kept humanity alive for thousands of years. This is the story of the mineral that taught us to preserve, to trade, and to survive. So breathe slowly, let the rain carry you, and let's begin with something simple. Taste. Your body needs salt. Not wants it, needs it. Without sodium and chloride, your nerves stop firing properly. Your muscles, including your heart, lose their rhythm. Your cells can't balance fluids. You swell or you shrivel. In hot climates, when you sweat, you're not just losing water, you're spending salt, dissolving it out of your skin in invisible tribute to the sun. And if you don't replace it, your body begins to fail. Slowly at first, tiredness, confusion, cramps, then catastrophically. This isn't philosophy, it's biology. The earliest humans understood this not through science, but through desperation. They watched animals. Deer and elk would travel miles to lick certain rocks, tongues worn smooth over generations. Elephants would dig into cave walls, chewing mineral clay. Birds would cluster near particular streams, and people followed. They found the salt licks, the mineral springs, the tide pools where seawater evaporated and left behind glittering white crusts. These places became gathering points, then camps, then the first fragile threads of trade. Before anyone wanted spices or silk or gold, they needed salt. It was the first necessity beyond water and fire. So how did they get it? There were three main ways, and each one shaped the culture that used it. If you lived near the ocean, you learned to trap seawater in shallow pans, letting the sun do the work. The Mediterranean, the coasts of China, the shores of West Africa, all developed solar evaporation. It was slow, required flat land and consistent sun, but it was reliable. If you lived inland near certain geological formations, you might find rock salt, massive underground domes of halite left behind by ancient seas that had dried up millions of years ago. You could mine it, chip it from cliffs, scrape it from caves. Poland, Iran, the Sahara all had these deposits. And if you lived in a place with brine springs, natural wells where salty water bubbled up from deep underground, you could boil it. This required fuel, lots of it, usually wood or coal. You'd heat great kettles, evaporating the water until only salt remained. It was labour-intensive and smoky, but it worked even in forests far from any coast. Geography decided your method, and your method shaped your economy. Coastal peoples built networks of salt pans and drying sheds. Forest communities cleared wood and tended fires. Desert traders learned which oases held salt and which held only disappointment. The mineral was everywhere and nowhere, abundant in the sea, sparse on land, and always worth the effort to gather. Once people learned to gather salt reliably, something remarkable happened. They learned to preserve. Meat spoils, fish rots, milk sours, but if you coat them in salt, pull the moisture out, deny bacteria the wet environment they need, these foods last. Not forever, but long enough. Long enough to survive winter. Long enough to cross a desert. Long enough to sail to another continent. Salted cod could be stacked in barrels and shipped from Norway to the Caribbean. Salted pork could feed armies marching through landscapes with no livestock. Cheese rubbed in salt could age in caves, developing flavours no fresh milk could offer. And vegetables, packed in brine, carried vitamins through seasons when nothing green would grow. This was a revolution quieter than fire or the wheel, but just as fundamental. Preservation unlocked distance. If food could last, people could travel farther, stay longer, build larger settlements in places that couldn't feed them year-round. Cities grew beyond the capacity of their nearby fields because ships and caravans brought salted provisions from elsewhere. Trade routes lengthened, and salt, the enabler of all this, became valuable not just as a preservative, but as a commodity in itself. The first salt roads were just footpaths, then trails worn deeper by repeated journeys, then recognised routes with names and landmarks. In the Alps, salt from Austrian mines moved south into Italy, traded for wine and grain. Across the Sahara, slabs of salt the size of doors were loaded onto camels and walked for weeks to markets in the Sahel, exchanged for gold, ivory and slaves. In China, brine from Sichuan wells travelled along imperial roads in ceramic jars, taxed at every checkpoint. In India, coastal salt moved inland on the heads of porters, one careful step at a time, carried in baskets balanced with skill learned over lifetimes. These routes became infrastructure. Inns appeared where travellers needed rest, toll gates where rulers wanted revenue, guard posts where bandits prowled. And wherever a salt route crossed a river or met another trade path, villages grew into market towns. The flow of salt carved human geography just as rivers carved stone. Rulers noticed this, of course. Everyone needed salt. Rich and poor, farmer and king, everyone bought it, which made it the perfect thing to tax. The Chinese salt monopoly, established over 2,000 years ago, funneled massive revenues into dynastic coffers. The state controlled production, set prices, and punished smugglers with severity that would seem absurd if the stakes weren't so high. In France, the gabelle, a salt tax, became one of the most hated impositions of the monarchy. People in salt-producing regions paid less, while those inland paid exorbitant rates. Resentment simmered for centuries and became one quiet thread in the tapestry of revolution. In India, under British rule, the salt tax was both economic policy and symbol of colonial control. The Raj claimed monopoly over salt production, forbidding Indians from gathering their own from the coast they'd lived beside for millennia. It was this tax, this seemingly small indignity over a mineral, that Mahatma Gandhi chose to challenge in 1930 with his salt march, walking to the sea to make salt in defiance of the law. The image of a man in simple cloth bending to scoop seawater became a rallying cry for independence. Licenses, stamps, official seals, all these bureaucratic tools followed every sack of salt through legal channels. And where law was too expensive or too slow, smugglers invented night routes through marshes and forests, dodging patrols, hiding sacks under grain or in false-bottom carts, risking fines or worse for the markup that came from scarcity. Salt and fish were partners in shaping empires, quieter partners than steel or gunpowder, but partners nonetheless. Salted fish fed armies. The Romans made garum, a fermented fish sauce, in vast coastal workshops, and shipped it across the empire. The Basques and Portuguese perfected the salting of cod, turning a plentiful fish into a durable commodity that fueled exploration of the Atlantic. Dutch herring, packed in barrels with just the right blend of salt and brine, became a cornerstone of the Netherlands' maritime economy. Scandinavian stockfish, air-dried and salted, required no refrigeration and lasted for years. These preserved fish weren't delicacies. They were calories, protein, sustenance for sailors, soldiers and city workers far from farms. Harbours rose where salt and fish and favourable winds intersected. The great port cities, Lisbon, Amsterdam, Bergen, weren't just about ships. They were about the warehouses behind the docks, stacked floor to ceiling with barrels of brine and racks of drying cod. Maritime power, the kind that built colonies and drew maps, rested quietly on this foundation of salt and preservation. Armies didn't just eat salt, they fought for it. A blockade that cut off salt works could starve a region as effectively as burning its fields. Forts were built to guard brine springs. Civil wars turned on access to salt licks, necessary not just for soldiers but for the horses and cattle that moved and fed them. During the American Civil War, the Union specifically targeted Confederate salt works along the coasts, understanding that without salt the South couldn't preserve meat for its armies. Ancient stories tell of victors sowing salt into the fields of defeated cities, a curse of barrenness. Whether this actually happened or was symbolic rhetoric, the image stuck. Salt is both life and lifelessness, necessity and weapon. Control the salt, and you control survival. Salt healed and salt harmed. Brine washed wounds, the sting a promise of cleanliness before anyone understood infection. Saline solutions rehydrated the faint and feverish, a medical use that continues in every hospital today. Pickled vegetables, cured in salt brine, carried vitamins through winters when scurvy stalked the malnourished. But the people who worked salt paid a price. Miners in underground salt domes breathed dust that scarred their lungs. Boilers tending kettles over roaring fires blistered their hands and faces, working in heat and smoke that aged them fast. And diets too heavy in salt common in eras when preservation meant saturation, stiffened blood vessels and burdened hearts. Salt was medicine and risk in the same handful, and the line between cure and harm ran right through every kitchen and every body. The tools for making salt evolved slowly, then quickly. Early evaporation used simple clay pans, replaced over centuries by iron, which conducted heat better and lasted longer. In Europe, graduation towers appeared, massive wooden structures where brine was pumped to the top and allowed to trickle down through bundles of blackthorn branches. Wind evaporated water as the brine descended, concentrating it before the final boiling saving fuel. Canals carried coal to inland saltworks, feeding the boilers that turned brine into crystals. On coasts, tidal gates controlled the flow of seawater into vast evaporation ponds, each stage concentrating the brine until salt precipitated in dazzling white beds. Every technological improvement lowered cost, increased output, and pulled salt from the realm of luxury towards staple. What had once been worth its weight in gold became affordable enough that even the poorest household could buy a pouch. The landscapes shaped by salt are strange and beautiful. Poland's Wieliczka. Salt mine is an underground cathedral, chambers carved from halite, chandeliers of crystal, chapels where miners prayed before descending deeper. Bolivia's Sala de Uyuni is a mirror-flat salt desert, so vast and white it's used to calibrate satellites. When thin water covers it after rain, earth and sky blend, and you can walk through clouds. Egypt's salt lakes shimmer in the desert, crusts forming and reforming with the seasons. France's marshes produce sel gris, grey salt tinged with clay and minerals, prized by chefs for its complexity. Workers in these places learned rhythms deeper than clock time. They knew when monsoon breaks would flood their pans, when northerly winds would speed evaporation, when spring floods would refresh brine springs. They aligned their harvest to weather the way farmers align to soil and seed, reading the sky for permission to gather. Salt carried meaning beyond nutrition. The phrase, "not worth his salt," remembered that Roman soldiers sometimes received part of their pay in salt, or at least a salarium, a salt allowance, which is where we get the word salary. Whether this was literal or shorthand for money to buy salt, the connection between value and the mineral stuck. Salt sealed oaths. In biblical texts, a covenant of salt meant an unbreakable agreement. At tables, bread and salt welcomed guests, a gesture of hospitality that offered the essentials of life. In kitchens, spilling salt meant bad luck, countered by tossing a pinch over the left shoulder, warding off whatever malevolent force might be lingering there. At temples, salt purified offerings, a symbol of incorruptibility. These rituals weren't quaint. They were reminders, conscious or not, that this mineral kept people alive, and what keeps you alive deserves respect, superstition, ceremony. From kitchen essential to industrial chemical, salt's story took a sharp turn with the rise of chemistry. Rocky crystals went to livestock. Coarse grains cured meat. Fine powder seasoned food. Then scientists learned to split brine using electricity, separating sodium and chloride into chlorine gas and caustic soda, sodium hydroxide. Suddenly salt became the feedstock for an entire chemical industry. Chlorine went into bleach, disinfectants and PVC plastic. Caustic soda made soap, paper and glass. Salt didn't just preserve your dinner anymore, it built your pipes, whitened your paper and sanitized your water. Inland populations, far from iodine-rich seafood, began suffering from goiter, a swelling of the thyroid caused by iodine deficiency. The solution was iodized salt, tiny amounts of iodine added to table salt, a public health intervention so simple and effective that it nearly erased the problem in countries that adopted it. A mineral once hoarded for stew became the quiet reagent of industrial modernity and a delivery system for essential nutrients. The trade networks that moved salt were meticulous. Sacks and barrels moved by measure, bushels in England, stones in Scotland, morns in India, each region with its own units and conversions. Warehouses near ports smelled of wood and ocean, floors dusted white, clerks in back rooms marking weights in tall ledger columns. Tides wrote the delivery schedules, ships arriving on the flood, unloading before the ebb. Merchants learned to read weather, predict harvests and gamble on futures. Insurance underwriters calculated risk based on predictable patterns, wind and sun, and the reliability of particular salt works. Credit extended on the assumption that next season's harvest would come in as expected. The entire apparatus of modern trade, contracts, insurance, futures was practiced on commodities like salt long before stock exchanges formalised the process. The workers who made this trade possible rarely appear in the histories. Salt rakers who stood knee-deep in evaporation ponds under tropical sun, scraping crystals into baskets. Children who hauled bundles from shore to warehouse, their shoulders worn from carrying weight their bodies hadn't finished growing into. Women who packed barrels in dark sheds, their hands white and cracked from constant contact with salt. Enslaved labourers who worked the Caribbean salt pans, the Turks and Caicos, the Bahamas, under conditions that killed them young. These were not romantic occupations. The sun reflected off white crystal beds with blinding intensity. The salt dust filled lungs and stung eyes. The work was repetitive, exhausting, and poorly compensated, yet it was steady. In coastal communities where fishing was uncertain and farming difficult, salt work meant survival. Families passed down techniques, mothers teaching daughters the right moment to rake, fathers teaching sons how to judge brine concentration by taste, by weight, by the way it caught the light. In Venice, salt funded a republic. The city controlled Adriatic salt production and used that monopoly to finance fleets, construct palaces, and dominate Mediterranean trade for centuries. Salt revenues were so critical that the government maintained detailed regulations, inspectors to prevent adulteration, severe penalties for smuggling. The wealth that built St. Mark's Basilica, that commissioned Titian and Tintoretto, flowed in part from evaporation ponds and the merchant ships that carried white crystals to ports hungry for preservation. In Liverpool, salt from the Cheshire mines transformed the city into a global trading hub. The same ships that carried salt out carried enslaved people across the Atlantic, then brought sugar and cotton back. Salt, slavery and commerce formed a triangle of profit that built Georgian townhouses and funded industrial expansion. The connections were not accidental. Preserved food enabled long voyages. Salted fish from the coast sustained inland populations now disrupted by conquest. The Spanish needed salt to maintain their infrastructure of exploitation, and they extracted it without hesitation or mercy. In Africa, salt was currency. In the Sahel, where gold was plentiful but salt scarce, traders from the north brought bars of salt that were literally worth their weight in gold. The exchange rate varied, location and season mattered, but the principle held. Salt was money. You could pay taxes in salt, offer it as dowry, settle debts, purchase goods. This wasn't barter. It was monetized trade using a commodity everyone needed, and no one could produce locally. The salt caravans, Azalai and Tuareg, were massive, sometimes thousands of camels crossing the Sahara in routes that hadn't changed in centuries. They navigated by stars, by wind patterns, by the shapes of dunes remembered across generations. They stopped at wells, at oases, timed their journeys to avoid the worst heat, and when they arrived in Timbuktu or Gao or Jenny, they sold salt and bought gold, ivory, cola nuts, enslaved people. The cities that thrived on this trade built universities, libraries, mosques that still stand. Salt was the foundation, not the only commodity but the essential one, the reason the routes existed at all. In medieval Europe, herring transformed the Baltic and North Sea economies, but only because salt made preservation possible. The Hanseatic League, a network of trading cities across northern Europe, controlled both salt and herring. Lübeck's merchants grew rich on Lüneburg's salt. Bergen's traders shipped barrels to England and France. The entire system depended on timing. Herring migrated in vast schools, silver floods that appeared annually. Fishermen had weeks to catch them, and salt had to be ready, stockpiled, or the catch would spoil before it reached market. The logistics were intricate, coordinating boats, barrels, salt supplies, transport. When it worked, the profits were staggering. When it failed, when salt didn't arrive or herring didn't show, communities starved. This fragility bred innovation. Better barrels, improved packing techniques, contracts that hedged risk. The fish trade taught northern Europe how to organise commerce at scale, lessons that carried over into other industries, into banking, into the mechanisms of capitalism itself. Salt also marked status. Fine salt, carefully refined, white and dry, graced the tables of nobility. Coarse salt, grey with impurities, was for servants and livestock. In England, the salt cellar was a large ornate container placed at the centre of the table. Guests seated above the salt near the host were important. Those below the salt, farther away, were lesser. This wasn't subtle, it was visible hierarchy, reinforced at every meal. Even the salt itself participated in class structure. And because salt was taxed heavily, its cost was artificially high, which further entrenched it as a status marker. Wealth meant access to good salt, plenty of it, enough to preserve extravagantly, to season generously. Poverty meant stretching a small supply, using every grain carefully, sometimes going without. The environmental costs of salt production were real, but often ignored until recently. Coastal evaporation ponds altered wetlands, disrupting bird migrations and fish breeding. Clear-cutting forests for boiling fuel denuded landscapes. Brine spills poisoned fresh water sources. Industrial salt production in the modern era consumes energy, produces waste brine that must be managed, and contributes to the same extraction pressures as any mining operation. Yet because salt is common, because it's cheap now, these impacts rarely make headlines. We accept them as the price of keeping roads clear, of having food that lasts, of running chemical plants. The trade-off feels reasonable, or at least inevitable, but it's worth remembering that every convenience has a source, and every source has a cost. And what of the future? Salt isn't going anywhere. We'll keep using it, on food, on roads, in industry. But the conversations around it are shifting. How do we reduce road salt without compromising safety? Can we mine salt more sustainably, reclaim land afterward, minimise groundwater disruption? How do we ensure desalination doesn't just solve one problem by creating another? These aren't romantic questions. They're practical, technical, boring to most people. But they matter, because salt still matters, as much now as it did when the first human followed a deer to a mineral spring. Trace the arc. Salt led animals to lakes, mineral deposits that drew herds, and people followed. It led people to camps, then those camps became villages. It led caravans to markets, salt moving in one direction, goods moving back, creating the first long-distance trade routes. It led ships across oceans, holds packed with salt cod and salt pork, provisions that made exploration possible. It led chemists to factories, splitting brine into reagents that built industries. It led engineers to membranes, filters fine enough to separate water from salt, transforming deserts into cities. Along that entire arc, salt built towns, fed fleets, provoked protests, and flavoured every table. It funded kingdoms and toppled them. It was currency and contraband. It was ordinary and indispensable. In the hush of rain, the story simplifies. Crystals that caught the sun taught us to plan beyond today, to think in seasons and journeys and futures. They taught us to preserve, which meant we could travel farther, risk more, imagine larger communities. They taught us to trade, because no place had enough salt and everything else, so exchange became necessary. And they taught us that even the simplest substance, something you shake onto eggs without thinking, carries centuries of effort, ingenuity, conflict and survival. Salt wasn't just part of history. It was the thread that pulled us forward, from lick to ledger to lab, from animal instinct to global trade to industrial chemistry. So tonight, as the rain continues and your breathing slows, remember that the shaker on your table holds all of this. The mine in Poland, the caravan crossing the Sahara, the Roman soldier paid in salt money, the Indian villager walking to the sea with Gandhi, the chemist splitting brine in a factory, the engineer designing a desalination membrane. They're all in there, dissolved in the white grains, invisible but present. You're tasting survival, history, rebellion, and science all at once. And perhaps that's enough reason to pause, just for a moment, before you season your food. Not in reverence exactly, but in recognition. That the ordinary is never quite ordinary once you know its story. That the simplest things built the world we live in, and that sometimes the most remarkable tales belong to minerals so common, we forget to wonder. Let the rain wash over you. Let your eyes close. Let salt rest where it is, on your table, in the sea, in the earth, doing what it's always done. Keeping things alive, making things last, connecting people across distances they couldn't have crossed without it. The taste of survival, the mineral that built trade, just salt, just the foundation of everything. Rest now. Tomorrow you'll use it again without thinking, and that's fine. That's exactly as it should be. The rain knows, the earth knows, and somewhere deep in your body your cells know too. Sodium and chloride, balanced and necessary, keeping you alive while you sleep. Good night. Let the rain carry you, let salt do its work, and dream, if you dream at all, of caravans and tides, of mines and marshes, of the long patient work of gathering something so small and so essential that civilizations rose and fell over the right to hold it. The white crystals remember everything. You don't have to. Just rest. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. You're starting to notice details you missed before. Patterns within patterns that reveal themselves only when you stop trying to analyze and just let the sound wash over you. The flute in your hands feels warmer now, as if it's absorbed heat from your palms, and when you blow across the mouthpiece again, the note that emerges seems richer, more confident. You're beginning to understand something fundamental about musical instruments. They're not just tools for making sound, they're extensions of the human body, ways of amplifying and transforming the music that already exists inside you. Think about what's actually happening when you play this simple wooden flute. Your lungs compress air, your lips shape the stream of breath, your fingers cover and uncover holes to change the length of the vibrating air column inside the tube. Every part of this process connects directly to your body's natural rhythms and capacities. The breath comes from the same place as speech, as laughter, as sighs of contentment or gasps of surprise. The finger movements mirror the dexterity humans developed for tool-making and gesture. The flute isn't replacing human musicality. It's channeling it, focusing it, giving it new colours and capabilities. You're watching this principle play out across centuries of instrument development. The violin family emerges in Italian workshops, where craftsmen spend lifetimes perfecting the curves of wood that will resonate most beautifully. They're not working from blueprints or scientific principles, those will come later, but from intuition and endless experimentation. A piece of spruce for the top plate because it's light and stiff, maple for the back, and sides because it reflects sound differently. The exact arch of the top, the precise placement of the bass bar inside, the angle where the neck meets the body. Every detail matters in ways that the makers understand through their hands before their minds can explain why. These Italian luthiers, Amati, Stradivari, Guarneri, create instruments in the 1600s and 1700s that musicians still consider unsurpassed today. You're in one of their workshops now, breathing air thick with wood shavings and varnish fumes, watching gnarled hands scrape at a piece of maple, with tools that look medieval. The old man working doesn't measure anything with rulers or calipers. He taps the wood and listens, flexes it and feels, holds it up to the light and squints. He knows when it's right the way a baker knows when bread dough has been kneaded enough, through accumulated experience that bypasses conscious thought. The instruments these makers produce have voices, actual personalities that performers come to know as intimately as they know their own family members. One violin might have a bright projecting sound perfect for concertos. Another might be darker and more introspective, ideal for chamber music. A third might have an edgy, nasal quality that cuts through orchestral texture. These aren't flaws or virtues, they're characteristics, ways that specific pieces of wood and specific construction choices combine to create unique sonic identities. You're beginning to see how this principle of instruments having voices applies across all musical cultures. A master maker of Japanese shakuhachi flutes spends years learning to select bamboo with exactly the right bore, the right thickness, the right natural curve. The sound of shakuhachi is supposed to carry the breath of emptiness, the Buddhist concept of maya, space, silence, the gaps between things. You can't achieve this with just any piece of bamboo cut to standard measurements. The material has to be right, the maker's intention has to be right. The relationship between instrument and player has to acknowledge that the shakuhachi isn't just a tool, but a partner in creating something that transcends mere sound. West African djembe drums show the same principle. The body is carved from a single piece of wood, hollowed out to create a goblet shape, with goat skin stretched tight across the top. The specific wood matters. Lenka is traditional, prized for its density and resonance. The way the skin is mounted matters. It has to be tensioned properly with ropes that can be adjusted. But beyond the physical construction, there's an understanding that the drum carries history, that it connects the player to ancestors, that certain rhythms have power beyond their acoustic properties. time keeps moving forward, and you're watching music become more complex, more layered, more ambitious in its emotional and intellectual scope. The Baroque era surrounds you now with its ornate melodic lines and intricate counterpoint. Bach is writing fugues that are simultaneously mathematical puzzles and profound spiritual expressions. Each voice enters independently with the same theme, then weaves around the other voices in patterns that seem inevitable in retrospect, but must have required extraordinary imagination to conceive. You're listening to the well-tempered clavier, preludes and fugues in all 24 major and minor keys, a demonstration that equal temperament works, that you can modulate freely through the entire tonal landscape and arrive at musically satisfying destinations. Handel is writing operas and oratorios that tell stories through music, and you're sitting in a London theatre watching singers embody characters through their voices. The castrati, male singers castrated before puberty to preserve their high voices, create sounds that are simultaneously masculine in power and feminine in range, voices that have never existed in nature being used to portray gods and heroes and lovers. The ethical horror of what was done to these boys is undeniable, but so is the beauty of the sound they produced, and you're confronting one of music's uncomfortable truths, that great art sometimes emerges from terrible circumstances. The classical period brings clarity and balance, and you're in Vienna now, the musical capital of Europe, where Haydn is systematizing the symphony and string quartet into forms that will influence composers for generations. Mozart arrives as a child prodigy and never stops being astonishing, writing music that sounds effortless, natural, as if it simply flowed from his pen without labour or revision. But you see the crossed-out measures in his manuscripts, the revisions, the evidence that even genius requires craft and effort. His operas capture human psychology with uncanny precision. The scheming servant, the conflicted lover, the wronged woman seeking revenge, all rendered in music that illuminates character more effectively than dialogue ever could. Beethoven changes everything. You're watching him gradually lose his hearing, the cruelest fate imaginable for a musician, and instead of accepting defeat he pushes deeper into his art. The late string quartets he writes when he's completely deaf are so advanced that many of his contemporaries consider them incomprehensible. They're not. They're prophetic, looking forward to musical languages that won't fully develop for another century. He's hearing music in his mind that has no precedent in the physical world, creating sounds that exist first in imagination and only later in acoustic reality. The Romantic era explodes with emotion and individualism, and composers are writing music that's increasingly personal, autobiographical, confessional. Chopin writes for the piano as if it were an extension of his own nervous system, creating textures and harmonies that exploit the instrument's specific capabilities. The sustain pedal that lets notes blur together, the wide dynamic range, the ability to create singing melodies above flowing accompaniment. Liszt takes piano technique to extremes that seem impossible, writing pieces that require hands to stretch across vast distances, fingers to move at blinding speed, yet always in service of musical expression rather than mere display. Wagner is writing operas that last 4 hours and demand complete immersion from the audience. He's developing the concept of leitmotif, musical themes associated with specific characters, objects or ideas that recur and transform throughout a work, creating layers of meaning that operate simultaneously with the stage action and the sung text. You're watching the Ring Cycle, 4 operas that took him 26 years to complete, and you're starting to understand how music can function as a kind of language that communicates things words cannot, that makes abstract concepts like fate, power and redemption tangible through pure sound. Meanwhile, across the Atlantic, something entirely different is gestating in the collision between African and European musical traditions. You're in New Orleans now, late 1800s, early 1900s, and the air is thick with humidity and smoke, and music that doesn't fit into any established category. African polyrhythms, the layering of multiple rhythmic patterns that don't align on downbeats, meet European harmony and instrumentation. Call and response patterns from work songs and spirituals interact with march tempos and dance rhythms. Blues notes, pitches that fall between the keys of the piano, bent and worried, add emotional colours that classical harmony never imagined. Jazz is being born, and you're hearing it happen in real time. A cornet player named Buddy Bolden blows so loud he can be heard across the city, improvising variations on popular tunes that transform them into something new. Jelly Roll Morton sits at a piano claiming he invented jazz single-handedly, which isn't true, but his playing demonstrates how ragtime's syncopated rhythms can be loosened, swung, made more flexible and expressive. Louis Armstrong arrives with a trumpet tone like molten gold, and an improvisational gift that redefines what it means to play a melody. He's not just decorating the tune, he's having a conversation with it, telling a story through his horn that's both deeply personal and universally communicative. The recording technology that captured these early jazz performances was primitive. Acoustic horns feeding directly into cutting lathes, no microphones, no amplification, no editing. Musicians had to crowd around the horn in a specific arrangement so that the instruments would be captured in proper balance. Loud instruments like trumpets and trombones stood far back. Quiet instruments like guitars were almost impossible to record effectively. The drummer couldn't use a full kit because the bass drum would overwhelm everything else, so they played woodblocks and snare drums with brushes instead of sticks. Yet something essential was captured despite the technological limitations. You can hear it when you listen to those scratchy, hissy recordings from the 1920s. The rhythmic vitality, the collective improvisation, where multiple players spontaneously create counter-melodies that somehow fit together, the sense that anything could happen next and probably will. Jazz introduced a fundamentally different relationship between composition and performance. In classical music, the composer writes a score and performers interpret it faithfully. In jazz, the composer provides a framework, a melody, a harmonic progression, a groove, and performers use it as a launching point for real-time creation. This improvisational principle isn't unique to jazz, of course. Indian classical music has been built on improvisation for centuries, with ragas providing the melodic framework and talas providing the rhythmic structure within which musicians explore and create spontaneously. But jazz brings improvisation into Western music in a way that will permanently alter the landscape, opening up possibilities that composers and performers are still exploring today. You're watching the technology of recording continue to evolve, and each advance changes what's possible musically. Electrical recording in the 1920s uses microphones instead of acoustic horns, capturing a wider frequency range and more subtle dynamics. Magnetic tape in the 1940s permits editing. You can physically cut the tape and splice in corrections, assemble the best takes from multiple performances. Multi-track recording in the 1950s lets musicians overdub parts separately, building up complex arrangements layer by layer. Suddenly a single person can create music that sounds like an entire ensemble, recording the bass line first, then drums, then piano, then horn parts, then vocals, each pass adding another dimension to the sonic architecture. The Beatles demonstrate the artistic potential of the recording studio as an instrument itself. In the mid-1960s, they stopped touring and devote themselves to making records that couldn't be performed live, using tape loops, backwards recordings, vari-speed effects, orchestral overdubs, and whatever else they can imagine. Tomorrow Never Knows layers multiple tape loops playing simultaneously, creating a swirling psychedelic texture that had no precedent in popular music. A Day in the Life builds to an orchestral crescendo that Rites of Spring Stravinsky might have recognised, ending with a piano chord that rings for over 40 seconds, achieved by hitting multiple pianos simultaneously and turning all the volume knobs to maximum. Electronic instruments are proliferating now, and you're hearing sounds that couldn't exist acoustically. The Moog synthesizer can generate pure waveforms, sine, square, sawtooth, triangle, and shape them with filters and envelopes to create timbres ranging from vaguely familiar to completely alien. Wendy Carlos releases switched-on bass, performing Baroque fugues on synthesizer, and suddenly electronic sound isn't just for avant-garde experimentation, it can be used for any kind of music. Progressive rock bands put synthesizers on stage next to guitars and drums. Funk musicians use them to create bass lines that shake the floor. Film composers use them to score science fiction movies, creating sonic worlds that match the visual impossibilities on screen. Sampling technology in the 1980s turns the entire recorded world into potential musical material. The Fairlight CMI and similar devices let you record any sound, a voice, a drum hit, a glass breaking, a car door slamming, and play it back at different pitches from a keyboard. Hip-hop producers in New York sample breaks from old funk and soul records, looping them to create new rhythmic beds, layering multiple samples to build dense collages of sound. The legal and ethical questions are complicated. When does sampling constitute theft? When is it transformation? Where's the line between inspiration and appropriation? But the creative possibilities are undeniable. Drum machines provide another revolution. The Roland TR-808, released in 1980 and discontinued in 1983, initially fails commercially because its sounds don't convincingly imitate real drums. But producers discover that its synthetic electronic drum sounds are perfect for the music they want to make. The 808 kick drum becomes the foundation of hip-hop and electronic dance music. That deep, booming thud that you feel in your chest as much as hear with your ears. The 808 cowbell becomes an immediately recognisable signature sound. Decades after it was discontinued, the 808 remains one of the most influential instruments in popular music. You're in a bedroom studio now, late 1990s, early 2000s, and you're realising that everything necessary to make professional-sounding recordings fits on a desk. A computer running a digital audio workstation, an audio interface for connecting microphones and instruments, maybe a MIDI keyboard, headphones, monitors. The democratization of music production is complete. You don't need $1 million studio to make records anymore. Teenagers in bedrooms are producing tracks that sound as polished as anything on the radio. Geography doesn't matter. A producer in Sweden can send files to a vocalist in Los Angeles, who sends them to a mixer in London, who sends them to a mastering engineer in Tokyo, all without anyone meeting in person. The internet dissolves the traditional music industry's gatekeeping power. You don't need a record label to release music. You upload it to streaming platforms yourself. You don't need radio play to reach audiences. Playlists and algorithms can surface your music to potential listeners worldwide. You don't need a booking agent to tour. You can build a fan base through social media and book shows yourself. Some musicians thrive in this environment, finding audiences they never could have reached through traditional channels. Others struggle, discovering that democratization of access means infinite competition for attention. Artificial intelligence is starting to compose music now, and you're listening to pieces generated by neural networks trained on thousands of examples. The results are sometimes surprisingly convincing, sometimes uncanny and wrong, in ways that reveal how much human musical intuition involves more than pattern recognition. Can AI create music that moves people emotionally? Maybe. Can it create music that feels necessary, that says something that needed to be said in exactly that way? The question remains open. You're thinking about all the music that's been lost, all the traditions that disappeared when the last practitioners died without passing on their knowledge, the specific ornaments that Ottoman court musicians used, the tuning systems of ancient Greece, the songs that enslaved Africans sang before their languages and cultures were forcibly suppressed. Every musical tradition that vanished took with it ways of organising sound and time that can never be fully recovered. Archives help, recordings help, but they're always incomplete. They capture the sound but not the context, the performance but not the culture that created it and gave it meaning. And yet music persists, adapts, survives, regenerates. Young people are learning traditional instruments, reviving folk songs, researching and reconstructing historical performance practices. Fusion genres combine elements from multiple traditions in ways that create something new while honouring the sources. The circulation of musical ideas accelerates to the point where influence becomes multi-directional and simultaneous. A producer in Lagos samples a field recording from Mongolia, while a DJ in Berlin remixes a track from São Paulo, while a classical composer in Seoul writes a string quartet inspired by Korean folk melodies and American minimalism. You're back in that room with the wooden flute, but now you hear it differently. It's not just a simple instrument anymore. It's a node in a vast network of human creativity stretching back tens of thousands of years and forward into an unknown future. The finger holes worn smooth represent countless hours of practice, of someone learning to coax music from wood and breath. The wear patterns are evidence of devotion, proof that this object mattered to someone enough that they returned to it again and again, seeking something that only music could provide. The rain continues outside, sometimes louder, sometimes quieter, but always maintaining its basic pulse. You're hearing it as rhythm now, noticing the polyrhythmic patterns created by drops hitting different surfaces at different rates. Water on roof, water on leaves, water on stone, water on earth. Each surface creates its own timbre, its own attack and decay. The rain is a natural percussion ensemble, and it's been playing since long before humans existed to listen. Will continue playing long after we're gone. Your breathing has slowed to match the rain's tempo. Or maybe the rain has matched your breathing. You're not sure which, and maybe it doesn't matter. This synchronization between internal rhythm and external rhythm is fundamental to why music affects us so deeply. When we listen to music, our bodies want to entrain to it, to lock into its pulse and ride its waves. This isn't a conscious decision. It happens automatically, physiologically, at levels below conscious awareness. That's why lullabies work, why they've been refined over thousands of years into their current form. The tempo matches a resting heartbeat. The melodic intervals avoid dissonance that might stimulate rather than soothe. The repetitive structure is predictable without being monotonous, creating a sonic environment where an infant's nervous system can relax into sleep. No parent consciously designs these elements. They emerge from accumulated experience, trial and error across countless generations, retained because they work. The same principle applies to work songs, which coordinate group labour by providing a shared pulse. Sea shanties help sailors pull ropes together, the strong beats aligning their efforts so that maximum force was applied simultaneously. Field hollers helped agricultural workers maintain rhythm during repetitive tasks, making the work feel lighter, the time pass faster. These aren't art for art's sake, they're practical applications of music's power to synchronise and coordinate human activity. Military music demonstrates the same principle in more organised form. Drums and fifes provide tempo for marching armies, keeping soldiers in step so they can cover ground efficiently without tripping over each other. The regularity is hypnotic, somewhat mind-numbing, which is part of the point. Soldiers moving in lockstep to martial music become part of a larger organism, individual identity subsumed into collective purpose. This is why authoritarian regimes always make heavy use of martial music and mass choreographed performances. They're literally training bodies to move as one, reinforcing the message that individuals should yield to state authority. But music can be liberating too, revolutionary. Protest songs galvanise social movements by giving them anthems that encapsulate their values and aspirations. We Shall Overcome didn't create the civil rights movement, but it helped sustain it, providing a musical expression of determination and hope that participants could sing together during marches and demonstrations and jail cells. The song itself is simple, almost childlike in its melodic and harmonic structure, which makes it easy to learn and remember and sing in large groups. The simplicity is the point. This isn't music as entertainment, it's music as social glue, as collective affirmation of shared purpose. You're understanding now that music's evolution has never been just about aesthetic development, about making more complex or beautiful sounds. It's always been intertwined with music's social functions, its role in binding communities, marking important life transitions, expressing collective emotions, preserving and transmitting cultural memory. The lullaby, the work song, the protest anthem, these aren't peripheral to music's story, they're central to it. Reminders that music exists in the space between people, that it's fundamentally about creating and maintaining human connections. The flute is resting across your knees now, and your fingers trace the worn finger holes one more time before you set it gently on the piano. Tomorrow you might pick it up again, might practice until you can play actual melodies instead of just simple patterns, or you might not. But you know now that the flute is there, that the ancient conversation between breath and wood is available whenever you want to join it, that you're connected to everyone who ever made music from the simplest materials and the most profound human needs. The need to mark time, to express emotion, to connect with others, to turn the raw materials of sound into something that carries meaning across the space between one person and another. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The rain falls softly outside, a gentle rhythm that has accompanied human settlement since the first villages formed along water's edge. Listen closely, and you might hear in that patter the same sound that drew people to riversides thousands of years ago, the promise of life sustained by flowing water. There is a pattern older than any city, older than any monument or wall, a pattern written in silt and current that explains why we live where we live, why streets run the way they do, and why certain places became centres of power while others remained empty grassland. It is the pattern of water and settlement, as predictable as the seasons and as varied as the rivers themselves. Where rivers slowed and spread, people stayed. This simple fact underlies the geography of civilization. A fast mountain stream offers little to a farmer. Its banks are steep, its floods violent and unpredictable. its waters racing past before they can nourish anything. But where a river widens onto a plain, where its current gentles and its waters spread across flat land during the rainy season, something magical happens. Seasonal floods leave behind dark, fertile soils rich in minerals carried from distant highlands. Fish spawn in the shallows and reeds fill the banks, offering food and building material. Flat floodplains welcome the first fields, then paths worn by feet and carts, and eventually streets paved with stone or brick. Villages formed first at the places where rivers could be crossed on foot, at fords where the water ran shallow over gravel bars, and at confluences where two streams joined and doubled the resources available. These villages became markets where farmers traded surplus grain for pottery and tools. Markets attracted more people, and people built walls for protection, and within those walls rose the first true cities. Grain surpluses freed some people from farming, and those people became craftsmen, priests, soldiers, and scribes. Their labour became monuments that still stand today, and through it all, water remained the quiet engine driving everything forward. The Nile created a civilization so orderly and long-lived that its monuments still inspire wonder 4,000 years later. Along the Nile's narrow green ribbon cutting through desert, the flood arrived predictably every year after summer rains fell on the Ethiopian highlands far to the south. Farmers did not plant during the flood, but waited as the waters receded, watching the riverside land emerge black and moist, ready to receive seed. They measured their fields with rope stretchers, men who pulled taut cords between markers to calculate area and settle boundary disputes. Recording yields on papyrus scrolls, scribes tracked every bushel of barley and wheat, creating an administrative system that fed millions and built pyramids. Engineers cut basins and canals to tame the overflow, directing water to fields that would otherwise remain dry, extending the growing season and multiplying harvests. Nilometers carved in stone walls read the river's height at key points along its length, and priests studied these measurements to foretell harvests and calculate the taxes each district owed. A high flood meant abundant crops and full granaries. A low flood meant hunger, and the temples would open their reserves. Barges moved massive stone blocks and mountains of grain north on the steady current that always flowed toward the Mediterranean, and when the boats needed to return south, the prevailing north wind filled their sails and carried them home against the current. It was a river so regular, so dependable in its moods, that it nurtured centralized rule under pharaohs who claimed divine authority. Priestly calendars marked the flood's arrival and recession, dividing the year into seasons named for water. Cities anchored by temples faced the water, their processional ways leading to riverside docks where the king's barge might arrive bearing tribute or departing for some provincial inspection. The Nile's reliability made Egypt possible, and Egypt's cities bore the stamp of that reliability in their straight canals, their orderly temple complexes, and their unshakable confidence that next year's flood would come as it always had. Between the quick Tigris and the meandering Euphrates, a different kind of civilization took shape. Sumerian farmers cut feeder canals from streams that were anything but predictable. The Tigris rushed, violent and swift, prone to sudden devastating floods that could destroy a season's work in a night. The Euphrates wandered across its plain, changing course over centuries, abandoning old channels and carving new ones. Both rivers carried spring snowmelt from distant mountains, but the timing and volume varied wildly from year to year. Farmers responded by building levees to guard their fields, raising earthen walls that channeled water where it was wanted and blocked it where it was not. They installed gates to ration flow, opening and closing sluices to water, different parcels on a schedule that prevented waste and ensured fairness. But irrigation on this scale brought new problems, chief among them salinity that crept into soils when drainage lagged. If water sat too long, it evaporated and left its dissolved salts behind, and after enough seasons the ground turned white and barren. Fighting this required constant vigilance, constant maintenance of drains and canals, constant administration. Clay tablets mapped parcels and ditches in cuneiform script, recording which farmer held which field and which section of canal he was responsible for maintaining. Cylinder seals pressed into soft clay-authenticated shipments of grain and certified contracts, creating a paper trail that could be checked against temple archives. Out of this hydraulic complexity rose cities that were also administrative centres, Uruk and Ur, Lagash and Nippur. They began as granaries where surplus was stored against lean years, then grew into marketplaces where goods from upriver and downriver met and were exchanged, and finally became writing cities where scribes recorded everything because memory was not enough to manage the intricate choreography of water, fields and people. Trade boats loaded with textiles and grain slid down the rivers toward the Gulf, where they met merchants from distant shores. They returned with timber from mountain forests, copper from far mines, and stone that the alluvial plains entirely lacked. Here in Mesopotamia, engineering was daily life. Canals had to be cleared of silt every year before the spring floods. Levees had to be inspected and repaired where winter rains had weakened them. Disputes over water rights occupied courts and city councils. Government often meant water management, and kings boasted on monuments about the canals they dug and the irrigation systems they expanded. The cities bore the marks of this perpetual negotiation with capricious rivers, tales built up from centuries of mud brick construction, canals radiating from city walls like spokes from a hub, and a literary tradition filled with flood myths and prayers for controlled waters. The Indus and its tributaries fed a civilization that archaeological evidence suggests was remarkably orderly and peaceful. The Indus itself and the now vanished Sarasvati changed courses over centuries, shifting with tectonic movements and monsoon variations. But during its peak, the civilization built cities like Harappa and Mohenjo-daro that still impress with their urban planning. Broad streets met at right angles, forming neat grids that divided neighbourhoods into regular blocks. Wells punctuated these neighbourhoods at regular intervals, providing fresh water to residents who did not have to walk far to fill their jars. Covered brick drains ran beneath walkways, carrying wastewater away from homes and dumping it outside the city walls, a sanitation system unmatched in the ancient world. Uniform weights discovered across the civilization's extent eased trade, ensuring that a merchant in one city could do business in another using the same measures. Standardized baked bricks built everything, houses of course, but also docks where boats tied up, warehouses where goods were stored, and reservoirs that held water through the dry season. Seals carved with animals and script travelled with merchants who took boats downriver to coastal ports, where Indus goods met ships from Mesopotamia and the Arabian Peninsula. But the river's shifts, driven by monsoon variations and the slow tilting of tectonic plates, constantly reshaped settlement patterns. Channels that once ran full of water dwindled to seasonal streams. Cities that thrived on a riverside found themselves miles inland as the river jumped to a new course. The people adapted, some moving with the channels to found new settlements, others thinning out as populations dispersed, following water to where it actually flowed. The archaeological record shows cities abandoned not in catastrophe, but in gradual decline, as if people simply walked away when the river walked away first. The grid remained, the drains remained, the wells remained, but the life that animated them followed the water elsewhere. This was a civilization shaped by monsoons and by a great river system that refused to stay put, and its cities reflect that in their orderly beauty and their eventual quiet dispersal. Loaded with fine loess, eroded from highlands far upstream, the Yellow River built its own bed higher than the surrounding plain, creating an inverted topography that demanded constant vigilance. Year after year, sediment settled from the river's brown waters and accumulated on the channel bottom, raising the riverbed while the plain beyond stayed level. Eventually the river flowed above the countryside, held in place only by levees that required constant repair and reinforcement. When those banks failed, and they did fail with grim regularity, floods leapt into new courses, remaking geography overnight and drowning entire provinces. The Yellow River was called China's Sorrow for good reason, but it was also China's foundation. States rose around hydraulic works, their power measured by their ability to mobilize labour for dike construction and repair. Granaries stored reserves against disaster years, and canals linked provinces into a unified economic system. The Grand Canal, built and rebuilt over centuries, eventually stitched north to south for more than 1,000 miles, moving grain tribute from the river valleys to the capital and enabling centralised rule over a vast territory. In chronicles and histories, good rule kept waters contained. An emperor whose reign saw stable rivers and successful harvest earned praise and confirmed the mandate of heaven. But disaster questioned legitimacy. If the Yellow River burst its banks and carved a new course, if floods killed thousands and destroyed crops, perhaps the emperor had lost heaven's favour and a new dynasty should rise. Silt, flood and repair formed the rhythm of northern cities. Every spring brought the threat of high water and the certainty of work on the levees. Every autumn brought relief and harvest, and the hope that this year's repairs would hold through the next spring. Officials who managed water systems were among the most important in the imperial bureaucracy, their decisions affecting millions of lives. Cities along the Yellow River and its tributaries bore the stamp of this constant struggle. High walls not just for defence against armies but against water, elevated platforms for important buildings, drainage systems designed to handle sudden inundations, and a tradition of collective labour that could mobilise entire populations for emergency repairs. Before paved highways crossed continents, before railways stitched nations together, rivers were the wide streets of entire regions. Barges moved bulky goods cheaply, far more cheaply than could be done by cart or on pack animals. Grain from interior farms floated to coastal cities. Stone quarried in hills moved downriver to construction sites. Timber from mountain forests rode spring floods to sawmills and markets downstream. Ceramics packed in straw and sealed in jars travelled waterways that would have shattered them in wagons on rutted roads. Ferry towns grew wherever roads met water, their docks busy with travellers waiting for boats to carry them across currents too deep or swift for wading. Tolls funded bridges where rivers could be spanned and paid for policing of waterways against pirates. Messages outran feet by hitching rides downstream, and ideas travelled with the boats that carried them. Religions spread along rivers, their monks and missionaries taking passage on merchant vessels. Scripts and writing systems moved from one river basin to another, carried by traders who needed to keep accounts in foreign ports. Units of measure and commercial practices spread with commerce, creating networks of shared convention. Architectural styles travelled too, as builders saw techniques that worked in one city and adapted them for another climate or another building material. Riverfront markets turned seasonal surpluses into urban wealth, concentrating resources and attracting craftsmen, scholars and artists. The city that controlled a key stretch of river or an important confluence could tax everything that moved past, accumulating power and population. River trade created networks that linked interior producers with coastal consumers, mountain resources with plain cities, creating economic relationships that transcended political boundaries and often proved more durable than the kingdoms that tried to control them. From river height came taxes, rations and relief, a chain of causation that made hydrology into statecraft. Egypt's nilometers were not just measuring devices but administrative tools, their readings converted into expected yields and tax assessments for each district. Mesopotamia's omen lists included omens about river floods, priests watching water levels and interpreting them through generations of accumulated observation. India's monsoon law taught farmers when to expect rains and how to read clouds and winds for signs of good or bad seasons. China's hydrological record stretched back centuries, officials comparing this year's flood to others remembered in archives, learning patterns that might predict the future. These were early risk systems, attempts to anticipate disaster and buffer against it. Calendars timed sowing and harvest to the river's schedule, telling farmers when to plant so their crops would mature before floods returned or droughts set in. Warehouse tallies tracked stored grain, calculating how many months a city could feed itself if harvest failed. When disaster struck, these systems determined who received relief and how much, who starved and who survived. Astronomy sharpened because knowing the exact length of the year helped predict the flood's arrival. Arithmetic developed because calculating areas of irregular fields and volumes of grain in conical piles required mathematics. Administration grew more sophisticated because floods kept asking the same questions. How high will it rise? How much land will be watered? How much grain will be harvested? How many people can be fed? How much tax can be collected? The answers required data collection, record-keeping, numerical analysis, and bureaucratic coordination. Cities that could answer these questions well thrived and grew. Cities that answered them poorly starved or collapsed. The pressure of predictable catastrophe drove innovation in ways that peaceful prosperity never could. Levees narrowed channels and increased flow velocity, using physics to fight floods. Spillways redirected peaks into depressions or secondary channels, protecting cities by sacrificing less valuable land. Check dams slowed silt-laden water and let sediment settle in controlled locations, rather than clogging main channels or irrigation canals. Pound locks lifted boats to city wharves, built above flood level, enabling commerce even when cities moved upslope away from unreliable riversides. With infrastructure came rules, because infrastructure required maintenance and coordination. Who draws water first became a legal question when multiple canals branched from one source. Who maintains which bank became a matter of law when a levee protected farmland on both sides. Who pays when a dike fails determined whether repair was swift or delayed unto disaster. Magistrates settled water disputes, hearing testimony from surveyors who measured fields and engineers who assessed dike integrity. Scribes turned water into law, recording precedents and regulations that governed everything from canal cleaning schedules to flood emergency procedures. Cities enforced schedules that synchronized fields with gates and gates with seasons, opening sluices on fixed days so farmers knew when to expect water and could prepare their fields accordingly. Markets operated on calendars that matched irrigation schedules, knowing which districts would harvest when and planning purchases accordingly. The legal architecture of water management became part of urban life as fundamental as walls or temples, invisible to outsiders but essential to insiders. Break the rules about water, and you might face fines, forced labour on canal maintenance, or exile from the irrigation district. Keep the rules, and you enjoyed the security of knowing water would come when needed, that floods would be channelled away from your fields, that your neighbours would help maintain the system because they depended on it too. Rivers earned offerings before sowing and thanks at harvest, rituals that acknowledged dependence and sought favour. Processions followed embankments on feast days, priests and officials walking the levees in ceremonial dress, symbolically inspecting the community's defences against chaos. King lists tied reins to flood heights, recording that in the third year of so-and-so's rule, the Nile rose 14 cubits, or the Yellow River broke its banks near such and such a city. Poets compared lovers to currents and banks, beauty to clear water, faithfulness to a river that returns each year, inconstancy to a river that jumps its channel and abandons old beds. Names of channels outlived the channels themselves, preserved in neighbourhood names and street names long after the water moved elsewhere. Shrines faced landings, their gods watching over departing boats and greeting returning ones, offerings made for safe passage and good trade. Boat songs became local histories, verses added with each generation, commemorating floods and droughts, great voyages and tragic sinkings, marriages arranged between riverside families and feuds settled by priestly arbitration. The city's calendar was also the river's mood, feast days aligned with low water when travel was easy, or with high water when fields were too wet for work and people had time for celebration. Myth encoded hydraulic knowledge, stories of gods who controlled floods teaching by allegory, what priests taught explicitly: respect the water, maintain the banks, store surplus, prepare for disaster. Memory preserved in ritual and song kept alive knowledge of previous floods, previous channel shifts, previous disasters and recoveries, creating a collective memory that helped communities survive catastrophes by remembering how ancestors survived similar events. Channels avulse when a river suddenly shifts to a new course, abandoning its old bed entirely. This happens on flat plains where slight changes in elevation can redirect flow, where a levee break during a major flood sends water pouring across the landscape, and the river follows the new path because it's easier than fighting back to the old channel. Deltas creep to sea as sediment accumulates at river mouths, extending the shoreline and changing the geography of coastlines over centuries. Tectonics tilt floodplains imperceptibly, altering slopes so water that once flowed one direction now prefers another. Ports silt up as sediment carried by the river settles in calm harbour waters, requiring constant dredging or eventual abandonment. Harbours shift miles from the first quay, new docks built where the channel now runs, while old waterfront buildings stand dry and empty. Canals lose head, as the river they drew from moves or as the land they cross subsides. Some cities follow the water with new docks and cuts, investing labour and resources to adapt their infrastructure to new conditions. Others fade inland, their walls drying above abandoned ghats, their marketplaces quiet as traders take their business to ports that still function. Archaeology reads these changes in clay layers that show when flooding stopped, and in pollen grains that reveal when wetland plants were replaced by dryland species. Excavations find harbours now far from any water and canals that lead nowhere, because their source vanished centuries ago. The impermanence of rivers means the impermanence of the cities that depend on them, a lesson written in ruins across every ancient river valley. concrete pinned seasonal floods into storages and schedules when the modern era arrived with its enormous dams and its faith in engineering. Turbines fed lights back to riverfront grids, turning falling water into electricity that powered cities day and night. Irrigation sprawled across lands that had never seen agriculture, pumps lifting water to highlands beyond the reach of gravity-fed canals. But new solutions brought new problems. Salinity and trapped sediment posed puzzles downstream of the big dams. Reservoirs intercepted the silt that once replenished floodplains, and without that annual addition of minerals, farmland slowly lost fertility. Deltas starved for sediment eroded away, coastlines retreating as rivers no longer delivered the material that built them. Reservoirs drowned old towns when their waters rose behind new dams, and birthed new ones on fresh shorelines where recreation and tourism replaced farming. Remote sensing from satellites watched reservoirs breathe with seasons, their water levels rising and falling as snow melted and rains fell, or as irrigation demands peaked and waned. Computer models forecast peaks and releases, calculating optimal water management across entire river basins. Cities still depended on the old paths, but now those paths were regulated by switches thrown in control rooms, far from the rivers themselves, decisions made by engineers consulting data streams and models, rather than by watching the water itself. Urban sewers once spilled directly to rivers, turning them into open drains that carried waste downstream to become someone else's problem. Cholera outbreaks traced to contaminated water sources mapped by doctors like John Snow changed that, proving that disease travelled in water and forcing cities to take responsibility for what they dumped. Filtration plants and treatment systems cleaned water before it entered the supply, and cleaned it again before releasing it back to the river. Embankment promenades replaced malarial marshes, raising riverside land and filling wetlands that had bred mosquitoes. Storm drains separated from sewers after every flood taught the lesson that mixing the two led to disasters when heavy rains overwhelmed capacity and sewage backed up into streets and homes. Waterworks became the least visible but most important urban organs, moving unseen beneath traffic and parks, miles of pipe and pump stations ensuring that turning a tap produced clean water and that flushing a toilet sent waste somewhere it would be treated. The engineering that kept cities healthy and habitable required constant maintenance, constant investment, constant attention from professionals whose work went unnoticed, until something failed. The Nile wrote cities in a narrow line, settlements strung along its banks like beads on a thread, each city's territory extending only as far as irrigation could reach into the desert. The Tigris and Euphrates wrote cities in a web of canals and tells, settlements shifting as channels moved and as political power concentrated or dispersed. The Indus wrote cities in orderly drains and standardized bricks, a civilization that valued regularity and planning, that built for the long term with materials that would last. The Yellow River wrote cities in urgent dikes and administrative reach, settlements that existed in constant negotiation with a dangerous river, that built elaborate bureaucracies to manage the threat and harness the opportunity. Each hydrology left a civic handwriting, a signature visible in how streets ran and how rulers ruled, and how markets met and how disasters were remembered. You can still read these signatures today if you know how to look, seeing in a city's shape the influence of its river even when that river is now dammed or diverted or hidden under pavement. Former warehouses become promenades where families stroll on weekends, the old loading docks converted to cafes and galleries. Floodplains double as parks, left open to accept seasonal high water, designed to flood safely so that neighbourhoods beyond stay dry. Wetlands return to buffer peaks, restoration projects recreating marshes that were filled generations ago, recognising that the most effective flood control is often to let water spread where it naturally wants to spread. Ferries revive even as bridges crowd overhead, offering a slower but more pleasant way to cross water, reintroducing river travel as transportation rather than just commerce. Waterfronts anchor skylines again, tall buildings rising at the old edges where boats once tied up, symbolically facing the water even if actual boat traffic is minimal. The city faces the water once more, designing to bend rather than break, accepting that rivers will always flood, and that the question is not whether, but where and how much. Modern cities learn or relearn lessons that ancient cities knew. Respect the water, leave room for it, work with it rather than only against it. A dam's light is a delta's darkness if flow is not shared. a principle that has sparked conflicts and treaties across borders and continents. Treaties allocate water rights, specifying minimum flows that must be released downstream to protect ecosystems and human users. Fish passages around dams let salmon and other migratory species reach spawning grounds, maintaining populations that feed both wildlife and people. Sediment bypasses attempt to restore the natural flow of silt past dams, recognising that rivers carry more than water and that downstream areas need that material. Cities learn or are forced to learn that a river is a corridor, not a boundary, that what happens upstream affects downstream, and that political borders do not stop water from flowing. What begins in mountain snow ends in someone's bread when that snow melts and waters fields. It ends in someone's marsh when flood flows sustain wetlands. It ends in someone's coast when sediment builds deltas and protects shorelines. The ethics of water use become conversations about sharing, about restraint, about recognising that rivers connect us whether we want to be connected or not. Stairs down to the water, worn smooth by generations of feet, mark where people have drawn water and launched boats for centuries. A market that opens at dawn when boats arrive preserves a rhythm established before anyone alive can remember, before written records even, continuing because it works and because tradition has weight. A street that follows a vanished bend traces a channel that moved hundreds of years ago. The street preserving the curve even though the reason for the curve is gone. Neighbourhoods oriented to water that no longer flows there. Urban forms recall old currents even when those currents have been buried under pavement or channeled into underground conduits. The rain continues its soft rhythm outside, and somewhere in that sound is the same sound that called people to riversides millennia ago. The map of each city is still a map of its river, visible or invisible, present or absent, acknowledged or forgotten. Grain floated here first on ancient barges, then stayed in warehouses that became neighbourhoods. Stories travelled here on boats carrying travellers who spoke them in markets that grew into districts. Laws were written here to manage water that had to be shared, and those laws became principles of fairness and administration that governed more than irrigation. Songs were sung here by boatmen who worked the river, and those songs entered the culture and shaped its art. Everything floated here, first on water, carried by currents that linked distant highlands to distant coasts, and then stayed, settling into the ground like silt after a flood, building up layer by layer into cities that still depend on the rivers that made them. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. Long before anyone thought to call them maps, humans were already map makers. They scratched lines into cave walls with charred sticks, marking the bend of a river or the path to a hunting ground. They stacked stones in careful arrangements, silent guides pointing toward hidden water sources. They wove roots into songs and stories, passing knowledge from one generation to the next through memory alone. The earliest maps existed not on any surface but in the mind, carried by those who had walked the land and lived to tell about it. But memory fades, and travellers die, and eventually someone realised that a mark on clay or stone could outlive the person who made it. That simple act of drawing a path so others could follow without a guide changed everything about how humans understood their place in the world. As settlements grew from temporary camps into permanent villages and then into cities, the need to record the land became urgent. In the river valleys of Mesopotamia, scribes pressed styluses into soft clay tablets, creating crude representations of fields and irrigation canals. These weren't artistic endeavours, but practical necessities. When disputes arose over boundaries, the tablets served as evidence. When tax collectors came, the maps told them which farms owed grain to the temple. In Egypt, where the Nile flooded every year and erased the landscape's boundaries, royal surveyors walked the fields with measuring ropes after each inundation. They recorded the positions of boundary stones and property lines, so that when the waters receded, farmers could reclaim what was rightfully theirs. These early maps were tools of administration, quiet instruments of order that held civilizations together even as seasons changed and rivers shifted their courses. Across the Mediterranean, the Greeks approached mapping with a different spirit. Where others saw utility, they saw questions. How large is the earth? What shape does it take? Can the world be measured, predicted, understood through reason? Anaximander of Miletus, in the 6th century before the Common Era, created one of the first attempts to sketch the entire inhabited world as he knew it. It was crude by later standards, placing Greece at the centre with lands radiating outward in a rough symmetry. But it represented something profound. the belief that the world could be captured in a single image, that scattered knowledge could be unified into one coherent picture. Hecataeus followed, annotating coastlines with place names and descriptions, turning the abstract into the specific. Then came Eratosthenes, librarian of Alexandria, who performed one of history's most elegant experiments. By measuring the angle of shadows in two cities at noon on the summer solstice, he calculated the Earth's circumference with remarkable accuracy. The world had a size now, a measurable dimension. Maps were no longer just records of what existed. They were arguments about reality itself, claims that could be tested and refined. Rome had little patience for philosophical mapping. The empire needed roads, and roads needed maps, but not the kind that contemplated the cosmos. Roman cartography was practical to its core, built around movement and logistics. The great highways that connected Iberia to Syria required travellers to know distances between towns, locations of bridges, positions of way stations where horses could be changed and soldiers could rest. Strip maps called itineraria served this purpose perfectly. They didn't show the land as a bird might see it. Instead, they showed it as a traveller experienced it, a linear sequence of stops and distances. 10 miles to the next fountain, 15 miles to the garrison, 20 miles to the crossroads. These maps weren't beautiful, but they were useful, and their usefulness made the empire function. Messages travelled faster when messengers knew exactly where to go. Armies marched with greater certainty when commanders could calculate arrival times. Grain moved from farm to city along predictable routes. The maps didn't just describe the empire, they helped create it, turning scattered territories into a connected system. In Alexandria, as Rome's power grew, a scholar named Claudius Ptolemy gathered everything the ancient world knew about geography and tried to systematize it. He collected astronomical observations, traveller reports, and estimated distances, then did something revolutionary. He placed everything on a coordinate grid. Latitude lines ran east to west, measured by the height of the sun or stars. Longitude lines ran north to south, though measuring them remained problematic without accurate clocks. Ptolemy's Geographia wasn't just a list of places, it was a method, a technique for projecting the curved surface of a sphere onto the flat page of a book. His instructions for creating maps from coordinates meant that even if all physical maps were lost, future cartographers could recreate them from his tables of numbers. When the Western Roman Empire collapsed and much ancient learning disappeared, Ptolemy's work survived in Byzantine and later Islamic libraries. Centuries passed. Then, as European scholarship revived in the late medieval period, translators rediscovered his text. The grid returned, and with it a new way of thinking about location as something that could be precisely specified, universally understood, and mathematically transformed. But not all medieval mapping followed Ptolemy's mathematical path. In Christian Europe, large decorative world maps called Mappae Mundi served spiritual rather than navigational purposes. These maps placed Jerusalem at the centre of the world, surrounded by continents arranged according to theological rather than geographical logic. East appeared at the top, where paradise was thought to lie. Monsters and marvels filled the distant edges. These weren't tools for travel, but tools for teaching, visual sermons about creation, salvation, and the order of God's plan. Yet at the same time, along the coasts and in the ports, an entirely different tradition flourished. Portolan charts, created by and for mariners, showed coastlines with remarkable accuracy. They were covered with compass roses and rum lines radiating in all directions, creating intricate webs that helped pilots plot courses. These charts mentioned nothing of theology. They cared only about harbours, headlands, and hazards. Two cartographic cultures coexisted, one mapping heaven, one mapping the sea. Navigation became more precise as new tools arrived. Sailors had always read the world through natural signs, the flight patterns of birds, the colour of water, the shape of swells, the position of stars. Pacific Islanders could navigate thousands of miles of open ocean using wave patterns and star paths committed to memory. Chinese mariners, meanwhile, had discovered that a magnetised needle floating in water or suspended from silk would point toward the north. This magnetic compass travelled westward along trade routes, reaching the Mediterranean by the 12th century. Combined with portolan techniques and astronomical observation, it gave sailors unprecedented confidence in their ability to maintain a course even when land disappeared from view. Direction became something you could hold in your hand, a tool rather than a guess. The compass arrived just as European mariners began pushing beyond familiar waters. Portuguese caravels crept down the African coast, each voyage extending the known world a little farther. Spanish ships crossed the Atlantic and returned with news of lands not mentioned in ancient texts. Mapmakers scrambled to incorporate these discoveries, redrawing coastlines that had been stable for centuries. Each new voyage generated new maps, and each new map sparked new voyages. The world was literally expanding on paper, as continents that had developed in isolation suddenly appeared on each other's charts. The consequences rippled outward in every direction. Trade routes shifted, empires formed, languages spread, peoples collided. The map didn't just record these changes, it enabled them, giving navigators the confidence to sail into the unknown and the means to return home. In 1569, a Flemish geographer and engraver named Gerardus Mercator created a world map that would influence navigation for centuries. His innovation was mathematical. He designed a projection that stretched the globe in such a way that any straight line drawn on the map represented a constant compass bearing. For sailors, this was transformative. Instead of constantly recalculating courses as they sailed, they could plot a straight line from origin to destination, read off the bearing, and follow it. The technique worked brilliantly for navigation, but it came with a cost. To keep compass lines straight, Mercator had to distort areas, especially near the poles. Greenland appeared almost as large as Africa, though in reality Africa is 14 times bigger. Antarctica stretched into an impossibly vast white bar across the bottom. The distortion was honest. Mercator never claimed his projection preserved area, but as his map became standard in classrooms and atlases, its inflated northern regions shaped perceptions. What the map preserved for sailors, it warped for everyone else, and that warping carried subtle implications about which parts of the world mattered most. The problem of longitude haunted mariners for centuries. While latitude could be measured relatively easily by observing the sun or stars, determining east-west position required knowing the exact time at a reference location. Clocks existed, but they were useless at sea, thrown off by temperature changes and the ship's motion. Ships could sail into the correct latitude and then turn east or west, hoping to hit their target, but countless vessels missed islands by miles and ran out of supplies in empty ocean. The British government eventually offered a substantial prize for a practical solution. John Harrison, a self-taught clockmaker, spent decades perfecting a marine chronometer that could keep accurate time through storms and tropical heat. His invention worked. By comparing local noon, when the sun reached its highest point, with the time shown on a clock set to the reference meridian, a navigator could calculate longitude. The ocean had coordinates now, invisible lines that nevertheless could be found and followed. On land, cartographers faced their own challenges. Countries wanted accurate maps for taxation, military planning and development, but surveying vast territories required new methods. The solution was triangulation. Surveyors would measure one baseline with great precision, then use it as the foundation for a network of triangles covering the landscape. By measuring angles between landmarks from different positions and applying trigonometry, they could calculate distances without physically measuring them. The Cassini family spent 4 generations mapping France this way. The British Ordnance Survey systematically covered every corner of Great Britain and Ireland. In India, the Great Trigonometrical Survey stretched across the subcontinent, eventually measuring the height of Himalayan peaks. Borders that had once been vague zones became precise lines. Tax assessors could calculate areas exactly. Military planners could study terrain without visiting it. The grid of triangulation settled into the landscape, and the maps it produced became legal facts, boundaries that governments would defend and courts would enforce. As surveying techniques matured, cartographers began asking not just where things were, but why they were there. In 1854, during a cholera outbreak in London, physician John Snow plotted cases on a street map and noticed they clustered around a particular water pump on Broad Street. When the pump handle was removed, the outbreak ended. Snow's map didn't just show disease, it revealed causation, turning geography into epidemiology. Around the same time, Charles Joseph Maynard created a flow map showing Napoleon's 1812 invasion of Russia. The width of the line represented the size of the army, narrowing as soldiers died from cold, hunger and combat. Temperature was plotted below, showing the brutal conditions during the retreat. The map told a story of catastrophic loss with devastating clarity, compressing a military disaster into a single powerful image. Others mapped rainfall, soil types, crop yields, population density, voting patterns, language distributions. Thematic mapping turned the map from a tool for finding places into a tool for understanding patterns, for answering not just where, but why there, and what does it mean. The Industrial Revolution accelerated the transformation of landscape into data. Railways connected cities, and railway companies produced maps that warped distance to reflect travel time rather than geographic scale. Stops appeared evenly spaced because what mattered was schedule, not miles. Balloons carried photographers into the sky, offering the first true overhead views of the land. As aviation developed, aerial photography became systematic. Planes flew in careful grids, cameras clicking at intervals, producing thousands of overlapping images that could be assembled into mosaics. Photogrammetrists developed techniques for extracting three-dimensional information from flat photographs, measuring heights and slopes without climbing mountains. Contour lines appeared on maps, connecting points of equal elevation, turning the chaotic complexity of terrain into something readable, predictable. Mountains acquired numbers, valleys gained precise depths. The landscape that people had once known only by walking through it could now be understood from above, converted into facts that could be printed and filed and referenced. The Cold War launched cartography into orbit. Both superpowers needed to track each other's movements and resources, and satellites offered an all-seeing eye that no border could block. Early reconnaissance satellites photographed vast swathes of territory, revealing details that ground-based intelligence could never match. But the same technology that served espionage also served navigation. The United States military developed the Global Positioning System, a constellation of satellites broadcasting precise timing signals. A receiver on the ground could listen to multiple satellites simultaneously, and, by comparing the timing of their signals, calculate its exact position. The system was designed for guiding missiles and coordinating troops, but in the final decades of the 20th century, access was extended to civilians. Suddenly anyone with a receiver could know their location to within meters. Hikers, sailors, drivers, surveyors, anyone who needed to know "where am I?" could get an answer from space. Other nations developed their own systems, Russia's GLONASS, Europe's Galileo, China's Beidou. The sky filled with timing signals, and the ground filled with people who expected maps to always show their current position. Meanwhile, Earth observation satellites watched the planet's surface continuously. Weather systems became visible as they formed. Deforestation could be tracked over decades. Ice sheets revealed their shrinkage. Cities glowed at night, their lights mapping human presence more clearly than any boundary line. Wildfires were detected before ground crews spotted smoke. Crops were monitored across entire nations. The satellites didn't make judgments. They just watched and recorded, sending down an endless stream of data that could be assembled into maps of change, maps of risk, maps of opportunity. The world became transparent in ways previous generations couldn't have imagined. As the limitations of Mercator's projection became more widely understood, cartographers debated alternatives. Every map projection involves compromise because a sphere cannot be flattened without distortion. Some projections preserve angles but distort areas. Others preserve areas but distort shapes. Still others try to balance various properties, accepting moderate distortion everywhere to avoid extreme distortion anywhere. Arthur Robinson designed a projection that looked visually balanced, used by National Geographic for decades. The Winkel triple minimised overall distortion through a different compromise. John Paul Good created an interrupted projection that split the oceans to keep continental shapes more accurate. Slowly, classroom walls and atlas pages began to show alternatives to Mercator. The choice of projection came to be understood not as a technical detail, but as a decision with implications. What do you want your map to show accurately? What are you willing to distort? And what worldview does that choice reinforce? But projection debates were only part of a larger conversation about whose perspectives maps represented. European colonial powers had drawn boundaries across Africa, Asia, and the Americas, often in distant conference rooms without consulting people who lived on the land. Straight lines sliced through regions where rivers and mountains had long served as natural divisions, where ethnic groups had established territories over centuries. Cadastral surveys divided land into rectangular plots ready for sale or development, erasing indigenous mapping systems that recognised seasonal migration routes and sacred sites. Maps enabled resource extraction by identifying valuable deposits and planning infrastructure to reach them. They enabled control by making populations legible to administrators. The map was never neutral. Every map reflected the interests and assumptions of its makers, and many people found themselves erased from official cartography, their place names replaced, their routes ignored, their territories claimed by lines they had no part in drawing. In the late 20th and early 21st centuries, digital technology democratized mapmaking in unprecedented ways. City transit systems produced schematic diagrams that distorted geography to make connections clear, turning sprawling metro networks into readable abstracts. The London Underground map, designed by Harry Beck in 1931, became the template. Straight lines, regular angles, stations evenly spaced regardless of actual distance. What mattered was not where stations were, but how they connected. The diagram sacrificed geographic accuracy to achieve clarity of purpose, and passengers loved it. Delivery companies developed sophisticated routing systems that calculated optimal paths for trucks making dozens of stops, redrawing their maps nightly as packages moved and schedules changed. Navigation apps appeared on smartphones, offering turn-by-turn directions that updated in real time. These apps didn't just show the shortest path, they calculated the fastest based on current traffic, or the safest based on accident data, or the most scenic based on user preferences. People followed the apps' suggestions, and their collective movements generated new traffic patterns, which the apps then incorporated into future calculations. The map and the territory were talking to each other, locked in a feedback loop where each shaped the other. Perhaps most radically, mapping became a collective enterprise. OpenStreetMap invited volunteers worldwide to contribute local knowledge, creating a freely available map built by those who actually walked the streets and knew the neighbourhood details that commercial mapmakers missed. When disasters struck, earthquakes, hurricanes, floods, remote volunteers traced building outlines from satellite imagery so that rescue workers would have current maps showing exactly where people lived. Indigenous communities reclaimed their place names, marking ancestral sites and traditional routes on digital platforms. Refugees mapped camps with precise shelter locations so that aid could be delivered efficiently. The atlas was no longer a finished product published by authorities. It was a living document, constantly updated by many hands, breathing with the changes happening on the ground. This precision brought new ethical questions into focus. If a map can show your exact location at any moment, it can also reveal your patterns, where you live, where you work, where you worship, where you protest. Location data became valuable not just for navigation, but for surveillance, marketing, and control. Privacy and consent became cartographic issues. Maps showing the locations of protests or minority communities could enable targeted repression. Maps showing critical infrastructure could guide attacks. Redaction became as important as revelation. Crisis maps that showed where help was needed could also show where vulnerable people were gathered. The more precise the map, the greater the responsibility of those who made it and those who used it. Questions that previous generations of cartographers never had to consider became urgent. Who has the right to map whom? What should be hidden as well as what should be shown? And how can mapping serve rather than exploit the people being mapped? Through all these transformations, one image persisted across centuries. The compass rose. From medieval portolan charts to modern navigation apps, the symbol remained, often ornate on old maps, sometimes reduced to a simple arrow on new ones but always present. It marked north, that arbitrary but essential direction around which all other directions organised themselves. North was a human convention. The planet's magnetic field could just as easily have led us to call its direction south, but it was a convention that allowed people scattered across the globe to orient themselves the same way, to share a common framework for describing direction and position. The compass rose represented something fundamental about what maps do. They don't eliminate uncertainty or make the world simple, but they give us a way to move through complexity with greater confidence. They offer a bearing to follow, a direction to hold even when conditions change, and in the end, a map is always a compact between the world and the walker. It can be a clay tablet showing irrigation ditches, a portolan chart covered with compass lines, a printed atlas of triangulated surveys, a GPS device speaking coordinates from satellites, or simply a memory of a turn at the tall pine. The medium changes, but the purpose endures, to transform the overwhelming vastness of the world into something followable, to create a path through chaos and to share that path so others can make the same journey. From the first charcoal line on a cave wall to the latest satellite image processed through algorithms and displayed on a screen, humans have been trying to answer the same question: where am I, and how do I get where I'm going? The map doesn't answer that question completely. No representation ever captures the full richness of the territory, but it offers enough to begin, enough to choose a direction and start walking. Under rain or sun, on paper or screen, in memory or in hand, the map remains what it has always been: a conversation between the land and those who move through it, a tool for turning uncertainty into a route, and an invitation to trust that somewhere ahead the path continues. The map's evolution reveals something deeper about human consciousness itself. Each advancement in cartographic technique reflected a shift in how people understood their relationship to space and to each other. When maps were oral traditions passed through stories and songs, geographic knowledge belonged to the community and changed with each telling. The same route might be described differently by different travellers, emphasising landmarks one person found significant, while ignoring those another considered crucial. This fluidity made maps personal and subjective, shaped by individual experience. But when knowledge moved from memory to clay, from speech to inscription, something fundamental changed. The map became fixed, authoritative, separate from any single person's experience. It claimed to show not how one person saw the route, but how the route actually was. This shift from subjective to objective mapping paralleled humanity's broader move toward written law, recorded history, and institutional knowledge. The world became something that could be known independently of direct experience, referenced and verified, argued over with evidence rather than memory. Consider what happens when a surveyor measures a mountain's height. Before the measurement, people who lived near the mountain knew it through intimate daily contact. They knew which slopes caught morning sun, where snow lingered longest, which paths were treacherous in rain. The mountain existed for them as a collection of experiences, dangers, and opportunities. But when the surveyor climbs to its peak with instruments and declares the mountain to be precisely 8,000 metres high, that number begins to replace lived knowledge. The mountain enters a catalogue, becomes comparable to other peaks, gets ranked and categorised. It can be known by people who have never seen it. This isn't to say measurement is wrong. The number is useful, true in its own way. But something is lost in translation. The map captures certain aspects of reality while necessarily ignoring others, and over time people begin to think the captured aspects are all that matter. The unmapped dimensions of experience fade from collective awareness. Throughout history, the introduction of new mapping technologies has repeatedly disrupted existing power structures before consolidating new ones. When the printing press made maps reproducible, geographic knowledge that had been guarded by elite navigators and royal cartographers suddenly became available to anyone who could afford a printed atlas. Merchants could plan their own trade routes without relying on guild secrets. Explorers could study coastlines without serving established powers. But this democratization proved temporary. As commercial map publishers grew wealthy and influential, they became the new gatekeepers, deciding which places deserved detailed coverage and which could be left blank. Their choices reflected market demand, which in turn reflected the interests of those with money to spend on maps. Poor neighbourhoods might be mapped crudely or not at all, while wealthy districts received meticulous attention. Colonies were often better mapped than the metropole's own working-class areas, because colonial maps served economic exploitation, while mapping poverty served no obvious profit. The digital revolution seemed to promise true democratization. With GPS technology and satellite imagery freely available, with platforms allowing anyone to contribute geographic data, it appeared that mapping might finally escape elite control. To some extent, this happened. Volunteers mapped remote villages that commercial cartographers had ignored. Activists documented environmental destruction that governments preferred to hide. Communities reclaimed indigenous place names erased by colonizers. But new concentrations of power emerged. The companies that processed satellite data, ran the mapping platforms, and sold navigation services accumulated unprecedented geographic knowledge about human behaviour. They knew not just where roads went, but where people actually drove, not just where businesses existed, but which ones people visited and when. This knowledge, aggregated across billions of users, became enormously valuable for advertising, urban planning, political campaigns, and social control. The map had always been an instrument of power, but now it was also a surveillance device, tracking movements that previous generations would have considered private. Maps also shape imagination in ways their makers rarely intend. A child growing up with a standard Mercator projection absorbs certain assumptions, that northern regions are vast and important, that straight lines represent natural boundaries, that the world is fundamentally organised into nation-states coloured in distinct blocks. These assumptions feel like common sense because they're reinforced every time the child looks at a map. When that child encounters a different projection showing Africa at its true immense size, or a map that shows indigenous territories overlapping national borders, or a chart that represents neighbourhoods by social connections rather than geographic proximity, the experience can be disorienting, even unsettling. The familiar map isn't wrong exactly, but it isn't the only way to see the world, and recognising this multiplicity requires a kind of mental flexibility that standard education doesn't always encourage. Some educators have begun teaching map literacy explicitly, asking students to compare projections, question why particular features are emphasised, and consider whose perspective a given map represents. This approach treats maps not as transparent windows onto reality, but as constructed arguments that can be analysed and critiqued. The question of what deserves to be mapped has always been political. Medieval European maps filled unknown regions with drawings of monsters and mythical creatures, marking those spaces as dangerous and uncivilized, implicitly justifying conquest and conversion. When European explorers encountered sophisticated indigenous mapping systems, Polynesian stick charts showing wave patterns, Aboriginal Australian songlines encoding geographic knowledge and music, Inuit carved coastline maps, they often dismissed these as primitive because they didn't resemble European cartographic conventions. The explorers then created their own maps of these regions, naming features after European monarchs and patrons, claiming discovery of lands that had been continuously inhabited for millennia. This cartographic erasure had lasting consequences. When indigenous peoples later tried to reclaim ancestral territories, they often faced legal systems that recognised only written deeds and official surveys, not oral traditions or alternative mapping systems. The map became a weapon in conflicts over land and sovereignty, with indigenous knowledge systems ruled inadmissible because they didn't conform to colonial standards of evidence. Yet maps have also served resistance and survival. Escaped slaves in the Americas created mental maps of routes to freedom, passed along through coded songs and whispered instructions. Underground railroad conductors memorized safe houses and river crossings, mapping freedom one station at a time. During World War II, the Danish resistance produced detailed maps showing German military positions, and resistance fighters across occupied Europe mapped railway lines and ammunition depots to guide sabotage operations. In more recent decades, human rights organisations have used mapping to document forced displacement, environmental destruction, and systematic violence that governments denied. When official maps are tools of oppression, alternative mapping becomes an act of defiance, a way of asserting that other perspectives exist and other truths deserve recognition. The relationship between maps and territory remains paradoxical. A map is explicitly not the territory it represents. This seems obvious, yet people constantly confuse the two. Drivers follow GPS directions into lakes and deserts, trusting the map even when their eyes tell them something is wrong. Military planners study terrain models and convince themselves they understand ground they've never walked. Property owners defend boundary lines established by century-old surveys, even when those lines make no practical sense given current conditions. This confusion happens because maps are useful enough, accurate enough, to generate confidence that can slip into overconfidence. The map worked last time, so it should work this time, except conditions change and maps age, and the small inaccuracies that didn't matter before suddenly become critical. Experienced navigators learn to treat maps as suggestions rather than certainties, constantly checking the representation against reality, updating their understanding as new information arrives. But this wisdom comes hard, often through mistakes. Maps also compress time in ways that obscure history. A modern political map shows current national boundaries as solid lines, creating an impression of permanence and stability. But these borders are often recent, sometimes arbitrary, frequently contested. The map doesn't show that a particular boundary was drawn 80 years ago after a war, or that populations on either side share language and culture, or that the region was autonomous for centuries before being divided between competing powers. By presenting only the current state, the map naturalizes conditions that are actually contingent and contested. Historical atlases attempt to address this by showing how boundaries shifted over time, but even these face choices about what to show. Does the map display official borders or effective control? Does it show indigenous territories or colonial claims? Each decision involves judgments about which version of the past deserves recognition, and those judgments inevitably reflect the mapmaker's biases and blind spots. The future of mapping seems likely to involve increasing personalization and real-time updating. Already, navigation apps show different routes to different users based on their travel history and preferences. Augmented reality systems overlay digital information onto physical space, allowing users to see through buildings to visualize subway lines, or look at a restaurant and see reviews floating in their field of vision, or point their phone at a mountain and see its name and elevation appear on screen. These technologies promise convenience and enhanced understanding, but they also raise questions about filter bubbles and mediated experience. If everyone sees a personalized map showing slightly different information, do they still share a common geographic reality? If people experience the city primarily through digital overlays that highlight certain businesses and hide others, whose interest does that serve? The map has always mediated between human and environment, but as that mediation becomes more sophisticated and less visible, its influence grows harder to recognize and harder to resist. Despite all these complexities and concerns, the fundamental human need that maps address remains constant. We are animals that move through space but lack the instincts that guide migrating birds or salmon returning to natal streams. We must learn our environment, and we must share that learning with others who haven't yet walked the paths we've discovered. Maps, in their endless variety, serve this essential function. They allow knowledge to accumulate across generations, building on what came before rather than starting over with each life. They turn private discovery into public resource. They make the world legible, navigable, discussable. When mapping works well, it enhances human capability without diminishing human judgment, providing information that aids decision-making without making the decisions themselves. When it works poorly, it constrains imagination, reinforces inequality, and substitutes false certainty for genuine understanding. The difference lies not in the technology, but in the awareness we bring to it, the questions we ask about whose knowledge counts, and whose interests are served. A good map, like a good tool of any kind, extends human capacity while remaining subservient to human purpose. It shows us where we are and where we might go, then steps aside and lets us choose. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. In the time before memory, before the first clay tablets were pressed with wedge-shaped marks, before the first pyramids rose from the desert sands, there existed a relationship between humanity and the cosmos that was wordless, profound, and utterly essential to survival. Picture, if you will, a world without the glow of electric lights, without the hum of cities, without even the flicker of oil lamps behind shuttered windows. In this darkness, which was the natural state of the world for most of human existence, the night sky was not merely a backdrop to human activity, but rather a living presence, a vast canvas of light that commanded attention and inspired wonder in equal measure. When the sun dipped below the horizon and the fires were built for warmth and protection, ancient peoples would inevitably turn their eyes upward to witness a spectacle that modern city dwellers can scarcely imagine. Thousands upon thousands of brilliant points of light stretching from horizon to horizon, so dense in places that they seem to form a luminous river flowing across the vault of heaven. These early humans, our distant ancestors who lived in caves and temporary shelters, who followed the migrations of animals and the ripening of wild plants, quickly realized that the lights above them were not random or chaotic. Night after night, generation after generation, the same patterns appeared, wheeling slowly across the sky in a great cosmic dance that seemed eternal and unchanging. The stars rose in the east and set in the west, just as the sun did, but while the sun's path varied with the seasons, the stars maintained their relationships to one another with perfect constancy. A configuration that resembled a hunter would always appear in the same form, season after season, century after century. A cluster that looked like a dipper or a bear or a dragon would never alter its shape. never scatter or reform, but would march across the heavens with the dignity of something timeless and fundamental to the structure of reality itself. This was humanity's first encounter with cosmic order, with the realization that beneath the apparent chaos of daily existence, there existed patterns of such reliability that one could stake one's life upon them. And indeed, people did stake their lives on these patterns. The herders who moved their flocks across vast grasslands learned to read the sky as a map, noting which stars rose above which landmarks, using the celestial sphere as a guide through territories that had no roads, no signposts, no written directions. The farmers settling into the first permanent communities discovered that the stars told them when to plant and when to harvest, when the rains would come and when the dry season would begin. When certain stars appeared on the eastern horizon just before dawn, they knew that winter was approaching and provisions must be secured. When other configurations dominated the night sky, they understood that spring had arrived and seeds must be committed to the earth. The stars became a calendar more reliable than human memory, more consistent than the vagaries of weather, a clock that tracked not hours but seasons, not days but epochs. The first scientists were not men in white coats peering through microscopes in sterile laboratories, but weather-beaten individuals who spent their nights memorizing the positions and movements of celestial lights, who passed this knowledge down through oral traditions, who understood that survival itself depended on reading the book of the heavens correctly. As human societies grew more complex and more numerous, different cultures across the world began to impose their own meanings onto the patterns they observed. The Greeks, with their rich tradition of mythology and storytelling, saw in the stars the figures of their gods and heroes frozen in an eternal tableau. They identified Orion the hunter, forever pursuing the Pleiades across the sky, his belt of 3 bright stars unmistakable even to the casual observer. They recognized Ursa Major and Ursa Minor, the great and small bears, circling endlessly around the celestial pole. They traced out Cassiopeia, the vain queen, Andromeda, the princess, Perseus, the hero who saved her, and dozens of other figures from their mythological canon. In China, meanwhile, astronomers organized the heavens into a celestial empire that mirrored the terrestrial one, with palaces and courts and officials, with a purple forbidden enclosure surrounding the pole star, with celestial dragons and phoenixes marking the seasons. The Egyptians, whose civilization depended entirely on the annual flooding of the Nile, watched the heliacal rising of Sirius, the dog star, whose appearance just before dawn coincided with the river's flood and marked the beginning of their new year. In Polynesia, navigators learned to read not just individual stars but entire star paths, tracking the rising and setting points of dozens of celestial bodies to guide their canoes across thousands of miles of open ocean. These constellation stories were not mere entertainment or whimsy. They served as mnemonic devices, ways of encoding and transmitting essential information across generations in societies that had not yet developed writing. By embedding astronomical knowledge in narrative form, in stories of gods and heroes and animals, ancient peoples ensured that the crucial patterns would be remembered and passed down intact. When Orion rose in the eastern sky at dusk, people knew that winter had arrived. When the Pleiades, that tight cluster of stars the Greeks called the Seven Sisters, disappeared from the evening sky, it was time to begin planting. When certain stars dominated the pre-dawn hours, sailors knew which winds to expect and traders knew which routes would be safe. The myths were maps, the stories were science, and the heavens themselves were a text that every member of society learned to read from childhood. This was education before schools, astronomy before telescopes, a science that required nothing more than clear skies, patient observation, and the accumulated wisdom of countless previous generations. Recognizing the importance of tracking celestial movements, many ancient civilizations invested enormous resources in constructing permanent observatories, monuments of stone that aligned with key astronomical events and served as both temples and scientific instruments. In Mesopotamia, between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers where the first cities arose, priests climbed to the tops of massive stepped pyramids called ziggurats to observe the heavens and record their findings on clay tablets. These observations, accumulated over centuries, allowed Babylonian astronomers to predict eclipses, to track the movements of planets, to develop sophisticated mathematical models of celestial mechanics. Thousands of miles away, in the jungles of Central America, the Maya built towering pyramids with staircases aligned to catch the sun at the exact moments of the equinoxes and solstices, creating dramatic displays of light and shadow that mark the turning points of the year. The main pyramid at Chichen Itza, dedicated to the feathered serpent god Kukulkan, was designed so that on the spring and autumn equinoxes, the angle of the sun would create the illusion of a serpent descending the northern staircase, a breathtaking demonstration of astronomical precision achieved without modern instruments. On a windswept plain in southern Britain, Neolithic peoples erected Stonehenge, a monument of massive stone blocks arranged in circles and horseshoe patterns that aligned with the midsummer sunrise and midwinter sunset. The construction of this monument required thousands of hours of labour, the transport of stones weighing many tons across distances of hundreds of miles, all for the purpose of marking humanity's relationship with the cosmos. In China, imperial astronomers worked from tall observation towers, meticulously recording the positions of stars, planets, comets and meteors. These records, maintained continuously for thousands of years, would later prove invaluable to modern astronomers studying historical supernovae and other transient celestial events. In each case, in each culture, the message was clear. Understanding the heavens was not a luxury, but a necessity. Not mere curiosity, but essential knowledge that justified the commitment of society's most precious resources. For all their symbolic and calendrical importance, the stars served an even more immediately practical purpose as navigational aids, particularly for those who ventured far from familiar territory. Long before the invention of the magnetic compass, before the development of accurate maps, before GPS satellites circled the Earth broadcasting timing signals, travellers relied on the stars to find their way through unknown lands and trackless seas. The most famous of all navigation stars was Polaris, the North Star, which happens through cosmic coincidence to lie almost directly above Earth's North Pole, making it appear stationary while all other stars wheel around it. By locating Polaris and measuring its angle above the horizon, navigators could determine their latitude with reasonable accuracy. Desert caravans crossing the Sahara kept Polaris to one side and Orion's belt as a reference line, maintaining their heading across featureless expanses of sand where a wrong turn meant death from thirst. But the most impressive celestial navigation was practiced by Polynesian voyagers who settled the vast Pacific, sailing in double-hulled canoes across thousands of miles of open ocean without instruments, using only their knowledge of stars, waves, birds and clouds. These Pacific navigators developed a system of such sophistication that it staggers modern understanding. They memorized the rising and setting points of dozens of stars along the horizon, divided into a compass of 32 houses. They knew which stars passed directly over which islands, allowing them to sail beneath a moving star and arrive at a destination beyond the horizon. They understood the relationship between stars and ocean swells, reading the patterns of waves reflected off distant islands invisible below the curve of the Earth. They watched for certain birds whose presence indicated land within a specific range. They read the colour of the water and the types of clouds. But always, it was the stars that formed the foundation of their knowledge, the reliable constant in an ever-changing seascape. In effect, each voyage was a dialogue with the cosmos itself, with humanity using the ancient lights to plot courses across the newest and most challenging frontier, a conversation between the transient and the eternal, between human ambition and cosmic stability. As civilizations matured and human curiosity deepened, mere observation was no longer sufficient. People began asking not just where the stars were, but why they moved as they did, what governed their motions, what their existence meant. In Babylon, astronomers accumulated centuries of meticulous observations, recording the positions of planets against the background stars, noting the regular patterns in their movements, and developing mathematical models to predict future positions. They discovered that eclipses followed predictable cycles, that the planets moved in complex but ultimately regular patterns, that the universe operated according to rules that could be understood and predicted. This was perhaps the first great insight of mathematical astronomy, that the cosmos was not capricious but lawful, not random, but ordered according to principles that human minds could comprehend. The Greeks inherited this Babylonian knowledge and transformed it through their unique philosophical approach. Pythagoras and his followers believed that numbers were the fundamental reality underlying all existence, and they sought cosmic harmonies expressed in mathematical ratios. Plato envisioned a universe of perfect geometric forms, with the heavenly bodies moving in perfect circles at constant speeds driven by something he called the world soul. Aristotle, whose influence would dominate European thought for 2,000 years, developed a comprehensive cosmological system in which the Earth stood motionless at the centre of the universe, while everything else revolved around it in a series of concentric spheres. The stars, fixed to the outermost sphere, were composed of a fifth element called quintessence or ether, eternal and unchanging, fundamentally different from the four earthly elements of earth, water, air, and fire. This celestial realm was perfect and incorruptible, while the terrestrial realm beneath the moon was subject to change and decay. It was a beautiful theory, aesthetically pleasing and philosophically satisfying, but it had a critical flaw. It wasn't true. Nevertheless, Aristotle's framework would shape astronomical thinking for millennia. Hipparchus, perhaps the greatest observational astronomer of antiquity, spent years cataloguing the positions and brightnesses of stars, creating the first true star atlas. In the process, he made a startling discovery. Comparing his observations with those made centuries earlier, he realised that the celestial pole had shifted, that the point around which the stars appeared to rotate had slowly migrated over time. He had discovered the precession of the equinoxes, a phenomenon caused by the slow wobble of Earth's axis that takes approximately 26,000 years to complete a full cycle. This was a profound revelation. The heavens themselves were not absolutely fixed, but participated in changes so gradual that only centuries of careful observation could detect them. The pinnacle of ancient astronomy was achieved in Alexandria, the great cosmopolitan city on Egypt's Mediterranean coast, where Greek, Egyptian, and Jewish learning mingled and cross-fertilized. The Library of Alexandria, perhaps the most famous repository of knowledge in the ancient world, gathered scrolls and manuscripts from across the known world, and among its scholars were some of the finest scientific minds of the age. Eratosthenes, serving as the library's third chief librarian, used simple geometry and careful observation to measure the circumference of the Earth with remarkable accuracy. He knew that at noon on the summer solstice, the sun shone directly down a well in Syene, casting no shadow. On the same day in Alexandria, roughly 500 miles north, vertical objects cast shadows of a measurable angle. Using this angle and the distance between the two cities, Eratosthenes calculated Earth's circumference to within a few % of the true value, a stunning achievement using only ancient technology. Claudius Ptolemy, working in Alexandria several centuries later, synthesized all of Greek astronomical knowledge into a comprehensive work called the Almagest. His geocentric model, with Earth at the centre and all celestial bodies revolving around it, in combinations of circular motions called epicycles, could predict planetary positions with impressive accuracy. Though we now know this model was fundamentally incorrect, it represented a remarkable intellectual achievement, a mathematical framework that could account for the apparent motions of the heavens as seen from Earth. When the Western Roman Empire collapsed and Europe descended into centuries of political fragmentation and intellectual stagnation, the torch of astronomical learning was carried forward by scholars in the Islamic world. From Spain to Persia, from North Africa to Central Asia, Muslim astronomers preserved the works of the Greeks, translated them into Arabic, and expanded upon them with new observations and theoretical insights. In Baghdad, the Caliph established the House of Wisdom, a combination library, observatory and research institution where scholars from different traditions collaborated on scientific projects. Observatories were built in Damascus, Samarkand, Cordoba and other cities, equipped with large instruments for measuring celestial positions with unprecedented precision. Al-Battani refined the star catalogues inherited from Ptolemy, correcting errors and adding new observations. He calculated the length of the year with extraordinary accuracy and improved the understanding of the precession of the equinoxes. Ibn al-Haytham, known in the West as al-Hazn, made fundamental contributions to optics, studying the nature of light and vision in ways that would later influence the development of telescopes. The astrolabe, an intricate handheld device for measuring the positions of stars and telling time, was perfected during this period and became an essential tool for astronomers, navigators, and surveyors throughout the medieval world. The Islamic astronomers didn't simply preserve ancient knowledge, they added to it substantially, and many of the stars we see today still bear the Arabic names given to them during this golden age. Aldebaran, the bright red eye of Taurus the bull, takes its name from the Arabic Aldebaran. meaning the follower, as it seems to follow the Pleiades across the sky. Betelgeuse, the red supergiant marking Orion's shoulder, derives from an Arabic phrase whose exact original form is debated, but relates to the central figure. Rigel, Orion's bright blue foot, comes from Rigel, meaning foot. Deneb, Vega, Altair, Algol, Fomalhaut. Dozens of the brightest stars carry Arabic names that reflect centuries of Islamic astronomical tradition. Moreover, Islamic astronomy preserved and transmitted to medieval Europe the knowledge that would eventually spark the scientific revolution, ensuring that the accumulated wisdom of antiquity was not lost, but remained available when European civilization was ready to resume its own scientific development. That resumption began in earnest during the Renaissance when a Polish canon named Nicholas Copernicus quietly proposed a radical idea. What if the Earth was not the centre of the universe but merely one of several planets revolving around the Sun? Copernicus spent decades developing his heliocentric model, working in isolation and delaying publication until the end of his life, aware that his ideas contradicted both ancient authority and religious doctrine. His book, De Revolutionibus Orbium Coelestium, published in 1543, the year of his death, initiated a profound transformation in human understanding of our place in the cosmos. If Earth was just another planet, then perhaps the heavens and Earth were not fundamentally different realms. Perhaps the same laws governed both. Perhaps humanity did not occupy a privileged position at the centre of creation, but was instead situated in a vast cosmos where we are merely one small part of a much larger whole. These implications would take generations to fully absorb, but the seed had been planted. Tycho Brahe, a Danish nobleman with a passion for precision measurement, built elaborate observatories equipped with massive instruments for measuring celestial positions with unprecedented accuracy. Working before the invention of the telescope, Tycho compiled observations that were far more accurate than any that had come before, though he himself never accepted Copernicus's heliocentric model, preferring a compromise system with the planets orbiting the Sun while the Sun orbited Earth. Tycho's meticulous data would prove invaluable to his assistant Johannes Kepler, a German mathematician who inherited Tycho's observations after his death. Kepler spent years trying to fit Tycho's data to circular orbits, the shape that ancient philosophy insisted must govern celestial motions, but the observations stubbornly refused to match the theory. Finally, in a moment of intellectual courage, Kepler abandoned circles and tried ellipses, and suddenly everything fell into place. Planets moved in elliptical orbits with the Sun at one focus, sweeping out equal areas in equal times, their speeds varying according to mathematical laws that Kepler was able to formulate precisely. This was revolutionary. The cosmos obeyed mathematical laws, but they were not the simple circular perfection imagined by the ancients. Reality, it turned out, was more subtle and more beautiful than philosophy had supposed. Then came Galileo Galilei, who turned a newly invented device called the telescope toward the heavens, and saw things that transformed astronomy overnight. The moon was not a perfect sphere, but had mountains and valleys, shadows and relief, geography. Jupiter had moons of its own, 4 bright satellites orbiting the giant planet just as planets orbited the Sun, proving that not everything in the cosmos revolved around Earth. Venus showed phases like the moon, which made sense only if it orbited the Sun, and the Milky Way, that hazy band of light arching across the night sky, resolved under magnification into countless individual stars, revealing that the universe was far larger and more populous than anyone had imagined. The new astronomy required new physics, and Isaac Newton provided it. His laws of motion and universal gravitation, published in the Principia Mathematica in 1687, showed that the same force that made apples fall from trees also kept the moon in orbit around Earth, and Earth in orbit around the Sun. The heavens and Earth were unified under a single set of physical laws, mathematical and testable and universal. With Newton's laws, astronomers could calculate planetary positions into the distant future, could predict the return of comets, could discover new planets by observing the perturbations they caused in the orbits of known ones. The cosmos had become comprehensible, subject to human understanding in a way that would have seemed miraculous to ancient stargazers. As telescopes improved, astronomy became increasingly technological, dependent on ever larger instruments that gathered more light and revealed fainter objects. In the 19th century, astronomers developed spectroscopy. the technique of analysing the light from stars by spreading it into its component colours. Different elements absorbed and emitted light at specific wavelengths, leaving distinctive fingerprints in stellar spectra. Suddenly, astronomers could determine the chemical composition of stars, could measure their temperatures, could detect their motions toward or away from Earth through the Doppler shift of spectral lines. The stars were no longer just points of light but chemical laboratories, physics experiments conducted on scales beyond human imagination. The 20th century brought telescopes of unprecedented size and sophistication. The 100-inch telescope at Mount Wilson, completed in 1917, allowed Edwin Hubble to resolve individual stars in spiral nebulae, proving they were separate galaxies far beyond the Milky Way. The 200-inch Hale telescope at Palomar, dedicated in 1948, pushed deeper into space, revealing galaxies by the millions, quasars at the edge of the visible universe, and the large-scale structure of the cosmos itself. In 1990, the Hubble Space Telescope was launched into orbit above Earth's obscuring atmosphere, providing views of unprecedented clarity and capturing images that would become iconic. The pillars of creation in the Eagle Nebula, the deep field images showing thousands of galaxies in a tiny patch of sky, the spectacular colours of dying stars wrapped in planetary nebulae. Modern astronomy revealed that stars are born from collapsing clouds of gas and dust, that they spend most of their lives fusing hydrogen into helium in their cores, that they die in various ways depending on their mass, sometimes gently puffing off their outer layers, sometimes exploding catastrophically in supernovae that briefly outshine entire galaxies. These supernovae scatter the elements forged in stellar cores and in the explosion itself, enriching the interstellar medium with carbon, oxygen, iron, and all the other elements necessary for planets and life. Today we observe the universe across the entire electromagnetic spectrum, from long wavelength radio waves to high-energy gamma rays. Radio telescopes listen to emissions from cold gas clouds and spinning pulsars. Infrared telescopes see through dust clouds to observe star formation in action. X-ray telescopes detect the intense radiation from matter spiralling into black holes. Gravitational wave observatories sense the ripples in space-time itself caused by colliding black holes and neutron stars. We have learned that the observable universe contains hundreds of billions of galaxies, each containing hundreds of billions of stars, numbers so vast they lose meaning. We know that we are made of star stuff, that every atom in our bodies except hydrogen was forged in the nuclear furnaces of stars or in supernova explosions, that we are literally the children of dead stars, cosmic recycling on the grandest scale. The calcium in our bones, the iron in our blood, the carbon in our cells, all were created in stars that lived and died before our sun was born, before our planet existed, before life emerged from ancient seas. We carry within us the ashes of stellar fires, reminders that we are not separate from the cosmos, but fundamentally part of it, connected to the most distant stars by an unbroken chain of physical processes stretching back to the Big Bang itself. And yet, despite all this knowledge, despite all our sophisticated instruments and mathematical theories, something essential remains unchanged from those ancient nights when our ancestors first looked up in wonder. The stars still shine, still wheel across the sky in their eternal patterns, still mark the passage of seasons and years. On a clear night far from city lights, you can still see the Milky Way arching overhead, still pick out Orion and Ursa Major and the Pleiades, the same constellations that Babylonian shepherds watched from hillsides 4,000 years ago, that guided Polynesian voyagers across the Pacific, that inspired Greek poets and Arab astronomers and Renaissance scientists. The stars we see tonight are the same stars that shone on the pyramids, on Stonehenge, on the Maya temples. They connect us across vast stretches of time to all the humans who came before us, who looked up and wondered, who sought patterns and meanings, who used the stars to navigate and to mark time, to tell stories and to do science. Most of us live now in cities where light pollution obscures all but the brightest stars, where the night sky is a dim shadow of what our ancestors knew, but the stars remain above us nevertheless, ancient lights burning across impossible distances, photons that have travelled for years or centuries or millennia to reach our eyes. When we sleep beneath them, we sleep beneath the same watchful presence that has accompanied humanity since the beginning, a reminder of our cosmic context, of the vast universe of which we are such a small yet integral part, and of the deep human need to look upward, to wonder, to seek understanding of our place in the immensity of space and time. The nature of that understanding has shifted profoundly over the generations, moving from the mythological to the mathematical, from the personal to the statistical, yet perhaps losing something essential in the translation. Ancient peoples saw the stars as intimate companions, as gods and heroes and animals whose stories were woven into daily life, whose rising and setting marked births and deaths and harvests and voyages. Each star had meaning, each constellation carried weight. Modern astronomy, for all its magnificent achievements, has rendered the stars into objects of physics and chemistry, into masses and luminosities and spectral types, into data points in vast catalogues containing billions of entries. We know far more about stars than any ancient astronomer could have imagined, yet we feel them far less. A child in ancient Mesopotamia could name dozens of stars and tell you stories about each one, could point out where Mars was wandering through the zodiac, could predict when the next eclipse would darken the sun. A modern child might recognise the Big Dipper and perhaps Orion, might know in an abstract way that stars are distant suns, but the sky holds no personal meaning, carries no stories, marks nothing important in their lives. We have gained comprehension but lost connection, acquired knowledge but surrendered intimacy. This transformation reflects a broader change in humanity's relationship with the natural world. For most of human history, survival depended on close observation of nature, on knowing the patterns of weather and seasons, the behaviours of animals, the cycles of plants, the movements of celestial bodies. Every person was by necessity an amateur naturalist and astronomer, accumulating knowledge through direct experience, passing it down through careful instruction. The modern world has insulated us from these necessities. We live in climate-controlled environments, buy food grown by others in places we never visit, navigate with GPS satellites rather than stars, tell time by atomic clocks synchronized across the globe. We no longer need the stars for any practical purpose, and so we have stopped paying attention to them, allowing the oldest human knowledge to fade from memory within a single generation. There is something melancholy about this loss, this severing of a connection that persisted for hundreds of thousands of years, that defined what it meant to be human for far longer than agriculture or cities, or writing or any other achievement we consider foundational to civilization. Yet perhaps the story is not entirely one of loss. While fewer people now know the stars personally, those who do pursue astronomy have access to understanding that would have seemed like divine knowledge to ancient observers. We know that stars are not eternal but have lifespans, that they are born from collapsing clouds and die in various ways depending on their initial mass. We understand the nuclear processes that power them, the fusion of hydrogen into helium and then into heavier elements as stars age. We can trace the life cycle of a star from its formation in a stellar nursery through its main sequence years to its final fate as a white dwarf, neutron star, or black hole. We know that the universe itself has a history, that it began in a hot, dense state approximately 14 billion years ago and has been expanding and cooling ever since. We have detected the cosmic microwave background, the faint afterglow of the Big Bang itself, and measured its tiny temperature variations that seeded the formation of galaxies. We have discovered planets orbiting other stars, thousands of them now, and we know that planetary systems are common throughout the galaxy, that the story of our solar system is not unique but typical, that the universe is almost certainly filled with worlds beyond counting. This knowledge carries its own sense of wonder, different from but not inferior to the wonder felt by ancient stargazers. To understand that the light entering your eye left a distant star decades or centuries ago, that you are literally looking backward in time, seeing the star not as it is now, but as it was when that photon began its journey, creates a sense of connection across vast stretches of space-time. To realise that the heavier elements in your body were forged in stellar cores, that you are made of processed star stuff, that your very existence depended on generations of stars living and dying to enrich the cosmos with the building blocks of complexity, places you within a cosmic story of astonishing scope. To contemplate the scale of the universe, the hundreds of billions of galaxies, each containing hundreds of billions of stars, the vast distances that light itself requires millions or billions of years to cross, induces a kind of humility and perspective that can be simultaneously overwhelming and comforting. We are tiny, yes, almost infinitesimally small compared to cosmic scales, Yet we are also the universe becoming conscious of itself, matter organised in such a way that it can contemplate its own origins and nature. The future of humanity's relationship with the stars remains unwritten. Some speculate that we may eventually venture outward, establishing colonies on other worlds, spreading through the solar system and perhaps eventually to the stars themselves, becoming a spacefaring species whose descendants will look up at night skies from planets orbiting distant suns. Others suggest that we will send our robotic emissaries ahead of us, machines that can survive the harsh environment of space and the decades or centuries required for interstellar travel, extending human knowledge and presence without requiring human bodies to make the journey. Still others believe we will remain bound to Earth, perhaps by choice, perhaps by necessity, content to observe the cosmos from our home world while directing our energies to challenges close to hand. Whatever path we take, it seems unlikely that the stars will cease to hold meaning for us, that we will entirely abandon the relationship that has persisted since the first humans looked upward and wondered. The stars are too deeply embedded in our consciousness, too fundamental to our sense of place and purpose, too beautiful and mysterious to be permanently forgotten, even in an age of artificial lights and indoor living. On quiet nights, even now, even in the midst of cities, something draws people outdoors to look up when conditions are right, when a meteor shower is predicted, or an eclipse occurs, or the planets align in unusual configurations. There remains a hunger for that connection, a recognition that the stars speak to something essential in human nature, something that predates civilization and may outlast it. The patterns our ancestors traced in the sky still echo in our culture, in the names we give to things, in the metaphors we use, in the stories we tell. We speak of someone being our North Star, meaning they provide constant guidance. We describe remote possibilities as hoping to reach for the stars. We call celebrities stars, unconsciously linking fame and brightness. When we want to express good wishes, we tell people to wish upon a star. The language of stars permeates human expression, because the experience of stars permeates human history, because for countless generations they were our constant companions, our guides, our calendar, our inspiration, our connection to something larger than ourselves. As the night deepens and the rain continues its gentle rhythm, as consciousness softens and thoughts drift towards sleep, the stars continue their ancient dance overhead, reeling through the same patterns that have marked the passage of time since long before humans existed and will continue long after we are gone. They shine on deserts and oceans, on cities and wilderness, on sleepers and watchers, indifferent to human concerns yet somehow central to human meaning. Each photon that reaches Earth carries information about distant times and places, about the nature of matter and energy, about the history and fate of the cosmos. The stars are both impossibly distant and intimately present, both alien and familiar, both eternal and temporary on cosmic timescales. They remind us that we are part of something vast and ancient, that our moment in time is brief but connected to everything that came before and everything that will follow, that the story of the universe is also our story, written in light across the darkness, waiting patiently to be read by anyone who takes the time to look up and wonder at the eternal watch of stars burning through the night. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The healer's path stretches from firelit caves to gleaming hospitals, from whispered prayers to gene sequences displayed on screens. The methods have changed beyond recognition, but the fundamental promise remains unchanged: to ease suffering, to push back death, to take the broken and make it whole again. The old woman with her herbs and the surgeon with robotic tools are united across the millennia by the same fierce determination: that life is precious, that pain matters, and that healing is humanity's most ancient and essential art. Between the ancient wisdom and modern miracles lies a vast landscape of discovery, each breakthrough built upon failures and fortunes that came before. The story of medicine is not a straight line, but a winding river, sometimes rushing forward, sometimes pooling in stagnant confusion, occasionally splitting into streams that rejoin centuries later. In the spaces between the great names and famous discoveries, countless others laboured in obscurity, their contributions forgotten but their impacts rippling forward through time. In medieval China, physicians refined techniques that would baffle Western medicine for centuries. They read pulses with such sensitivity that they claimed to detect dozens of different qualities in the rhythm of blood beneath the skin. They inserted thin needles into specific points along invisible meridians, channels through which they believed vital energy flowed. When European missionaries first witnessed acupuncture, they dismissed it as primitive superstition, yet the patients often improved. The Chinese also pioneered inoculation against smallpox long before Jenner, blowing powdered scabs from recovered patients into the nostrils of the healthy. Some died from the practice, but far fewer than would have perished in an epidemic. In the markets of Constantinople, apothecaries sold remedies from 3 continents, spices from India mixed with herbs from Europe and minerals from Africa. The Byzantine Empire preserved Greek medical texts when Western Europe descended into chaos, and their hospitals treated patients with a sophistication that would not be matched in the West for centuries. Physicians there understood the importance of rest, clean air, and proper diet in recovery. They recognized that healing required more than medicines, that the environment and the mind played crucial roles in the body's restoration. The Black Death changed everything. When the plague swept through Europe in the 14th century, killing perhaps a third of the population, medicine confronted its absolute helplessness. Doctors in bird-like masks stuffed with herbs attended the dying, but nothing they did made any difference. Some blamed the alignment of planets, others the wrath of God, still others the corrupted air rising from swamps and corpses. They were all wrong, but they had no tools to discover the truth. The plague sparked both despair and innovation. Quarantine became a tool of public health, cities isolating the sick in designated areas. The word itself came from the Italian quaranta giorni, 40 days. The period ships had to wait before docking if plague was suspected aboard. In the wake of such devastation, people questioned everything, including medical authority. If the learned physicians with their university degrees could not stop the dying, what good was their knowledge? Some turned to folk healers, to cunning women who knew herbs and charms. Others sought flagellation and prayer. A few began to wonder if perhaps the old authorities had been wrong about many things, if perhaps direct observation might reveal truths that ancient texts had missed. The printing press accelerated everything. Medical knowledge no longer depended on hand-copied manuscripts that could be destroyed in a single fire. Books multiplied and spread, carrying ideas across borders faster than any traveller. Andreas Vesalius's anatomical drawings reached physicians throughout Europe within years of publication. Competing theories could be compared side by side. Errors could be identified and corrected, though often it took generations for old ideas to die even after being disproven. In Padua, Italy, the first permanent anatomy theatre was built in 1594, a wooden structure where students crowded on steep tiers to watch dissections below. The bodies came from executed criminals, and the dissections had to be performed quickly before decay set in. Yet in those reeking demonstrations, medicine transformed from theoretical to empirical. Seeing was believing, and what they saw often contradicted what they had been taught. Across the centuries, women fought for their place in healing. In ancient times, midwifery had been exclusively their domain, and many also practiced herbal medicine. But as medicine professionalised and universities formed, women were excluded. Male physicians began attending births, often with disastrous results because they lacked the accumulated wisdom of generations of midwives. In the 19th century, Elizabeth Blackwell fought her way into medical school in America, graduating first in her class despite the hostility she faced. She opened doors for others, proving that medical knowledge was not gendered, that healing belonged to anyone with the skill and dedication to learn. The 19th century brought suffering on an unprecedented scale through industrialization, but it also brought the means to document and study that suffering. Workers in factories breathed toxic fumes and lost limbs to machinery. Children laboured in coal mines and textile mills, their bodies deformed by unnatural work. Cholera swept through crowded slums where human waste mixed with drinking water. Yet these horrors drove reform. John Snow mapped cholera cases in London and traced an outbreak to a single contaminated water pump. His work proved that disease could spread through water, not just bad air, revolutionising public health. Florence Nightingale transformed nursing from menial work into a respected profession. In the Crimean War, she found wounded soldiers lying in their own filth, infections killing more men than battles. She organised clean wards, proper ventilation and systematic care. Mortality rates plummeted. She returned to England and used statistics, a new tool then, to prove the importance of sanitary conditions. Her charts and graphs made the invisible visible, showing patterns that narrative alone could not convey. In Vienna, Ignaz Semmelweis noticed that women giving birth attended by doctors died of childbed fever far more often than those attended by midwives. He observed that doctors came to the maternity ward directly from autopsy rooms, their hands still contaminated. He ordered doctors to wash their hands in chlorinated water before examining patients. Deaths dropped dramatically, yet his colleagues ridiculed him. The idea that gentlemen doctors could be carrying death on their hands was insulting, impossible to accept. Semmelweis died in an asylum, his discovery ignored until after his death when Pasteur's germ theory finally explained why he'd been right. Pain had always been medicine's companion. Surgery before anaesthesia was a race against agony and shock. The best surgeons were the fastest, able to amputate a limb in under a minute while strong men held the screaming patient down. Many chose death over the surgeon's knife. When ether and chloroform made painless surgery possible, it seemed like divine intervention. Suddenly, operations could be careful and precise instead of frantically quick. Surgeons could enter the abdomen, the chest, even the skull. But with this new access came new dangers. Patients survived the surgery only to die days later from infections, their opened bodies invaded by bacteria. Lister's antiseptic technique changed this calculus. By creating a sterile field, by killing bacteria on instruments and in wounds, he made complex surgery survivable. Other surgeons refined his methods, moving from antiseptic to aseptic technique, preventing contamination rather than killing microbes after the fact. Rubber gloves, surgical masks, sterilised instruments, and scrubbing protocols became standard. The operating room became a temple of cleanliness, and surgery transformed from desperate gamble to calculated intervention. Meanwhile, in laboratories, scientists hunted invisible enemies. Koch's postulates provided a framework for proving that specific microbes cause specific diseases. Once identified, these enemies could be studied, their weaknesses discovered. Vaccines were developed for rabies, diphtheria, tetanus. Each disease conquered was a victory for all humanity, but the war was far from over. Tuberculosis, the White Plague, killed more people in the 19th century than any other disease. It consumed its victims slowly, wasting their bodies over months or years. Sanatoriums were built in mountains and by the sea, places where fresh air and rest might help the body fight back. Some patients recovered, but most did not. The tubercle bacillus was identified, but no weapon existed against it. Patients lay in open-air pavilions even in winter, bundled in blankets, believing that cold, fresh air might succeed where medicines failed. Then came the sulfur drugs in the 1930s, the first synthetic antibiotics. For the first time, chemicals could be designed to kill bacteria, while leaving human cells relatively unharmed. Infections that had been death sentences became treatable. But sulfur drugs were crude weapons with serious side effects, and many bacteria were resistant to them. Penicillin changed everything. Fleming's accidental discovery in 1928 languished for over a decade because he could not produce enough of the substance to test it properly. During World War II, the desperate need for better treatments for wounded soldiers drove a massive effort to mass-produce penicillin. By 1944, there was enough for the D-Day invasion, and countless soldiers survived wounds that would have killed them in earlier wars. After the war, penicillin became widely available, and other antibiotics followed. Humanity had finally found a way to fight back against bacterial infections effectively, but bacteria evolve, and evolution is faster in organisms that reproduce in minutes rather than years. Resistance emerged, strains of bacteria that could survive antibiotics, then thrive in their presence. The arms race between human ingenuity and bacterial evolution continues today, with some infections becoming untreatable by any known antibiotic. The miracle of antibiotics may be temporary, a brief window in history when bacterial infections could be easily defeated. Mental illness remained medicine's dark frontier. For millennia, the mad were chained, beaten, locked away in asylums that were closer to prisons than hospitals. Treatments ranged from useless to torturous. Bloodletting, purging, cold baths, spinning chairs, insulin shock, lobotomy. The brain was too complex, too inaccessible, too mysterious. Without understanding the organ, physicians could not treat its disorders. Freud and his contemporaries tried to map the mind through conversation, believing that mental illness arose from psychological conflicts rather than physical causes. Their theories were often wrong, sometimes harmful, but they established the idea that the mind could be treated, that mental suffering was a legitimate domain of medicine. In the mid-20th century, the first psychiatric medications were discovered, mostly by accident. Chlorpromazine, developed as a surgical anaesthetic, proved to calm psychotic symptoms. Imipramine, tested as a treatment for infections, turned out to be an effective antidepressant. These drugs were crude, with terrible side effects, but they offered hope where none had existed. Neuroimaging eventually allowed scientists to peer inside living brains, watching which regions activated during different tasks, identifying structural abnormalities associated with various disorders. The brain remained mysterious, but it was no longer completely opaque. Mental illness began to be understood as brain illness, physical conditions with physical causes, though stigma remained powerful. Polio terrified parents throughout the first half of the 20th century. The virus struck children especially, leaving some dead, others paralysed, still others trapped in iron lungs, mechanical devices that breathed for them when their respiratory muscles failed. Franklin Roosevelt, President of the United States, was a polio survivor who used a wheelchair, though he hid the extent of his disability from the public. The March of Dimes raised millions for research. Jonas Salk developed a killed virus vaccine, tested it on himself and his family, then conducted mass trials. When the vaccine was declared safe and effective in 1955, church bells rang across America. Albert Sabin's oral vaccine followed, easier to administer, and polio was beaten back to a few remaining pockets of infection worldwide. The success of vaccination led to greater ambitions. Why not eradicate all infectious diseases? Smallpox vaccination intensified in the 1960s and 70s. A coordinated global campaign tracking down every case, vaccinating everyone in contact with infected individuals. The last natural case of smallpox occurred in Somalia in 1977. 3 years later, the World Health Organization declared the disease eradicated. For the first time in history, humanity had deliberately driven a disease to extinction. The virus exists now only in 2 secure laboratories, kept for research, subject of debates about whether even these last samples should be destroyed. But not all diseases could be erased so easily. Malaria killed millions every year, especially in tropical regions. The parasite's complex life cycle, requiring both mosquitoes and humans, made it difficult to target. DDT was used to kill mosquitoes and it worked, saving millions of lives, but the environmental cost was catastrophic. Rachel Carson's Silent Spring documented how DDT poisoned ecosystems, killing birds and fish, accumulating in the food chain. The cure was creating new problems. Eventually mosquitoes became resistant to DDT anyway, and malaria resurged. HIV emerged in the 1980s, a new plague for a new era. The virus attacked the immune system itself, leaving victims vulnerable to infections their bodies would normally repel. For years, diagnosis was a death sentence. The disease spread through blood and sexual contact, and fear spread even faster. Misinformation, stigma, and political indifference allowed the epidemic to grow. Activists fought for research funding and faster drug approval. Eventually, antiretroviral drugs were developed that could suppress the virus, transforming HIV from death sentence to manageable chronic condition, at least for those with access to treatment. But the virus mutates rapidly, integrates into human DNA, and despite decades of research, no cure or vaccine exists. Cancer remained the great unconquered foe. Not a single disease, but hundreds of different conditions where cells multiply without control. Cancer killed through many mechanisms and resisted simple solutions. Surgery could remove tumours if caught early enough. Radiation could kill cancer cells, but damaged healthy tissue too. Chemotherapy poisoned rapidly dividing cells, which included cancer but also hair follicles, gut lining and bone marrow. Patients endured devastating treatments for uncertain outcomes. Understanding cancer required understanding the cell itself, the mechanisms of growth and division, the genes that controlled these processes. The discovery of oncogenes, genes that when mutated could drive cancer, provided new targets. Targeted therapies were developed that attacked specific molecular pathways in cancer cells, while leaving normal cells relatively unharmed. Immunotherapy trained the body's immune system to recognize and attack cancer. These treatments worked for some cancers, some patients, but cancer's genetic diversity meant that each case was unique, requiring personalised approaches. Organ transplantation pushed medicine into philosophical territory. If a heart could be replaced, was identity tied to that organ as some cultures believed? The first heart transplant in 1967 by Christian Bornu captured global attention. The patient survived only 18 days, but the barrier had been broken. The problem was rejection. The immune system, so valuable for fighting infection, saw transplanted organs as foreign invaders and attacked them. Immunosuppressive drugs allowed transplants to succeed, but left patients vulnerable to infection. The balance was delicate, requiring careful management for the rest of the patient's life. The demand for organs far exceeded supply. Waiting lists grew longer. Some turned to living donors for kidneys, one of the few organs where donation did not require the donor's death. Others waited, hoping while their bodies failed. Black markets emerged where organs were bought from the desperate poor. The ethics were murky, the suffering real on all sides. Artificial organs offered one solution. Dialysis machines could filter blood when kidneys failed. Pacemakers could regulate heartbeats. Artificial joints replaced arthritic hips and knees. But complex organs like livers and lungs remained beyond reach. Xenotransplantation, using organs from animals, especially pigs genetically modified to reduce rejection risk, showed promise but raised concerns about animal viruses jumping to humans. The Human Genome Project, completed in 2003, mapped all 3 billion base pairs of human DNA. It was a triumph of technology and international cooperation, and it promised to revolutionize medicine. With the complete genetic code available, scientists could identify genes responsible for inherited diseases, understand individual variations in drug response, trace evolutionary history, and potentially correct genetic errors before they caused disease. Gene therapy attempted to treat disease by inserting correct copies of genes into cells, replacing faulty versions. Early attempts failed catastrophically, with patients developing leukemia or dying from immune reactions. But persistence and better techniques led to successes. Children born with severe combined immunodeficiency, the bubble boy disease, were cured by gene therapy, their immune systems rebuilt from genetically corrected cells. Hereditary blindness was reversed in some patients. The promise was immense, but so were the technical challenges and costs. CRISPR gene editing, discovered in bacteria and adapted for use in human cells, provided unprecedented precision in altering DNA. For the first time, specific genes could be cut and replaced with molecular scissors. Diseases caused by single gene mutations could potentially be cured permanently. But CRISPR also raised the spectre of designer babies, humans engineered for desired traits. When a Chinese scientist announced in 2018 that he had created gene-edited babies, the global scientific community reacted with horror. The technology had outpaced ethics, and the question of where to draw lines remained unresolved. Stem cells offered another route to regeneration. These undifferentiated cells could develop into any tissue type, potentially allowing damaged organs to be regrown rather than replaced. Embryonic stem cells were the most versatile but required destroying embryos to obtain them, igniting fierce ethical debates. Induced pluripotent stem cells, adult cells reprogrammed to an embryonic-like state, offered a less controversial alternative. Clinical trials tested stem cells for spinal cord injuries, heart disease, diabetes, and neurodegenerative conditions, with mixed results. The promise was vast, the reality more complicated. Nanomedicine dreamed of microscopic robots swimming through bloodstreams, repairing damage at the cellular level, delivering drugs precisely where needed. While true nanorobots remained science fiction, nanoparticles were being used to deliver chemotherapy directly to tumours, reducing side effects. Gold nanoparticles could be heated to destroy cancer cells. Quantum dots helped visualize biological processes at the molecular level. The boundary between medicine and engineering blurred. The brain remained the final frontier. Despite advances in imaging and molecular biology, consciousness, memory, and identity remained mysterious. Neurodegenerative diseases like Alzheimer's and Parkinson's destroyed minds slowly, and medicine could only slow the decline, not stop or reverse it. The accumulation of abnormal proteins in brain tissue, the death of specific neurons, the inflammation and damage followed predictable patterns, but treatments remained elusive. Hundreds of drug trials failed. The brain, protected by the blood-brain barrier, isolated from the immune system, was uniquely difficult to treat. Brain-computer interfaces attempted to restore function, lost to injury or disease. Electrodes implanted in the motor cortex allowed paralysed patients to control robotic arms or computer cursors with thought alone. Cochlear implants restored hearing to the deaf by directly stimulating auditory nerves. Retinal implants offered crude vision to some blind patients. Deep brain stimulation helped control Parkinson's tremors. The nervous system, once beyond intervention, was becoming accessible. But these technologies raised questions about identity and authenticity. If memories could be altered, were they still real? If personality could be changed by stimulating specific brain regions, where did the self reside? If artificial intelligence could interpret brain signals and predict behaviour, what remained private? Medicine was not just healing bodies, but potentially remaking minds. Telemedicine exploded during the COVID-19 pandemic when in-person visits became dangerous. Video consultations, remote monitoring, electronic prescriptions became standard overnight. Patients in rural areas accessed specialists thousands of miles away. Chronic conditions were managed through apps and wearable devices. The smartphone became a medical device, tracking heart rate, detecting falls, even recording electrocardiograms. Artificial intelligence analysed the data, flagging abnormalities for human review. Machine learning algorithms trained on millions of images could detect cancers in mammograms and skin lesions with accuracy matching or exceeding human experts. They predicted which patients would develop sepsis, which would respond to specific treatments, which were at risk of readmission. But algorithms reflected the biases in their training data, sometimes providing worse care for minorities and women who were underrepresented in medical databases. The promise of personalised medicine through big data had to be tempered with awareness of systemic inequities. The pandemic revealed both medicine's power and its limitations. Vaccines were developed with unprecedented speed, genetic sequencing allowing scientists to design vaccines within days of the virus's genetic code being published. mRNA vaccines, a technology decades in development, proved spectacularly effective. Within a year, multiple vaccines were protecting hundreds of millions of people. It was a triumph of science, global cooperation, and determination. Yet the pandemic also exposed inequities, misinformation, and political dysfunction. Wealthy nations hoarded vaccines while poor countries went without. Conspiracy theories spread faster than the virus, undermining public health measures. Healthcare systems overwhelmed by patients faced shortages of beds, ventilators, and staff. Medical workers died caring for the sick. The pandemic was a reminder that medicine exists within social, political, and economic systems, and that scientific knowledge alone cannot solve problems rooted in inequality and distrust. The cost of healthcare became a crisis in its own right. Advanced treatments were often astronomically expensive, available only to the wealthy or those with comprehensive insurance. A single dose of gene therapy could cost millions of dollars. Cancer drugs extended life by months but cost hundreds of thousands. The economics of medicine created impossible choices. How much was a year of life worth? Who decided who received expensive treatments? Should healthcare be a right or a commodity? Different nations answered these questions differently. Some provided universal healthcare funded through taxes, ensuring everyone received treatment regardless of ability to pay. Others relied on private insurance markets, creating systems where medical bankruptcy was common. Still others had underfunded public systems that provided basic care, but forced people to pay out of pocket for anything complex. The geography of birth determined access to healing as much as the nature of disease. Traditional medicine persisted alongside modern science, sometimes complementing it, sometimes contradicting it. Acupuncture gained acceptance for pain management and nausea control, even if the mechanism remained unclear. Meditation and mindfulness, ancient practices, proved beneficial for stress, anxiety, and chronic pain, validated by brain imaging and clinical trials. Herbal remedies were studied systematically, some yielding useful drugs, others proving useless or dangerous. The challenge was separating what worked from what merely seemed to work, distinguishing placebo effects from genuine healing. The placebo effect itself proved more powerful and complex than once believed. Fake surgeries produced real pain relief. Sugar pills reduced symptoms when patients believed they were receiving real medicine. The mind's influence on the body was undeniable, though the mechanisms remained mysterious. This did not mean all healing was psychological, but it meant that belief, hope, and context mattered, that medicine was not just chemistry but relationship, ritual, and meaning. End-of-life care forced medicine to confront its limits. Technology could extend life almost indefinitely, but should it? Patients on ventilators, feeding tubes, dialysis, their bodies kept alive while awareness faded, raised questions about quality versus quantity. The hospice movement emphasized comfort and dignity over aggressive treatment, acknowledging that death was not always medicine's enemy, but sometimes its appropriate conclusion. The right to die with assistance, to choose one's moment of departure, was legal in some places, prohibited in others, debated everywhere. Medicine had always existed at the intersection of science and humanity, but modern technology made this tension more acute. A doctor could diagnose with artificial intelligence, prescribe based on genetic testing, operate with robotic precision, yet healing remained fundamentally human. Patients wanted not just technical expertise, but empathy, understanding, and hope. They wanted to be seen as people, not just collections of symptoms and data points. The future of medicine stretched in multiple directions simultaneously. Personalized treatments tailored to individual genetics, regenerative medicine growing new organs, artificial intelligence diagnosing and treating disease, global health systems preventing pandemics before they spread, extension of human lifespan beyond current limits, integration of technology with biology, blurring the line between natural and artificial. Yet the fundamental challenges remained: inequality, suffering, mortality, and the question of what makes life worth living. The story that began with shamans and herbs had become a tale of genes and algorithms, but the core remained unchanged. Humans seeking to ease pain, to heal wounds, to push back against the darkness that claims all living things. Medicine was humanity's defiant answer to the universe's indifference, the insistence that suffering matters, that life is precious, that knowledge and compassion together can make a difference. From the first healer who discovered that a certain leaf reduced fever to the scientist editing genes to cure inherited disease, the chain remained unbroken, each generation building on what came before, each adding their piece to the endless puzzle of how to heal. Yet healing itself evolved as a concept, expanding beyond mere physical restoration. The World Health Organization defined health not as the absence of disease, but as complete physical, mental, and social well-being. This shift acknowledged what ancient healers had always known intuitively, that humans were not just bodies to be repaired, but whole beings embedded in communities, environments, and relationships. A person could be physically healthy, yet suffer profoundly, or be dying yet find peace. Medicine had to grapple with these complexities, moving beyond the mechanical model of the body as machine towards something more holistic and humane. Pain management became its own specialty, recognizing that suffering was not always a symptom to be eliminated, but an experience to be understood and addressed with compassion. The opioid crisis in America revealed the dangers of treating pain purely as a problem to be medicated away. Millions became addicted to prescription painkillers, their lives destroyed by substances meant to heal. The pendulum had swung too far toward pharmaceutical solutions, ignoring the psychological, social, and spiritual dimensions of pain. Doctors had to relearn the value of non-drug approaches: physical therapy, cognitive behavioral therapy, meditation, acupuncture, and simply listening to patients describe their suffering. Chronic illness challenged medicine's cure-oriented mindset. Diseases like diabetes, arthritis, multiple sclerosis, and fibromyalgia could be managed but not eliminated. Patients lived for decades with conditions that required constant attention, adaptation, and acceptance. Medicine had to shift from offering cures to supporting lives, from dramatic interventions to ongoing partnership. The best physicians became coaches and allies rather than heroic saviors, helping patients navigate the daily reality of bodies that would never return to some imagined state of perfect health. Children's medicine developed its own distinct character, recognizing that young bodies and minds required different approaches than adults. Pediatrics emerged as a specialty in the 19th century, when infant mortality was staggeringly high and childhood diseases killed millions. Vaccination campaigns targeted childhood illnesses specifically, saving countless young lives. but treating children meant treating families, navigating parental fears and hopes, explaining complex medical information to worried mothers and fathers who felt helpless watching their children suffer. Neonatal medicine pushed the boundaries of viability. Premature babies born months too early, their organs underdeveloped, their bodies tiny and fragile, survived in intensive care units filled with machines. Ventilators breathed for them, feeding tubes nourished them, incubators protected them. Some survived intact, others bore lifelong disabilities from the trauma of too early birth. The ethics were wrenching. At what point was survival a gift rather than a burden? Parents faced impossible decisions, hoping for miracles while preparing for heartbreak. Reproductive medicine gave humans unprecedented control over conception and birth. In vitro fertilization allowed conception outside the body, embryos created in laboratory dishes and implanted in wombs. Couples who could not conceive naturally became parents. But the technology also enabled genetic screening, selecting embryos without hereditary diseases, or even choosing traits like sex. The line between preventing suffering and designing children grew blurry. Some saw liberation from genetic fate, others saw eugenics reborn in technical sophistication. Contraception, once forbidden and dangerous to obtain, became safe and reliable, giving women control over their reproductive lives. This simple medical advance transformed society, enabling education and careers that would have been impossible when pregnancy was inevitable. Yet access remained uneven, blocked by poverty, politics, and religion. The same technology that freed some remained out of reach for others, perpetuating cycles of inequality. Aging presented medicine with its greatest challenge and opportunity. Humans lived longer than ever before, but the extra years often brought dementia, frailty, and dependence. Gerontology studied the aging process itself, searching for ways not just to extend life, but to preserve quality, to ensure that added years were lived rather than endured. Some researchers believed aging was a disease that could be treated, even reversed. Others saw it as natural and inevitable, something to be accepted with grace rather than fought with technology. The microbiome, the trillions of bacteria living in and on human bodies, proved to be crucial for health in ways never imagined. Gut bacteria influence digestion, immunity, even mood and behaviour. Disrupting this microbial ecosystem with antibiotics or poor diet could lead to obesity, autoimmune disease, and mental health problems. Fecal transplants, moving healthy bacteria from one person to another, cured stubborn infections and showed promise for other conditions. Medicine had to acknowledge that humans were not individuals but ecosystems, that health depended on maintaining beneficial relationships with microscopic partners. Epigenetics revealed that genes were not destiny, that environmental factors could turn genes on or off without changing the DNA sequence itself. Trauma, nutrition, stress, and exposure to toxins could alter gene expression, effects that could persist across generations. Children of Holocaust survivors showed stress responses different from the general population, their parents' trauma written into their biology. This meant that healing had to address not just present illness, but inherited wounds, that social conditions shaped health at the molecular level. Environmental medicine recognized that human health could not be separated from planetary health. Climate change brought new patterns of disease, heat waves killing the vulnerable, changing precipitation spreading mosquito-borne illnesses to new regions, air pollution triggering asthma and heart disease. Chemicals in water, soil and air accumulated in bodies, causing cancers and developmental problems. The solutions required not just medical treatment, but environmental action, reducing pollution, protecting ecosystems, addressing the root causes of illness rather than just treating symptoms. Indigenous healing traditions, long dismissed by Western medicine, gained new respect as their ecological wisdom, and holistic approaches proved valuable. The shamans who treated bodies, minds, and spirits together understood connections that Western medicine had fragmented into specialties. Plant medicines from traditional cultures yielded modern drugs, from aspirin derived from willow bark to cancer treatments from rainforest plants. Yet this knowledge was often extracted without compensation, biopiracy stealing centuries of accumulated wisdom. Mental health treatment evolved beyond medications and talk therapy. Exercise proved as effective as antidepressants for mild to moderate depression. Social connection protected against dementia and extended life. purpose and meaning buffered stress and improved outcomes from physical illness. These findings validated what humans had always known intuitively, but that scientific medicine had to rediscover: that health emerged from the whole pattern of a life, not just from biochemistry. Trauma-informed care recognised that many physical symptoms had psychological roots, that bodies remembered what minds tried to forget. Childhood abuse, neglect, and trauma shaped adult health, increasing risks for heart disease, diabetes, addiction, and early death. Treating the body without addressing trauma often failed. Healing required safety, connection, and the opportunity to process and integrate painful experiences, not just medications to suppress symptoms. The opioid epidemic itself was a symptom of deeper social ailments: economic despair, social isolation, loss of purpose and community. People in pain, physical and existential, sought relief in chemicals. Medicine could treat addiction, could provide medications to ease withdrawal and reduce cravings, but could not address the underlying conditions that made oblivion preferable to consciousness. Healing addiction required rebuilding lives, not just detoxifying bodies. Precision medicine promised treatments tailored to individual genetic profiles, but it also revealed how much medicine had been essentially guessing. Drugs that worked for some patients failed or caused harm in others, differences explained by genetic variations in drug metabolism. Chemotherapy killed some cancers while others thrived, differences traced to specific mutations. As medicine became more precise, it also became more complex, requiring sophisticated testing and analysis for each patient. Liquid biopsies, detecting cancer DNA in blood samples, allowed monitoring of tumours without invasive procedures. Cancers could be tracked in real time, treatment adjusted as tumours evolved and developed resistance. The arms race between cancer and therapy accelerated, with medicine adapting to each new defensive move by malignant cells. Some cancers were beaten into remission, kept at bay indefinitely by evolving treatment strategies. Immunotherapy's success against some cancers transformed oncology. By removing the brakes on immune systems, checkpoint inhibitors allowed the body's own defences to attack tumours. Some patients with metastatic cancer, given months to live, experienced complete remissions lasting years. But immunotherapy only worked for a minority of cancers and patients, and its side effects could be severe, the unleashed immune system sometimes attacking healthy organs. The challenge was predicting who would benefit and who would only suffer. Artificial pancreas systems for diabetes combined continuous glucose monitors with insulin pumps, automatically adjusting doses based on real-time blood sugar readings. Diabetics could sleep through the night without risking dangerous lows, could eat without complex calculations. Technology was making chronic illness more manageable, taking over the exhausting cognitive burden of constant monitoring and adjustment. 3D printing of organs and tissues moved from science fiction toward reality. Bioprinters laid down layers of living cells, building structures that could grow and function. Ears, bladders, and skin had been successfully printed and transplanted. More complex organs like hearts and livers remained elusive, but progress continued. The vision was a future where organs could be printed on demand, custom-made for each patient, eliminating transplant waiting lists and rejection. Prosthetics evolved into sophisticated devices offering feedback and fine motor control, approaching that of natural limbs. Sensors in artificial hands detected pressure and temperature, signals sent to the brain through implanted electrodes, creating the sensation of touch. Amputees could feel what they grasped, could adjust grip strength intuitively. The boundary between biological and mechanical blurred as devices integrated more completely with nervous systems. Virtual reality found medical applications beyond entertainment. Surgeons practiced complex procedures in virtual operating rooms. Patients with phobias confronted fears in safe virtual environments. Burn victims found pain relief during wound care by immersing in peaceful virtual landscapes. The brain, unable to fully distinguish virtual from real, could be tricked into healing responses. Medical education transformed as knowledge exploded beyond any individual's capacity to master. Physicians became information managers, using databases and artificial intelligence to access expertise beyond their own. The days of the lone doctor diagnosing from memory and experience were ending, replaced by collaborative networks of human and artificial intelligence. Some worried this would dehumanize medicine. Others believed it would free physicians to focus on the human elements that machines could not provide: empathy, communication, ethical judgment. burnout plagued healthcare workers at epidemic levels. The emotional toll of constant exposure to suffering, death, and impossible decisions, combined with bureaucratic burdens and long hours, drove many from the profession. Physicians had high rates of depression, addiction, and suicide. Nurses left bedside care for less stressful positions. The system that saved others consumed its own. Addressing this required not just individual resilience but systemic change, reducing administrative burden, ensuring adequate staffing, creating cultures that supported rather than exploited caregivers. Community health workers, often from the communities they served, bridged gaps between medical systems and patients. They understood cultural barriers, language differences, and social contexts that shaped health behaviours. They could explain medical advice in ways that made sense, could identify resources and remove obstacles to care. Their work acknowledged that health was created in homes and neighbourhoods, not just hospitals and clinics. Food as medicine gained scientific validation. The Mediterranean diet reduced heart disease and dementia. High-fibre diets fed beneficial gut bacteria. Ultra-processed foods drove obesity, diabetes, and inflammation. Yet access to healthy food was itself a health equity issue, with fresh produce scarce in poor neighbourhoods while fast food proliferated. Addressing diet required not just education but economic and political change, ensuring everyone could afford and access nutritious food. Exercise prescription became standard practice. Physical activity recognised as powerful medicine for preventing and treating numerous conditions. Movement improved mood, cognition, sleep, immune function, and metabolic health. It reduced risks for most chronic diseases. The challenge was that modern life engineered movement out, cars replacing walking, machines replacing physical labour, screens replacing active play. Medicine had to counter environmental forces pushing towards sedentary living. Sleep medicine revealed that rest was not passive but actively restorative, essential for memory consolidation, immune function, and metabolic health. Sleep deprivation contributed to obesity, diabetes, cardiovascular disease, dementia, and mental illness. Yet modern life eroded sleep, artificial light disrupting circadian rhythms, stress, and screens keeping minds alert when bodies needed rest. Treating sleep disorders improved multiple aspects of health, simple interventions yielding broad benefits. Addiction treatment moved beyond moral failure toward understanding it as a brain disease involving complex interactions of genetics, neurobiology, trauma, and environment. Medication-assisted treatment with methadone or buprenorphine reduced overdose deaths and helped people rebuild lives. Harm reduction strategies like needle exchanges prevented HIV and hepatitis transmission. Yet stigma remained powerful, treatment often inaccessible, policies shaped more by punishment than public health. The gut-brain axis revealed direct communication between digestive system and central nervous system. Gut bacteria produced neurotransmitters affecting mood and behaviour. Inflammation in the gut influenced brain inflammation, potentially contributing to depression and neurodegeneration. Probiotic treatment showed promise for mental health conditions. The ancient intuition about gut feelings had scientific basis. The stomach was a second brain in constant conversation with the first. Wilderness medicine brought healthcare to extreme environments, mountain rescues, ocean emergencies, spaceflight, disaster zones. These challenges pushed improvisation and adaptation, working with limited equipment, making do with what was available. The lessons learned in extreme situations often improved care in resource-limited settings, teaching physicians to focus on essential interventions, to work with simple tools effectively. Disaster medicine developed protocols for mass casualty events, where normal standards of care became impossible. Triage sorted victims into categories: those who would survive without immediate intervention, those who might survive with immediate care, and those whose injuries were unsurvivable. The calculations were brutal but necessary, maximizing lives saved with limited resources. Natural disasters, wars, and pandemics all required this grim arithmetic. Military medicine drove innovations in trauma care, hemorrhage control, and rehabilitation. Battlefield lessons in stopping bleeding, protecting airways, and preventing infection saved civilian lives in emergency rooms. Amputees returning from war pushed development of advanced prosthetics. Blast injuries taught neurologists about traumatic brain injury. The horrors of war yielded medical advances, a troubling paradox where suffering drove innovation. Space medicine prepared for a future beyond Earth, studying how microgravity affected bones, muscles, cardiovascular system, and immune function. Astronauts experienced accelerated aging, radiation exposure, isolation, and confinement. Medical emergencies in space required remote guidance and improvisation. Longer missions to Mars would push medicine further, requiring surgical capability, diagnostic equipment, and pharmaceutical manufacturing in spacecraft. The challenges were immense, but they drove innovation applicable on Earth, particularly for remote and resource-limited settings. The story of healing continued to unfold, each era adding new chapters while the fundamental narrative remained constant. Technology advanced relentlessly, offering capabilities previous generations could not imagine, yet the relationship between healer and sufferer retained its ancient character. People in pain still sought someone who would listen, understand, and help. The most sophisticated artificial intelligence could not replace the human presence, the touch of a hand, the voice offering comfort and hope. Medicine remained an art as much as a science, requiring not just technical skill but wisdom, compassion, and the courage to face suffering without turning away. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. In the beginning, there was wonder. Long before the marble columns of Athens rose against the Mediterranean sky, long before Socrates walked the agora asking his relentless questions, humans gazed at the stars and asked why. They looked inward and questioned who. They contemplated their mortality and pondered what comes after. Philosophy was not born in a single moment or place. It emerged wherever consciousness turned upon itself, wherever the human mind refused to accept the world as simply given and demanded to understand the deeper patterns beneath the surface of things. In the ancient lands of India, wise men sat beneath banyan trees and composed hymns that would echo through millennia. The Vedas spoke of cosmic order, of sacrifice and ritual, but it was the Upanishads that pushed deeper, past ceremony and into the nature of reality itself. What is the self? What is this Atman that seems to observe our thoughts, feel our feelings, yet remains somehow separate from them? Is there a permanent essence beneath the constant flux of experience? These questions led to profound realizations, that the individual soul and the universal consciousness might be one and the same, that the material world might be less solid than it appears, that liberation from suffering could come through understanding rather than through action alone. The concept of karma emerged, not as punishment or reward, but as the inexorable law of cause and effect rippling through time. Every action creates consequences, every thought shapes future circumstances, every life connects to countless others in an intricate web of causation. And moksha, the liberation from this cycle, became the ultimate goal. Not escape from existence, but freedom from ignorance and suffering. Far to the east, in the fertile valleys of ancient China, a different voice emerged. Confucius walked from state to state during a time of chaos and warfare, teaching that the foundation of a good society rested not on force, but on virtue. He emphasized the relationships that bind humans together, parent and child, ruler and subject, friend and friend. These were not abstract principles, but practical wisdom for daily living. Respect your elders, he taught, not from blind obedience, but from recognition of their accumulated wisdom. Govern with benevolence, not tyranny. Cultivate yourself before attempting to improve others. His teachings emphasized ritual and propriety, but not as empty formalism, rather as the outward expression of inner cultivation. Meanwhile, another figure emerged from the mists of Chinese antiquity, perhaps historical, perhaps legendary. Lozi, the old master, spoke of a different path. Where Confucius emphasized social harmony through proper action, Laozi pointed toward the Tao, the way that cannot be named or fully articulated. He taught that true wisdom comes from aligning oneself with the natural flow of existence, from acting through non-action, from achieving through non-striving. The softest water wears away the hardest stone, not through force but through persistence and natural movement. Simplicity, spontaneity, and acceptance became the watchwords of this mystical philosophy that would influence millions. In Persia, Zoroaster proclaimed a universe split between light and darkness, truth and falsehood, good and evil. This dualistic vision would ripple outward, influencing Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, shaping how billions would understand morality and cosmic struggle. The idea that existence itself was a battleground between opposing forces, that humans had to choose sides in this eternal conflict, became a powerful framework for understanding suffering and injustice. These Eastern traditions demonstrated that philosophy was humanity's universal project, not limited by geography or culture, but emerging wherever humans possessed the leisure and inclination to question deeply. Then, on the shores of Ionia, in the Greek colonies of Asia Minor, something remarkable occurred. Men began to look at the natural world and ask not what gods controlled it, but what fundamental substance composed it. Thales of Miletus, standing by the sea, proposed that water was the primary element, the source from which all things arose and to which all things returned. It seemed reasonable. Water could be solid ice, flowing liquid, or invisible vapour. It was essential for life. Perhaps everything was simply water in different forms. Anaximenes suggested air instead, noting how breath was synonymous with life itself. But Heraclitus looked deeper and saw not substance but process. Everything flows, he declared. You cannot step into the same river twice, because new waters are constantly flowing in. The river seems permanent, but it is actually ceaseless change. Fire became his symbol, not as a substance but as transformation itself, the constant flux that underlies all apparent stability. Identity is an illusion. Becoming is the only reality. Parmenides vehemently disagreed. Change itself is impossible, he argued through rigorous logical reasoning. Being is. Non-being is not and cannot be. How can something change from one state to another? The intermediate state would be neither the first nor the second, a logical impossibility. Therefore, change must be an illusion created by our deceptive senses. True reality is eternal, unchanging, and one. The apparent multiplicity and motion of the world is mere appearance, a veil over the unchanging truth of being. Pythagoras added another voice, claiming that numbers held the secret to reality. Mathematical relationships governed the cosmos, the harmonies of music, the movements of celestial bodies, the proportions of beauty. Understanding mathematics meant understanding the deep structure of existence. These pre-Socratic thinkers, each proposing their own vision of reality's foundation, moved human thought from mythology to philosophy, from stories about gods to rational arguments about the nature of things. Then came the Golden Age, centered in Athens, where democracy and philosophy flourished together. Socrates walked the marketplace, dishevelled and provocative, approaching the confident and powerful with deceptively simple questions. What is justice? What is courage? What is virtue? At first his interlocutors would offer quick answers, certain of their understanding. But through careful questioning, Socrates would reveal contradictions, expose unexamined assumptions, demonstrate that what seemed clear was actually confused. He claimed no wisdom himself except the recognition of his own ignorance, and this, he insisted, made him wiser than those who thought they knew but did not. The unexamined life is not worth living, he proclaimed at his trial. Even facing death, he refused to stop questioning, refused to accept conventional answers without scrutiny. His method, the dialectic, the back and forth of question and answer, became a model for philosophical investigation that endures to this day. Plato, Socrates' devoted student, was devastated by his master's execution. How could a just man be killed by a democratic government? How could the pursuit of truth be punished by society? Plato's answer reshaped philosophy. The material world, he concluded, was merely a shadow of true reality. Perfect forms existed in an eternal realm. The form of justice, the form of beauty, the form of the good. These were not mere concepts, but genuine realities, more real than any physical object. A beautiful painting was beautiful only because it participated imperfectly in the eternal form of beauty. A just action was just only because it reflected the form of justice. Plato's allegory of the cave illustrated this dramatically. Humans are like prisoners chained in a cave, watching shadows on the wall and mistaking them for reality. The philosopher is the one who breaks free, climbs out into the sunlight, sees the true world of forms, and returns, usually unwelcome, to tell others what he has discovered. This vision of two worlds, one material and imperfect, one eternal and perfect, would influence Western thought for thousands of years. Aristotle, Plato's student, loved his teacher but disagreed fundamentally. Forms do not exist in some separate realm, he argued, but are embedded in the things themselves. To understand justice, study just actions. To understand life, observe living organisms. Aristotle was perhaps the first great scientist-philosopher, meticulously observing and classifying the natural world, from politics to biology, from ethics to poetry. His ethical theory centred on eudaimonia, human flourishing, achieved through virtue. But virtue, he taught, is not following rigid rules. It is finding the golden mean between extremes. Courage lies between cowardice and recklessness. Generosity lies between stinginess and wastefulness. Wisdom involves knowing which extreme to avoid in which circumstance. Aristotle's influence was so profound that for centuries, the philosopher meant Aristotle and no other. His logic, his categories, his methods shaped how the West thought about everything. As the Greek city-states declined and vast empires rose, philosophy changed its focus from understanding reality to surviving it. The Stoics, founded by Zeno of Citium, taught that virtue was sufficient for happiness. External circumstances, wealth, health, reputation, were indifferents, neither good nor bad in themselves. What mattered was maintaining tranquility through self-control and acceptance of fate. The universe operates according to logos, divine reason, they taught. Everything happens for a reason within a rational cosmic order. Resisting this order creates suffering. Accepting it brings peace. Marcus Aurelius, a Roman emperor, wrote his meditations in the camps of war, reminding himself that all is transient, that death comes to all, that only virtue has lasting value. Epicurus offered a different path to peace. Pleasure is the highest good, he declared, but not the pleasure of indulgence. True pleasure comes from freedom from pain and freedom from fear, especially the fear of death and divine punishment. The gods, if they exist, are indifferent to human affairs. Death is simply cessation. When we are, death is not. When death is, we are not. Why fear what cannot touch us? Epicurus recommended a simple life, good friends, and freedom from politics and striving. His garden in Athens became a sanctuary where followers lived modestly and philosophized about how to eliminate unnecessary desires and achieve ataraxia, undisturbed tranquility. The skeptics, led by Pyrrho, took questioning to its logical extreme. Every claim can be doubted, every argument challenged. For every reason to believe something, there is an equal and opposite reason to doubt it. Therefore, suspend judgment entirely. This suspension of judgment, they claimed, paradoxically led to peace. The dogmatists, whether Stoic or Epicurean, suffered from defending their positions and arguing with opponents. The skeptic, committed to nothing, troubled by nothing, floated above such conflicts. These Hellenistic schools made philosophy practical, transforming it from abstract speculation into therapeutic wisdom for navigating life's difficulties. As the Roman Empire converted to Christianity, philosophy became the handmaiden of theology. Augustine of Hippo, a former Manichaean who converted dramatically, brought Platonic philosophy into Christian thought. He wrestled with the problem of evil. If God is all good and all-powerful, why does evil exist? His answer: evil is not a thing but an absence, a privation of good. Humans possess free will, and our misuse of this freedom creates evil. True happiness cannot be found in this world, Augustine taught, only in union with God in the eternal city of heaven. The earthly city, mired in sin and selfishness, was at best a temporary way station. Centuries later, Thomas Aquinas performed a similar synthesis with Aristotle. Where Augustine had married Plato to Christianity, Aquinas joined Aristotle to faith. Reason and revelation, he argued, cannot truly conflict because both come from God. Natural theology could demonstrate God's existence through rational argument. His 5 ways included the argument from motion, from causation, from contingency, from degrees of perfection, and from design. But beyond what reason could prove, faith provided additional truths through scripture and church tradition. Aquinas created an intricate philosophical edifice that dominated Catholic thought and influenced all of Western philosophy. Meanwhile, Islamic civilization preserved and advanced philosophy when Europe had largely forgotten it. Avicenna in Persia wrote voluminously on metaphysics, distinguishing between essence and existence, arguing that existence was a perfection added to essence by God. His floating man thought experiment asked, if you were suspended in air, unable to sense your body or surroundings, would you still know that you exist? This anticipates Descartes' cogito by centuries. Averroes, in Spain, wrote comprehensive commentaries on Aristotle that became standard texts, arguing for the harmony of reason and revelation while maintaining their distinct spheres. In Jewish thought, Maimonides attempted to reconcile Aristotelian philosophy with Torah, writing his guide for the perplexed to help educated Jews navigate between faith and reason. These medieval philosophers ensured that the Greek heritage survived and developed, eventually flowing back into European thought during the Renaissance. The Renaissance brought a rebirth of classical learning and a celebration of human potential. Humanism placed humanity at the centre of concern. Pico della Mirandola's oration on the dignity of man proclaimed that humans alone among creatures could shape their own nature. We are not fixed like animals. We can become beast-like through vice, or godlike through virtue. This dignity carries responsibility. We must cultivate ourselves, develop our reason, realise our potential. Erasmus promoted education, tolerance, and the reform of Christianity through scholarship rather than through violence. The Renaissance was less about systematic philosophy than about recovering ancient wisdom and applying it to human flourishing. Then came the great revolution in thought called the Enlightenment. René Descartes, sitting in a stove-heated room in Germany, decided to doubt everything he could possibly doubt. Perhaps his senses deceived him. Perhaps an evil demon manipulated his thoughts. But one thing remained indubitable. The very fact that he was thinking proved that he existed. Cogito ergo sum. I think, therefore I am. From this foundation of certainty, Descartes attempted to rebuild knowledge using reason alone. His method of doubt and his emphasis on clear and distinct ideas shaped how philosophy would proceed. Rationalism claimed that reason, not experience, was the primary source of knowledge. Baruch Spinoza, a lens grinder in Amsterdam, took this rationalism to radical conclusions. There is only one substance, he argued, God or nature. Everything that exists is a modification of this single substance. Humans are not separate souls, but finite modes of the infinite. Free will is an illusion. Everything follows necessarily from the nature of God. This deterministic vision, which equated God with nature and denied personal immortality, got Spinoza excommunicated from the Jewish community and reviled by Christians. Yet his ethics, written in geometric form with axioms and proofs, presented a vision of peace through understanding our place in the cosmic order. Gottfried Leibniz offered a more optimistic rationalism. This is the best of all possible worlds, he claimed, not because it contains no evil, but because God, in his infinite wisdom, chose the optimal balance of good over evil from among infinite possible worlds. Leibniz's metaphysics proposed countless monads, simple substances without parts, each reflecting the entire universe from its unique perspective. His principle of sufficient reason stated that nothing happens without a reason, even if we cannot discern it. Against the rationalists stood the empiricists, who insisted that all knowledge comes from experience. John Locke argued that the mind at birth is a tabula rasa, a blank slate, written upon by sensory experience. There are no innate ideas, only the ideas we build from sensations and reflections upon those sensations. Locke's political philosophy was equally influential. Government exists by consent of the governed, and when government violates natural rights to life, liberty and property, revolution becomes justified. David Hume pushed empiricism to sceptical conclusions. We never observe causation itself, only constant conjunction, event A reliably followed by event B. We infer causation from habit, but this inference lacks rational justification. Similarly, we never observe a self, only a bundle of constantly changing perceptions. The self is a fiction created by memory and resemblance. Hume's sceptical arguments about induction, causation, and identity shook philosophy to its foundations. Immanuel Kant claimed that Hume's skepticism awakened him from his dogmatic slumber. In his critique of pure reason, Kant attempted to transcend the rationalist-empiricist divide. We cannot know things as they are in themselves, he argued, only as they appear to us. But appearances are not arbitrary. Our minds structure experience through innate categories like causality, substance, and unity. Space and time are not features of reality itself, but forms of our intuition, the way we necessarily perceive things. Kant's Copernican revolution in philosophy made the mind active rather than passive, shaping reality rather than merely receiving it. His moral philosophy was equally revolutionary. Act only according to maxims you could will to become universal laws. Treat humanity always as an end, never merely as a means. Morality comes from reason and autonomy, not from divine command or consequences. The Enlightenment's political philosophy transformed nations. Montesquieu analysed forms of government and advocated for separation of powers, executive, legislative and judicial, as protection against tyranny. Rousseau proclaimed that man is born free but is everywhere in chains, arguing that legitimate government must rest on a social contract embodying the general will. Voltaire championed freedom of thought and speech, opposing religious fanaticism and political oppression with wit and reason. These ideas fueled the American and French revolutions, reshaping the political landscape. The 19th century brought sweeping, systematic philosophies. Hegel described reality as spirit realizing itself through history in a dialectical process. Thesis encounters antithesis, producing synthesis, which becomes a new thesis. History was the march of freedom, each age advancing beyond the contradictions of the previous age. The rational is real, and the real is rational. History has a purpose and direction. Karl Marx took Hegel's dialectics but flipped it. Material conditions, not ideas, drive history. The economic base determines the ideological superstructure. History is the story of class struggle, and capitalism contains contradictions that will inevitably lead to its overthrow and replacement by communism. Philosophy should not merely interpret the world, but change it. Marx's thought would shape the 20th century more than perhaps any other philosophers, for better and worse. Søren Kierkegaard rejected Hegel's system entirely. Abstract philosophy misses what matters most: the existing individual facing anxiety, despair, and the need for authentic choice. Kierkegaard distinguished between aesthetic life, seeking pleasure, ethical life, following duty, and religious life, the leap of faith toward God. Truth is subjectivity. What matters is not objective knowledge but passionate commitment. His existential emphasis on the individual's radical freedom and responsibility influenced 20th century thought profoundly. Arthur Schopenhauer painted a darker picture. Behind the world of representation lies the thing in itself, which Kant said we could not know. Schopenhauer claimed to have discovered it: blind, irrational will, constantly striving without purpose or satisfaction. Life is suffering because will can never be satisfied. Temporary cessation of willing brings aesthetic contemplation, art's purpose. Permanent cessation requires asceticism and denial of the will to live. Friedrich Nietzsche went further. God is dead, he proclaimed, not as atheist triumphalism, but as diagnosis of European nihilism. Without divine foundation, traditional morality collapses. But this is opportunity, not catastrophe. We must revalue all values, transcend the slave morality of Christianity that glorifies weakness, and embrace a master morality that affirms life, power, and creativity. The Übermensch, the overhuman, is not a biological evolution, but a spiritual overcoming, the person who creates their own values and lives authentically beyond resentment and herd conformity. The will to power drives all existence, not as domination but as growth, overcoming, creation. The 20th century splintered philosophy into multiple schools. Analytic philosophy, beginning with Bertrand Russell and G.E. Moore, emphasized logical rigor and clarity. Ludwig Wittgenstein's early work attempted to show the logical structure of language and reality. His later philosophy took a different turn. Meaning comes from use, not from reference to objects or mental states. Philosophy's task is dissolving confusions created by misunderstanding how language actually works. Phenomenology, founded by Edmund Husserl, sought to describe consciousness rigorously. Bracket metaphysical assumptions and examine experience as it appears. Martin Heidegger, Husserl's student, asked the question of being. What does it mean for something to be? Humans are Dasein, being there, thrown into a world not of our choosing yet responsible for creating meaning through our choices. Authenticity requires confronting our mortality and choosing to live genuinely rather than losing ourselves in the they, the anonymous crowd. Existentialism flourished after World War II. Jean-Paul Sartre proclaimed that existence precedes essence. Humans are condemned to be free, radically responsible for creating their own nature through choices. Bad faith is deceiving ourselves about this freedom, pretending we have no choice when we do. His partner Simone de Beauvoir applied existentialism to gender, arguing that one is not born, but rather becomes, a woman. Gender is performed and constructed, not simply given. Albert Camus confronted the absurd, the conflict between our desire for meaning and the universe's silence. Suicide is rejecting the absurd. Faith is escaping it. The authentic response is revolt, embracing life passionately despite its meaninglessness, like Sisyphus eternally pushing his boulder, whom we must imagine happy. American pragmatism, developed by William James and John Dewey, rejected abstract metaphysics. Truth is what works in practice. Ideas are instruments for dealing with reality, not pictures of eternal essences. Democracy is not just a political system, but a way of life requiring education, experimentation, and continuous growth. James defended religious faith not on dogmatic grounds, but because religious beliefs can be pragmatically justified for those who find them meaningful. Postmodern philosophy deconstructed traditional certainties. Michel Foucault analysed how power and knowledge intertwine, how institutions like prisons, hospitals and schools create and regulate subjects. Truth is not neutral, but produced within power relations. Jacques Derrida deconstructed binary oppositions, showing how each term depends on its opposite, how meaning is unstable, always deferred. Jean-François Lyotard declared incredulity toward meta-narratives, suspicion of grand stories claiming to explain everything. Today, philosophy has become truly global. African philosophy, long dismissed by Western academics, articulates communal values, Ubuntu ethics, and distinctive epistemologies. Indigenous philosophies offer alternatives to Western individualism and dualism, emphasizing relationality and respect for nature. Feminist philosophy continues revealing how supposedly neutral reasoning often embeds male perspectives. Philosophy addresses artificial intelligence ethics, climate change, genetic engineering, identity, justice, inequality. It remains alive not as a settled body of truths, but as ongoing conversation, multiple voices engaged in humanity's oldest project, understanding ourselves and our world. The journey through philosophy reveals no final answers, only better questions. From ancient sages to contemporary thinkers, from Athens to Beijing to Nairobi, humans have sought wisdom through reason, intuition, experience, and dialogue. Philosophy shows us that certainty is elusive but understanding is possible, that we stand on the shoulders of those who question before us, and that the unexamined life remains, as Socrates insisted, not worth living. Yet this is not where the story ends, for philosophy continues to evolve, responding to new challenges and integrating voices previously unheard. The 20th century's latter half saw philosophy grappling with language in unprecedented ways. The linguistic turn emphasized that many philosophical problems arise from misunderstanding how language functions. Ordinary language philosophers like J.L. Austin and Gilbert Ryle examined how we actually use words in everyday contexts, revealing that philosophical puzzles often dissolve when we recognize category mistakes or speech acts we perform unconsciously. When I say, I promise, I am not describing a mental state but performing an action. The utterance itself constitutes the promise. Similarly, talking about the mind as if it were a ghost in a machine, Ryle argued, commits a category error, confusing dispositional properties with occult entities. Meanwhile, philosophy of mind confronted the hard problem of consciousness. How does subjective experience arise from objective physical processes? Thomas Nagel asked what it is like to be a bat, arguing that subjective experience has an irreducible first-person character that third-person scientific description cannot capture. Frank Jackson's knowledge argument imagined Mary, a scientist who knows everything physical about colour but has lived in a black and white room. When she finally sees red, does she learn something new? If so, physicalism seems incomplete. David Chalmers distinguished easy problems of consciousness, explaining cognitive functions, from the hard problem, why is there subjective experience at all? These questions remain unresolved, bridging philosophy, neuroscience, and artificial intelligence. Philosophy of science too underwent transformation. Karl Popper argued that scientific theories cannot be verified, only falsified. Good science makes risky predictions that could prove it wrong. The demarcation between science and pseudoscience lies not in confirmation, but in falsifiability. Thomas Kuhn challenged this orderly picture with his analysis of scientific revolutions. Normal science operates within paradigms, shared frameworks of assumptions, methods, and exemplars. But anomalies accumulate, crises emerge, and revolutionary paradigm shifts occur. Copernican astronomy replacing Ptolemaic, relativity replacing Newtonian mechanics. These shifts are not purely rational, but involve social, psychological, and historical factors. Paul Feyerabend took this further, arguing that scientific method is a myth. Successful science has always involved methodological anarchism, whatever works. His provocative slogan, "Anything goes," challenged the supremacy of scientific rationality. Ethics expanded beyond traditional Western frameworks. Peter Singer applied utilitarian reasoning to animal rights, arguing that the capacity to suffer, not species membership, determines moral status. Speciesism, he claimed, is as arbitrary and indefensible as racism. His effective altruism movement asks how we can do the most good with our resources, sometimes reaching counterintuitive conclusions about charitable giving and career choice. Carol Gilligan challenged the masculine bias in moral development theory, proposing an ethic of care alongside the traditional ethic of justice. Where justice emphasizes impartial rules and individual rights, care emphasizes relationships, context, and responsibility to particular others. This feminist contribution revealed how supposedly universal moral theories often reflected specifically male experiences and priorities. Environmental philosophy emerged as ecological crises intensified. Ananias's deep ecology rejected anthropocentrism, the view that only humans have intrinsic value and nature matters only instrumentally. Instead, all living beings possess inherent worth, and humans should minimize their interference with natural processes. Holmes Rolston. The third argued that ecosystems themselves have value beyond their constituent organisms. Environmental pragmatism, represented by thinkers like Brian Norton, sought practical solutions without requiring consensus on fundamental values. Convergence on policy can occur from diverse philosophical starting points. Climate change has made environmental philosophy urgent, raising questions about intergenerational justice, collective responsibility, and whether liberal individualism can adequately address problems requiring coordinated global action. Political philosophy experienced revival through John Rawls's A Theory of Justice. Rawls proposed a thought experiment. Imagine choosing principles of justice from behind a veil of ignorance, not knowing your position in society, your race, class, gender, talents, or conception of the good. What principles would rational, self-interested people choose? Rawls argued they would choose equal basic liberties and allow inequalities only if they benefit the least advantaged. This social contract theory provided sophisticated defence of liberal egalitarianism. Robert Nozick countered with libertarianism, arguing that justice consists in respecting property rights and voluntary exchanges. Redistribution violates rights even if it reduces inequality. Communitarian critics like Michael Sandel and Alasdair MacIntyre challenged liberalism's atomistic conception of the self, arguing that we are embedded in communities and traditions that shape our identities and values. Identity politics and recognition theory brought new dimensions to political philosophy. Charles Taylor argued that recognition of one's identity is a vital human need. Misrecognition or non-recognition inflicts real harm. The politics of equal dignity seeks uniform treatment, while the politics of difference demands recognition of distinct identities. Nancy Fraser distinguished economic redistribution from cultural recognition, arguing that justice requires both, overcoming material inequality and overcoming status subordination. Kwame Anthony Appiah explored cosmopolitanism, defending both universal moral obligations and the legitimacy of local attachments and identities. We can be rooted in particular communities while recognizing our common humanity and obligations to distant strangers. Critical race theory, emerging from legal scholarship, examined how racism persists structurally, even after explicit discrimination ends. Derek Bell, Kimberly Crenshaw and others analysed how law and institutions perpetuate racial hierarchy. Crenshaw's concept of intersectionality showed how race, gender, class and other identities intersect, creating distinct experiences of oppression that single-axis analyses miss. A black woman faces discrimination different from what black men or white women face. Her experience is not simply additive but involves unique intersectional dynamics. This insight transformed how we think about identity, privilege, and justice. Philosophy of technology became increasingly important as digital transformation reshaped human life. Martin Heidegger had warned that modern technology reduces everything to standing reserve, resources to be optimized and exploited, while obscuring other ways of relating to the world. Don Ide and Peter Paul Verbeek developed post-phenomenological approaches, examining how technologies mediate human experience and action, often in ways we barely notice. A thermometer doesn't just report temperature, it transforms our relationship with heat into quantified, precise measurements. Social media doesn't just facilitate communication, it restructures attention, identity performance, and social connection itself. Luciano Floridi proposed information philosophy, arguing that we live in an infosphere, where information technologies raise new questions about privacy, identity, reality, and what it means to be human. Artificial intelligence prompted urgent philosophical questions. Can machines think? John Searle's Chinese room argument claimed that computation alone cannot produce understanding, a person following rules to manipulate Chinese symbols without understanding. Chinese demonstrates that syntax isn't sufficient for semantics. But functionalists argue that understanding consists precisely in the right functional relationships, which machines could in principle instantiate. As AI systems become more sophisticated, questions multiply. If an AI system makes discriminatory decisions, who is responsible? Can AI systems be moral agents? Should advanced AI systems have rights? What happens when AI surpasses human intelligence? These are not merely technical questions, but profound philosophical ones about mind, agency, value, and the future of humanity. Bioethics confronted new possibilities and dilemmas. Genetic engineering, enhancement technologies, life extension, and human cloning raise questions that previous generations never faced. Should we use CRISPR to edit human embryos, eliminating genetic diseases but potentially creating designer babies? Is there a meaningful distinction between therapy and enhancement, or is it arbitrary and culturally contingent? Would radical life extension be good, or would it exacerbate inequality, environmental stress, and social stagnation? Transhumanists like Nick Bostrom argue we should use technology to transcend biological limitations, achieving post-human flourishing. Bioconservatives like Leon Kass worry that such interventions threaten human dignity and the wisdom embedded in natural limits. These debates involve deep questions about human nature, the good life, and whether some things should remain beyond technological control. Philosophy of religion evolved beyond traditional theism and atheism. Religious pluralism acknowledged that multiple religions might contain genuine insight, rather than one being true and others false. John Hick proposed that major religions are different culturally shaped responses to the same transcendent reality. Religious naturalism, represented by thinkers like Loyal Rue and Ursula Goodenough, seeks religious meaning and value without supernatural commitments, finding awe, gratitude, and purpose in the natural world revealed by science. New atheists like Richard Dawkins and Daniel Dennett attacked religion as irrational and harmful, while critics responded that they caricatured sophisticated theology and ignored religion's positive dimensions. Philosophy of religion now engages evolutionary explanations of religious belief, cognitive science of religion, and whether religious experience provides warrant for belief. Metaphysics, supposedly killed by logical positivism, returned with vigour. David Lewis defended modal realism, the view that possible worlds are just as real as the actual world, existing concretely though causally isolated from us. This outrageous-sounding claim supposedly solves problems about modality, counterfactuals, and properties. Ted Sider investigated fundamentality and metaphysical structure. What grounds what? Which entities are basic and which derivative? Debates raged about the nature of time. Does the past exist? Is the future real? Or does only the present exist? Do objects persist through time by enduring wholly present at each moment, or by perduring with temporal parts? These arcane questions connect to physics, cognitive science, and how we understand change and identity. Epistemology addressed social dimensions of knowledge. Feminist epistemologists like Sandra Harding and Helen Longino showed how supposedly objective inquiry reflects social positions and interests. Standpoint theory claimed that marginalized positions can provide epistemic advantages, seeing aspects of social reality obscured from dominant perspectives. Social epistemology, developed by Alvin Goldman and others, studied how knowledge is produced and distributed in communities. Testimony, expertise, scientific institutions. These social processes are essential to knowledge but raise normative questions. Whom should we trust? How do echo chambers and epistemic bubbles distort understanding? How does misinformation spread? In an age of information overload and epistemic polarization, these questions are not merely academic. Eastern philosophy gained recognition in Western academia beyond superficial appropriation. Scholars engaged seriously with Buddhist philosophy's sophisticated analyses of self, consciousness, and causation. The Madhyamaka school's doctrine of emptiness denies that anything exists independently or essentially. Everything is interdependent and conventional. This bears striking resemblance to contemporary metaphysical views about fundamentality and grounding. Yogacara idealism argues that all experience is mental, that subject-object duality is constructed, not given. These views challenge Western assumptions while offering resources for contemporary problems. Confucian ethics of roles and relationships provides alternatives to Western individualism. Taoist spontaneity and non-coercive action resonate with contemporary critiques of instrumental rationality and control. African philosophy, long marginalized, articulated distinctive approaches. Ubuntu philosophy emphasizes that a person is a person through other persons. Individual identity is constituted through relationships and community. This contrasts sharply with Western individualism. Kwasi Wagadou worked to decolonize African philosophy, showing how African concepts and frameworks can address universal philosophical questions without simply replicating Western categories. Pauline Tonji insisted that African philosophy is not just traditional wisdom, but contemporary critical inquiry by African philosophers. This debate about what counts as African philosophy itself reflects broader questions about universalism and particularity, tradition and modernity. Indigenous philosophies from Native American, Aboriginal Australian, Maori, and countless other traditions offer alternative metaphysics, epistemologies, and ethics. Many indigenous worldviews reject human nature dualism, seeing humans as embedded in networks of relationships with other beings, animals, plants, land, ancestors. Knowledge is not abstract and timeless, but embodied, situated, and relational. These perspectives challenge not just specific Western philosophical claims, but the entire framework of disembodied universal reason. Integrating indigenous voices into philosophy requires more than adding new content. It may require transforming how we do philosophy itself. The digital age brings philosophy to new audiences and forms. Online philosophy communities, podcasts, videos make philosophical ideas accessible beyond academia. But this democratization has costs: superficial engagement, ideological echo chambers, weaponized philosophy in service of politics. Philosophy must navigate between rigor and accessibility, between specialized expertise and public relevance. Perhaps philosophy's future lies not in isolated academics, but in engaged public intellectuals who bring philosophical tools to contemporary problems, not claiming to have answers, but helping us ask better questions, think more clearly, see our assumptions, and imagine alternatives. As we survey this vast landscape, certain patterns emerge. Philosophy moves in cycles. Questions reappear in new forms. Ancient debates resurface with modern vocabulary. Yet there is also genuine progress, not toward final truth, but toward greater sophistication, clearer distinctions, more nuanced understanding. We know better what we don't know. We recognize complexity where our ancestors saw simplicity, ambiguity where they saw clarity. This is not defeat but maturity. Philosophy today is global, diverse, and multifaceted. It addresses ancient questions with new tools and contemporary problems with old wisdom. It spans from abstract metaphysics to urgent practical ethics, from formal logic to phenomenological description, from armchair speculation to engagement with empirical science. Some philosophers work on narrow technical problems, others address broad existential questions. Some seek precision and rigor, others embrace ambiguity and exploration. All participate in humanity's ongoing conversation about what matters most. This endless questioning, this perpetual wondering, this refusal to accept easy answers, this is philosophy's gift to humanity, a gift that remains as vital today as when the first thinkers gazed at the stars and asked why. Philosophy will continue as long as humans possess curiosity, as long as we refuse to accept the world uncritically, as long as we believe that examine life is worth the difficulty. The questions change, the methods evolve, the participants multiply, but the fundamental impulse remains: to understand, to question, to wonder, to seek wisdom, even knowing it may forever elude complete possession. In this seeking itself lies philosophy's value and its beauty.